C-131 Tech Tree Explorations. Year 160 Part 2. So many different things to focus on, and perhaps, that is how an empire loses focus. An emperor cannot do everything at once, and though I have significantly more advantages than any regular emperor, I too feel this limitation. It's increasingly obvious that I am often the bottleneck of any decision-making process. I have so many different concurrent research projects, all operated by my artificial minds. Time to check in on each of them. Anti-divine research. The lack of testability hampered progress. The artificial minds are trying the best to reverse engineer the component parts of the Black Star gems, but it's really educated guesses at this point. Without ways to test effectiveness, it's hard to know what exactly works, and what doesn't. Demon invasion research. Research into extreme terrains was not doing too bad. My main body actually has all-terrain adaptability, and that essentially meant it's possible for me to survive in their world. The problem was my subsidiary trees, and also the forces that I have to bring to mount a successful retaliation. Patrick and my artificial minds are modeling various scenarios, and presented with a wide range of areas where we needed. Firstly, we needed a way to create mana on their homeworld, and from that mana, create water and other materials we needed. Only with this we can hope to maintain a permanent staging point on their homeworld. I wondered whether such resources are available on their world, but I thought the chances are very slim. So, it's likely that we'd have to make water. It's not entirely impossible, there are spells and gems that can do so, but this is a key starting point. Secondly, we were also working on the alien world beetles. This meant further enhancing their ability to operate in ultra-arid environments. The brief moments when I spawned trees on the other side gave me some data, and one of which, all the beetles were incredibly brittle without the necessary moisture. Even my trees didn't hold itself together that well. We needed to design a replacement fluid, something that would not just immediately evaporate in the demon world. Developing this evaporation-resistant fluid would strengthen both tree and beetle, and would reduce the impact of the water scarcity. Thirdly, was a matter that needed Stella's input as my first void mage. The issue of maintaining the demon rifts, and the possibility of creating our own rifts. If we could create rifts, we could even find a way to send her home. When I told her that this was a way of testing the portals, she was quickly on board. The idea of helping to defeat the demons through research seemed to appeal to her. But firstly, I need to recreate the rifts, and that's a lot harder. Stella experimented with teleportation spells instead, and actually, teleportation within the same area, or even the same continent did not require any void mana. This meant void mana may actually be only needed for interworld issues. Is void mana perhaps some kind of transdimensional fluid? If so, the void mana merely something to act as a shell, to send a packet through the stars? I didn't know how to test my theory. Let's send somebody to the 2 moons. Stella said. We don't know how to send someone to the other world, but I think we can first attempt the moons. That is a good idea. Are the demons on the same realm as us? Or are they actually creatures on some other planes of existence? Maybe this test would go nowhere, but in any case, teleporting to the moon sounds like a good first step. One small step for the tree, one giant step for the forest. After that, there's also the sea-related research, and the idea of somehow developing a network of deep ocean routes. My routes would essentially be subsea internet cables, wouldn't it? If I could make deep ocean routes, where, at certain regular intervals, I have floating plants to sustain the network. So, on this front, we also have research on making my routes go further, last longer, and can survive the pressures and dangers of the deep sea. There are monsters down there. I hoped Reefy would be able to assist, or could Reefy be a bridge? But it has a strong turtle instinct. That meant Reefy's first instinct is to just hide and build huge defenses. Are all reefs like this? Why are trees different? Anyway, I didn't have any progress on ocean-level grass, but I did make progress on large floating vines and floating roots. Perhaps I could float a root or a vine all the way to the other continents. Convert the entire ocean into a massive hydroponic farm. Ideas, but whether the system cooperates by rewarding me with a skill is another matter. Then there's the matter of bombs. Alka, my chief scientist, is doing his best. I mean, he's a little bit mad, as with all those who dabble in research, but I suppose dealing with bombs do tend to make one a lot more edgy than usual. I decided to award him one of my Court of the TreeTree, so that I can teleport him away should one of the bombs go nuts. No progress is ever made without a few accidental explosions. On this front, Stella's also contributing, because one of our Earth-inspired ideas was a star mana and void mana fusion bomb. We had to quickly allocate a space, an uninhabited segment of the continent for Alka's bomb research. Kay quickly dubbed it our Area 51. I thought that wasn't quite correct. I thought it'll be more of our Bikini Atoll or some shit. It's honestly quite entertaining to watch shit blow up. I would love to see all these new bombs blow up in front of the Demon King. His research also led to some attempts at mixing crystal matrices with hex bombs. It's pretty much a dirty bomb. Didn't work very well. It seemed that hex itself did not enjoy being trapped in crystal matrices and would also corrode the runic formations present inside any crystal matrices. Perhaps we're doing it wrong, but Alka and his small army of crystal workers were hard at work. Then, after research, was the issue of training. Every year we focus on training new people, and the training program of the major institutions get fine-tuned year after year. I've also awarded more upgraded classes, and in Edna's case, I upgraded more of her skills. Also, thanks to my recent research into mana, I've managed to figure out some ways to increase a ley line's strength. In some ways, ley lines are like feng shui flows, the will of the world's movements, and it's affected by strange offerings and structures that normally do not have any magical effects. In short, a simple statue of the right kind, in the right places, can actually amplify a ley line. There's a certain set of rules around ley lines, and these rules only apply in a relatively limited distance from the ley line. I am still in the process of figuring it out, but I got help from that shaman. He carved a simple totem, and placed it quite a distance from the ley line, and yet, somehow, it interacted with the ley line and increased its power. That pushed up the levels of the monsters from a dungeon made of said ley line by 10. So, after a few more tweaks, we finally made a dungeon able to spawn level 100 monsters. Level 100 dungeons unlocked. Dungeon level limit increased. Stupid system. Why make us jump through hoops just to allow us to make more level 100 monsters? With that, my Valthorns, especially those in the level 80s and 90s, and also Edna, started challenging the level 100 dungeons. I still had a huge stockpile of experience seeds, though right now, my limiter is actually my ginseng plant. Back then, when I first got the skill, I was limited to 3 ginseng at any one time. Now, I am still limited to about 15 ginseng at any time, and the ginseng needs at least 5 years before they are sufficiently mature to unlock the level limit. Essentially, every 5 years, I can unlock 15 individuals. I missed a few decades during the burning Rotterdlands era, and have been resuming it after I regained my own sense of self, a good 50 years ago. There were a few accidental failures too, due to the erratic nature of the monster spawns, so I still have about 65 or so ginseng I can deploy. That's quite a small pool, but I decided I had to be generous, and gave it to most of the Valthorns that capped out at around level 80 to 85. I recently also had my first Valthorn treefolk that hit his level limit. His level limit was actually higher, at level 95. Still, his class mix was a bit part Eonic Berserker, and part Wood Mage, and also part Villager, so some of those levels were not that effective. Still, it was enlightening to look at a high-leveled treefolk under the hood. One of the immediate differences was that the Soul Spring seemed to have a secondary source of mana. There was a small trickle of water that dripped in from up above, as if it rained in the Soul Spring. After some analysis, this was the treefolk's natural ability to absorb vitality and strength from its surroundings, like a tree would gather nutrients from its surroundings. So, I really wonder how different Lily's Soul Spring would be. I am unable to view my own. After all, Lily's and Reefy might be the closest equivalent I will ever find. Lumu, Patriarch of the Triology, the first of the Descartes led a prayer, once every month. There was a schedule in place. Each patriarch or matriarch would lead a prayer, and they would take turns to do so. At first, it felt very old school to have a religion that conducts prayers, but the priests eventually convinced me that their very class demands them to conduct acts of faith, and mass prayers were one of the best ways to do so. I still remember how weird it was to have others pray to me, at first, but eventually I got used to it. Now, these mass prayers were the next level. I wonder whether this is how superstars feel like, having a big fanbase. The halls were massive for the prayers, and I made an extremely large-sized tree of prayer in the center of the hall, for them to focus their prayers. It was easily one of the most beautiful ones I've made too, with all sorts of flowering colors and little glowing lights. To add to the spectacle, I had one of the artificial minds coordinate the flowering with the sermons. It helps, apparently. Lumu was also a recipient of my soul-strengthening seed, and the unlocked level limit seemed to age him by a decade or two, simply because his soul now had a lot more vitality, and that vitality flowed into his overall well-being. Faith is one of the unifying features of the Central Continent. I could actually see the parallels of the Central Continent with the Holy Roman Empire, and also the Muslim empires, in that faith and governance are intertwined. Part of this by design. My own attempts to forge unity through culture meant the religious aspects also meant there is institutional backing for the missionary and preachers. As a result, the temples of Eon, over time, also became a social venue, and a place for those seeking audiences with authority to mingle. Prayers are one of the few rare moments where nobles and common folk can be seen together, at least among the common races of humans, elves, dwarves and centaurs. For the non-humans, many still remember the earlier racial purges, and that too is a cause for wars between the kingdoms under my jurisdiction. It seemed that past transgressions continue to remain, even till today. Lumu paused, as he touched those who came for prayer briefly. A blessing, a skill of many high priests. It often grants a temporary boost to their health and strength, for usually a week or two. The short duration is intentional, meant to encourage their return to the temples. Next, was the baby blessings. Children and spawn of all races were brought before him, he chanted, and they all had a warm glow. Also a blessing. It seemed that just like how I have a special nursery, the priests too have a separate set of blessings for children. There were a few more active miracles as they called it, as Lumu demonstrated a power available to all the patriarchs. An act of healing or restoration very much like my ability to remove curses and fix arms, though with some additional, like they needed a bit of the person's memento. I had often forgotten that priests and shamans have abilities that can often influence the soul. The day's proceedings were over. Lumu relaxed and walked to the back of the prayer halls. Some of the junior priests exclaimed their sense of wonder at Lumu's abilities. He smiled. A moment, Patriarch Lumu. The nobles often tried to find time to speak to the high priests after prayer. I have a meeting to attend to. Arlissa and Lozan attended these prayers occasionally, and they both used a ring that seemed to distort everyone's perception of them, usually giving them some semblance of privacy. Afterwards, they'd have lunch in one of the city's many restaurants. Lozan was pregnant again, but she coped well. Her high levels and strong physique meant she suffered few of pregnancy's many challenges. Arlissa was pretty much her bodyguard, though there were a few Valthorns in the vicinity ready to assist her should it be needed. Lozan had the talk with Arlissa, about children, and sex, and the not so young Arlissa blushed. She was after all 19, almost 20, and for half-elves, this was at the very edge of adulthood. Lozan then shared some differences about how babies were cared for on the other continents, and Arlissa decided it was too much for her, so she changed the subject. She had decided to work a little bit harder this year, and that hard work quickly translated to levels. Maybe it was the pressure of having a younger sibling. At her age, having a sibling that's just a baby. I've never wondered about the issue of the age gap between siblings in a world where elves can have children for centuries. Do they even have laws on minors? How does one even shape laws on minors when what is considered a minor differed across species, and the intermixed species which matured at different speeds? Year 161. Stella's attempt to teleport to the moon failed again. Of course, during this time, she and Kay brainstormed many issues. Surely that moon has no oxygen. We don't know for sure. It makes better sense for me to go. Kay said. I am a golem. I can live there. But what if I can't send you back? And sending you there is a better idea. I am the Void Mage. I can cast the same spell in reverse. There are 2 moons, and both moons have a somewhat elliptical orbit around this world. Or at least, that's how it seemed to me. You'll die first. Kay responded. If there are monsters, or if the moon is inhabitable, then you're dead the moment the rift opens. Air doesn't pass through rifts. That's what I said, really. The demon's rifts are more like a pathway filled with filters. One has to use the exact mana sequence and resonance to actually interact with them. How do we know that? Kay argued. That sample size is based on the demon's rifts. Why should our magic be the same? Stella agreed, but then, this entire argument was one of the few distractions from the real fundamental problem they had. Portal spells have been lost to time. Heroes have a teleportation spell, unlocked as part of the hero's grimoire when they hit somewhere around level 101 to 105, but those are teleportation spells that only works on a small number of people around them, and isn't a portal. They continued experimenting. This, being an area of magic, and most of my magical knowledge were more of the crafting or enchantment sort, meant my ability to contribute was extremely limited, despite my mana mastery. I also relooked at my inventory. I had stored so many different things over the decades, and then looked at the single unused forest rod. Then I wondered for a moment. Could I use this on the demon's world? It's mostly useless on this world, but could the rod be my single super terraforming stick, to allow me to make that single base on their homeworld? It could work. I quickly analyzed the rod for its characteristics again. I had done so in the past and found certain parts of it confusing, its material some kind of strange metal. It was strange, that it absorbed mana from whoever, and whoever flooded it with mana gained control of it. Yet, how it performs its terraforming or terrain shaping is still something I didn't quite understand, simply because it worked very differently from my own powers. I still didn't understand what it is. There were a set of crystals inside that seemed to hold the entirety of the rod's functionalities, and those crystals refused to reveal its secrets. I didn't want to poke too hard either, and risk losing my one and only forest rod. But it was worth trying. Once we can establish a reliable rift portal to the demon world, the forest rod will be going to the other side. C-132 Getting to the root of it. Year 161 continued. I received strange news from my agents across the other continents. It seemed that the swift death of the Demon King rattled the leadership of the various temples, and they've sent agents to investigate whether I possessed weapons of incredible destruction. They didn't think Kay was strong enough to take down a Demon King on her own, so their next bet was that I had given her something of tremendous power, or she located some super powerful artifact. They seemed to have spent the last few years attempting to use a range of scrying and spying spells on the central continent, but have been unsuccessful. My domain must have deterred most of the spying in the immediate vicinity of Freshka. I decided to test it out with some mages, and they reported that it's impossible to use certain types of spells around the Freshka Valley, and that deterrence covers the 3 academies as well. The only unprotected academy, in a sense, are my naval academies at the coastal cities, the place where we train new sailors and captains. One of the flaws of the naval academies is its inherent distance from me, so the effects of my various power leveling abilities is slightly weaker, even with the amplification effects from my giant attendant trees. So, since their scry spells failed, they attempted to use spies and double crossers instead. They approached a lot of Valthorns with the usual cocktail of espionage. Girls, money, power, artifacts in exchange of information. I wasn't going to hide the fact that I trapped the targeted location with bombs, and that I could somewhat guess the Demon King's location. I mean, that place is even a memorial now, and the tales of the Valthorn's bravery in face of mortal danger is one of the recurring new tales most aspiring recruit holds close to their hearts. So, what was initially secrets among the intelligentsia, became a common folk's tale. The stories of the kingdoms. Massive bomb arrays went out. It was both scandalous and inspiring at the same time. Scandalous for the temples, because the larger populace who always thought it was only heroes who could damage the Demon Kings. It seems the Demon Kings can be harmed by mortal weapons. The temples then had a counter-propaganda problem of their own. In the past they have always let the heroes fight the Demon King. Mortals of the world are nothing more than fodder. But now, the concept that the people of the world could aid in the swift destruction of the Demon King was a set of ideas never ever thought possible. If so, then does it mean anyone can gain the power to challenge the heroes and Demon King? A tale of hope and power. That man can challenge gods. The core ethos that only heroes can defeat Demon Kings had been damaged. If we were to successfully defeat a Demon King without any heroes, then we would have thoroughly broken that belief. The temples tried to twist it to say it is my blessings that allowed the bombs to harm the Demon King, that the Demon King remained an enemy of only the divine. The 4 temples over the centuries have implicitly told the general populace, to know your place, that the Demon King is not one for mortal men to challenge. So, the tale of Jura and Lova's self-sacrifice to destroy the Demon King was the single best counter for this tale. That it is possible for natives to rise from their stations, and seize their fate for themselves. That if there were no summoned heroes, the natives can rise to the challenge. Hope, glory, legend. The tale of the Valthorn heroes was a hit among the general populace, unlike the tale of the foreign heroes. The bards and songstresses made different versions, with many embellishments both big and small. Hope is a very powerful poison. Already the stories swayed the stability of many priests, that their words of God suddenly seemed a little hollow. Surely the gods don't trust us with such power. The speculation went. That's why the gods imported their own people. It's divine nepotism. Why only summoned heroes get gifted powers? Why do we who live here, who prayed devotedly to our gods, not deserving of any lesser power. Is that fairness? Poison. The nations faced internal conflict from the stories, so much so that the tales were banned. But banning them just led to them being propagated secretly, and there were no real ways such stories can be stopped with the proliferation of messages. The gods play favorites with their own favorite heroes. We are just cattle, offering prayers to gods that do not care for us. If this story is true, and it must be true, it is possible for us to rise and be more than this. That led to a small wave of refugees. The kingdoms and nations decided that it was better to let those who believed go to the other side, than risk domestic conflict. If these refugees, empowered by hope, are to take up arms against the kingdom, blood would be spilled. Sure, they would win, but what's the point? Of course, this pleased me. Loyal believers from the other continents. More war potential. Sure thing, I need all hands on deck for the next time the Demon King lands here. The tale was especially popular among enchanters, alchemists and gemmakers, and more than a handful made the journey to the central continent, tempted by the chance to participate in making Demon King slaying bombs. These stories are so absurd. Kay laughed as she heard the tales recounted to her. It's so much war propaganda. Stella nodded. It's really a military puff piece. If I was a young hot-blooded male with a talent for fighting, or making bombs, I'd probably sign up for the Valthorn Academy right now. And why did they make me into this superhero? The tale of Kay was also similarly embellished. I didn't find the tales of Kay exceptionally embellished, when her powers are really, truly, superhero tier stuff. I mean, magical floating cannon arrays that shoot superpower mini-nuke bullets. Superhero tier. The story had the effect of inspiring locals too. My chief researcher particularly relished the challenge of creating bombs powerful enough to kill the Demon King. The day he makes a bomb that powerful, I would have him repeat, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." Or maybe he would regret it, like how that Alfred Nobel regretted the creation of TNT. No matter, we need bombs. Big ones. And I will have them. Year 162. The big deep dig went on. Progress was getting slower, as the ground turned more hostile. Certain areas were filled with hot magma that I could not spawn roots even if I wanted to. One odd observation. The inner part of this world isn't uniformly hot. I suppose it's similar back on Earth, too, since the flow of the inner mantle meant there should be fluctuations. So, we dug horizontally when we could not go lower. I wonder whether I could invent geological survey tools. It would save me so much time if I could just scan the Earth for parts where the solid ground was deepest. I got nothing. System. That's your cue to give me a skill. Nope. Nothing. I paused and I recall my roots already have some kind of mineral sensing ability and various filtration abilities, but I guess sonar roots are a step too far, even for the system. Maybe it's a domain ability. I kept digging, and I found strange, large bones. Naturally, I excavated them and sent them to my biolabs. Archaeologists will probably frown at my methods, but oh well. I'd like to have ancient dinosaurs, please. Ancient dragons are fine too. Something that quickly turned up was that the bones all bore some kind of damage. Claws, swords, there were even little bits of crystals in them. I kept digging. Bones. More bones. Strange bones, and as my roots unearthed more bones, I soon found the strangest one of them all. It was massive. Each bone was the size of a medium-sized tree, and more importantly, each bone had a ton of little gems in it. When we placed it in the biolab, I heard a voice and saw a vision. An experience similar to that of the ancient tree shard. The skies burned as the rift opened. We expected this, the coming of the invaders. The master astrologers have watched the skies and stars for millennia and have foretold this day. The day when the demons come to our world. Invaders. Minions of the so-called gods. Invaders. We thought we were well prepared, the might of our dragon empire was unmatched. But our pride would soon meet its downfall. A sky full of stars was instantly ripped apart, and demons poured out of the rift. But they met resistance, as a flight of dragons rose to fight them. The demons did not last long against the might of the demons. The invader gods were relentless. More demons, and more dragons fell from the skies. More, and more demons flooded through the rifts. We fought. We destroyed every single one of the demon crystals. I saw images of dragons, they burned the demon crystals, melted them. But we could not hunt down every single one, as the invaders came more, and more frequently. They were crafty, and hid their demonic attunement crystals deep in the ground. Our master mages could not find all of them. An invasion that was once centuries turned to one that occurred every few decades. More dragons fell, as the rifts widened. We were humbled. Their numbers were clear, even ants could take down an elephant in sufficient numbers. Our kind took forever to replenish our numbers, and they could sacrifice millions to take us down. We could not resist forever. Images, visions of dragons battling it out with the demons. Gruesome. The dragons were all bloodied and injured, and they kept fighting. Each time, more of our fortresses fell, our younglings slaughtered. A continent covered with the blood of dragons. We sought a way to end this, but there were none. Then, a scene of a massive demon and its accompanying army of demon drakes. The demons adopted our form. It was an insult to injury that I could not take. Our last stand, and we lost. The world had succumbed to the demons then. It was the will, the last words of the dragon etched into the memory of bones. But when was this? There were no humans in that world I could see. Were they a society of dragons then? The bones, with the little demolite throughout, were incredibly ancient, as my biolab did some tests to make an estimate. Ancient. At least a few 100,000 years. The magical energies that remained in the largest of the dragon bones were unfamiliar, and different. Were they the precursors of this world? Seems corny that this world had a dragonic origin. Or maybe, they were just one of the many earlier races. Perhaps, they are the dinosaurs of this world. We kept digging. I asked lilies. I honestly have not seen any. Except for the demon's dragon. I mean, at this point, dragons are really stuff of ancient legends. Greater than I know not of their fate. Less than. At this depth, it'll take almost a month to walk from the surface to the deepest level. The magical energies at this depth were already slightly more active than on the surface, and the slow progress was partly due to the terrain. The magical energies and environmental factors that I could easily resist were harder on the beetles, and they had to be reinforced with active regeneration. They were heat resistant, but even then, their performance was slower. The lens from that Magmar city seemed to be a relic of some kind, but I still don't understand how it works, how it's made, and what it actually does other than create this magical barrier. It looked like a very beautiful blue glass though. But I could think of a few ways to use them. For one, how would it work as a shield against a demon king? Could they see active battle? 2. The lens clearly twists the ley line in a way such that it becomes the shield. Could I change the shape of the shield such that it functions as a weapon? In any case, Edna and a few high-level Valthorns were the first group that made the journey into the depths. There were things I could not see or read at the depths. My vision was after all mostly limited by my spiritual sense, and my roots earth sense. They would descend to the Magmar city to help decipher what's going on down there. I had specialized miner beetles, made to haul rock and break the ground, so that my roots have an easier time clearing a path, but these miners were not meant for carry people, but my earlier versions of carrier beetles were not suited for the deep, where there's no light. So, we had to Modi. This is a lot deeper than I expected, Eon. Edna remarked once the beetles descended continuously for a week underground. I could teleport them, but where's the fun in that? How many such tunnels are there? Did you make them, or were they always here? I made them. I see. Edna paused. The heat got a lot higher deep underground, and she activated a few personal comfort items. These were some of the what are we looking at? The first one, of course, was the black star veins. There were a lot of them at this depth. She and the small group of Valthorns that made the trip rested there for a day and examined the veins. They descended the next day. The Magmar city was a lot more impressive, but strangely, the moment they stepped into the city's vicinity, golems emerged and attacked them. They fought them off easily, but there were some defensive mechanisms that recognized people, but not trees. Once again, people forget to remember that trees in this world can kill. They spent a lot more time in the subterranean city, and they lived there for a few weeks. Back on the surface, our training continued, and we reviewed the performance of our second-generation Valthorns. This meant, their parents were also Valthorns, and these kids had some variant of the skill, blessed by the soul tree. Most of them joined us over the past 5 years, and they were all born around 10 to 20 years ago. In a way, these kids were all my other bets. I didn't see any reason to burden Lausanne's family on more battles and fights if they don't want it. Arlissa, being the somewhat lazy bum that she is, was not really trying either. There were a few of them. Somehow their ages were very close, only 3 to 5 years apart. A few of them were ambitious, and so we supported their ambitions by giving them specialized training, special slots at the dungeons. It reeks of favoritism, but at the same time, no reason to waste those with the right skill sets. These young teens put in the hours and hit level 50 within 2 years. That was as fast as Lausanne, even faster, considering they started out in their single digits. Rangers, sharpshooters, knights, and mages. They were also mixed with some other inherited skills that gave them certain advantages Lausanne did not have. The products of a bit of gentle nudges, genetic meddling, and little boosts during their infant years. Already I could sense their potential and level limits would be higher than the generation before them. The idea of a Spartan generation isn't that far-fetched. Already we were doing deep scans into the young children of many Valthorns and nobles. I did nothing to most of them, but for a few, I attempted to use my powers to strengthen them earlier, awaken them. I wanted to see how far I can push them. In a few decades these younglings would be my level 125ers. If the inherited skills could be stacked repeatedly, that would make subsequent generations significantly stronger. C-133 Stretching Boundaries. Year 163. We can't afford to wait. Lausanne once again made her case to the council. The rifts will occur any time now, any time. I could sense the subtle twisting of space. Already my magical sensors are sharper, and more sensitive to void mana. There will be a lot of death. I don't see why we should assist. There are still 2 living heroes, isn't it? We should reserve our strength. The skeptical group. The turtles. I agree with that view, Lady Lausanne. I strongly recommend we observe the heroes' actions before even bothering to assist. What if the heroes use this chance to strike us? Lausanne paused. The earlier crusades were a bad taste that many still remember. The other temples have never assisted us. She took a deep breath. I am not recommending we assist the temples. We should find favorable countries, nations that are willing to shift their allegiances. Surely there are those who have lost faith in the temples, and we should step in. This is our chance to make a foothold on those kingdoms. The refugees are a sign that the winds are shifting. We should use this tailwind to make a stand. I am a little mixed on that. Chancellor Brandick opined. It's a waste of good resources, and I think strategically, we would reveal our hands if we sent our Valthorns to the other continents. Currently, the other nations have limited info on our true combat abilities. Lausanne paused. The strategic element was a good argument. I think the value of Valthorn's strategic abilities is overstated. Our true power is an always as Eons set of skills and abilities. Revealing Valthorn doesn't do much. What if the other temples take this chance to capture the Valthorns? Surely, this is one of the few chances they get hold of our elite group. Would we risk sending our forces into enemy lines this way, far from Eon's reach? It's true. As long as they are on this continent, I can still interfere. But on the other continents, I couldn't. Lausanne frowned. She had a short flashback of her time as a captive. That was another good argument from one of the High Lords. That simply meant that if we do want to send aid, we must send a high-powered group. One that can resist such attempts to capture them, and it must be a large contingent as well. Lausanne read the unsaid words. It'll be implied as hostility, simply because of the size of the force. No, it's a flat-out declaration of distrust. Who would want to play host to a force large enough to take over a kingdom? What if someone took offense and that force decided to lay waste to the kingdom? Lausanne frowned. She decided to back away from her case. Can we assist indirectly? Surely if a public assistance program is unjustifiable, then can we provide indirect support? I personally dislike that idea, because it reeks of proxy wars played by world powers. But then again, I am a world power now. What kind of world power do I want to be? In the council was one of the pirate lords. He spoke with a swagger befitting his class. There are certain islands close to the other continents that are not heavily populated. We may use those as launchpads, if our intention is to take a foothold. But we will be noticed. Chancellor Cavio nodded. Our naval force has not fought a real naval battle so far. The pirate lord agreed. Only pirates. Some of the kingdoms may have high-leveled captains and admirals. Lausanne shrunk a bit more. It was just a way of saying the idea wasn't worth it. The meeting soon ended. Hytrian. Yes, master. Can you swim? Yes. After my recent level up I gained some ability to move over large bodies of water, but slowly. My combat abilities are also significantly curtailed in water. I thought about it momentarily. Could I create additional titans? I do have additional titans that I should deploy for this cause. It was time to relook at what other titans I can bring. It's a good way to prepare for the next Demon King anyway. There must be new options by this point. The prompts then came up again. It repeated those choices I had a long time ago. Giant tree serpent. Nidus, a massive serpent. Able to use earth and wood magic. Starts at level 70. Gains powers to summon all sorts of serpents and poisons. Master of poisons and has the ability to brew multiple types of potent poisons and cures. Able to grant poison immunity. Giant storm bird. A massive bird with powers of wind, water and thunder. Gains power to summon eagles and hawks. Eagles and hawks can carry goods and people. Has power to grant wind mage and flight ability to those worthy. Can control the local weather and improve irrigation. Starts at level 70. Fusion with horns. Starts at level 80. Transforms horns into a Goliath kingbeetle that's able to use earth magic and various other protective and offensive abilities. Goliath kingbeetle can create royal warbeetles. Also produces very high quality beetle silk. Royal warbeetles can improve crop output in the area. Fusion with a giant attendant tree creates a Warmaster treant. Starts at level 70. High toughness and use of wood magic. Warmaster treant is able to create lesser treants to assist in combat and other duties. Also produces high quality teas and fruits. These were the old options I had. Well, without the ones with Jura 2. Strangely, I didn't have an option for Edna. Anyway, I reviewed my new options. Great leveling dungeon. Fuse a dungeon with a Titan soul to create a dungeon that gets stronger as it levels. Starts at level 100. Warning. Possible chance to loss of control of dungeon inhabitants. That warning sounds like an inevitability. Crystalform Titan. Level 70 Crystal Titan. High toughness and tremendous magic resistance. Able to produce crystals. Can change forms to perform different type of roles. Able to learn and use a certain range of magics. Depth Worm. Starts at level 70. A creature of the subterranean world. Extremely good at digging and making tunnels. Has very good earth sense and is able to detect hidden features in the deep ground. Weak to magical attack. Also produces certain types of mineral and metals. These two seem to be tied to my recent activities in crystals and digging underground tunnels. Seemed kind of a boring choice for a Titan. Fusion with a Segiant tree. Segiant treant. Level 70. Similar to Warmaster treant Titan, but capable of combat in shallow seas and swamps. Has various swamp and sea type adaptations, and can create seagrass vines and seaweeds. Produces really high quality seaweed for consumption. This was also not too bad, but nothing really revolutionary. Patrick is pretty much in a class of his own with his psychic powers. More to think about. Maybe my next generation of Valthorns will get some kind of special Titan. Here, we have our first tri-spell magical lattice. Alka demonstrated the first 3-spell amplification magical bomb. The whole thing was the size of a cow, and Alka theorized that its explosion should be really strong. It was big, for sure. The magical explosion could level a city, but its intensity was somewhat lacking. Kay was the one who asked. The Demon King always blows up right. Most of the time, yes. How do they do it? That was a good question. If the Demon King always had a self-destruct button, why couldn't I use the same mechanism to create an equally powerful bomb? No. Taking it a step further, if all Demon Kings had a self-destruct function, could I somehow trigger that self-destruction function as a means of defeating the Demon King? It's pretty much cheesing the system if I could trigger their self-destruction. I had Patrick and my artificial minds relook into our data. How did the demons create such a powerful bomb that even heroes, with their incredible superstars and natural defenses, could not escape? Some heroes were able to protect themselves. Patrick said. They were usually the defense-focused heroes. Patrick had indeed digested as much history as we could gather. Defensive heroes were usually able to survive the bomb. Especially if they had divine tier supershield abilities. Offensive or more generalist heroes would still die, though. I pondered whether it's possible to augment generalist heroes with stronger defensive abilities, and so that they could survive it, but then, is it in my interest to keep the heroes alive? If anything, letting defensive heroes live is actually a good thing since these type of heroes generally tend to be passive, as their first instinct isn't to blow shit up. My artificial mind soon found a few areas worth experimenting on, mainly on the latticework and the runic formations. Patrick soon theorized that the Demon King's inner structure was more of a natural amplifier, rather than a container. It's a reverse from our present ways. Our present magical crystal all functioned as a container, with some amplification added through the runic formations etched into said crystals. If the crystal was naturally amplificative, and the runes was then the one playing the container. Using the crystals as a means of creating power. That meant it's likely multiple types of crystals was layered in order to create a kind of exponential power. Surely that isn't all, is it? Patrick's calculations quickly concluded that depending on the types of material, this may be the answer, or is there something else? If it's so simple, my vines should have been able to drain away the energy and significantly lessen the damage. Our thoughts turned back to the demon core. Could my answer lie there? That damn thing that I have yet to figure out. Dash. The rifts opened. It was in the northern islands, roughly. At this distance, the energies of the rift are quite diffused and it's hard to know where exactly. There's also the issue of poor quality maps that generally presented the world as bits and pieces. This is after all a world without satellite position systems and satellite imagery. The maps built via flyers and cartographers are quite good for their local areas, but often have huge errors when dealing with turbulent oceans. Maybe we shouldn't aim so high. Kay laughed as Stella exerted herself again. The idea of teleporting themselves to the moon was pretty crazy. If we can't even teleport to the moon, how am I supposed to get home? Maybe it's something a lot simpler. Maybe the worlds are folded together like layers of rags stacked on one another, and interdimensional world movement is just us changing floors, rather than moving across the floors. What? There's some kind of interdimensional lift. Stella rolled her eyes. Surely magic isn't that simple. Kay laughed. Magic is whatever this world wants it to be. Why should it be that complicated anyway? The gods certainly dumbed it down for the heroes. Did you know heroes can skip so many steps when they use spells? Fucking hell, now that I am not a hero anymore, I have to do it the normal way and it totally sucks. Stella's eyes rolled even more. Metaphorically. I am serious, Astia. The gods give life hacks for the heroes to skip steps, and in some cases, we even get straight up auto-casting functions. Every time I learn about how the heroes have everything rigged, I just feel absolutely unfair. How do I replicate that? A familiar that assists with magic casting. Wait. I could do that, isn't it? Would it be possible to design a tree familiar with a focus on mental and magical abilities that augment the host's spellcasting, rather than just give them more abilities? It should be possible, right? I have my artificial souls all functioning as my assistants, but could I replicate this on a smaller scale with them? It requires quite a bit of processing power. Patrick commented. A familiar fused with an artificial soul on its own can provide some support, but being only one, it's not enough to match the kind of assistance the heroes get. Effectively, yes, a familiar with an artificial soul can function as a second mind for a warrior, but compared to the hero's super AI, it's still too far behind. I thought about it for a while, but then I remembered. No, the artificial mind doesn't need to be the one doing all the thinking. Rather than tag the artificial mind and have all the computational load be with the combatant, why can't it be hived off to a cloud? If the artificial mind and familiar functions as a gateway or a connection, and all the actual assistance and mental computation happens here, with Patrick and a massive network of stationary, dedicated artificial minds. That is possible, but we would need a familiar that can form a kind of mind link. I needed to test it out, and already I have candidates. The best people I can test this on are tree folks. They are naturally already able to connect with trees. Could I juice the tree folks with the power of an entire network of trees? Use the power of the remote forest of minds to significantly increase a tree folk's combat powers. Essentially, the tree folk would have to allow us to control certain parts of their body. The mind stewed on the idea, I could sense them thinking about it in detail. I approached the tree folks on the idea as well. I summoned Lord Kravake, the de facto lord of the tree folks, though there are few others like him, and pitched the idea. We're looking to create specialized treefolk champions, augmented by powers of the forest. The concept of artificial souls is not everyone knows, and many of them believe those artificial souls are just extensions of me. It's true, to some extent, so I don't correct it. We're hoping to test whether tree folks can act as our gateway and avatars. I believe they should be receptive, but I'll need to raise this topic with the warriors. In the meantime, I need to figure out how to change familiars and artificial souls so that they can perform such a function. Dash. Greater than are the demons near. Less than, Reefy asked one fine day. Its language had improved quite a bit, mostly due to exposure to me. Greater than, will they hurt us? Less than. Greater than, when will they come? Less than. Reefy expanded in his coral reef area, and at the same time, also embedded his core somewhere deeper into the reef. I could sense his curious magical energies touching my sea roots, like a small octopus, afraid, but yet couldn't resist it. He's also taken control of some fishes. I wasn't exactly sure how he did it, but perhaps it is a similar mechanism to my control of the beetles. Out of friendliness, I didn't attack any of those fishes that he controlled, so I wasn't sure whether those fishes are actual living things or some kind of summon. As he expanded, I decided to retreat and give him a little bit more space. At the same time, I introduced Reefy to Lilies. Lilies was mostly aloof, and also very curious. The two spirits were really far away from each other, and would likely never interact in normal circumstances. Their communication required me to create some kind of dedicated paths on RootNet, but not exactly impossible. Sadly, no new skill from that. Strangely, both of them had very little concept of privacy and did not attempt to shield their conversations from me at all. Greater than if they come, will we fight? Less than I vaguely sensed that Reefy felt comfortable with me, but I still wasn't sure myself what my relationship with it was. Were we friends? I am not even sure if it is a friend. At the same time, Reefy was aware of the kind of conflicts we faced on land, the demons and their invaders. Reefy reciprocated with images of his own battles, smaller in scale, with the monsters that attempted to dominate the reef, some that thought they could even seize its core. Those shared visions were when I realized how different Reefy's sense of the world is. It viewed the world in movement, in a state of constant fluctuation of inhabitants. The reef was rarely a permanent home for the sea creatures that lived there. They were mostly nomadic. I saw creatures that were strange and colorful. Reefy viewed the world in a tightly mixed set of color and sound through the little nodes and eyes throughout the reef, and at the same time, sound was a very, very big part of his vision. His sight was always blended with an associated sound, they were inseparable when he described things. That was when we started sharing the recorded sounds of the creatures, animals. Whatever we have stored in our registry, and it was something that delighted Reefy. At least, I thought it was delighted. I wasn't sure whether it felt those emotions, despite the presence of intelligence. Reefy expanded mostly around the shelf, and it had a mix of combat powers, such as controlling the reefs to release various types of projectiles. To support powers like accelerating reef growth. I was pretty sure it had some fish control abilities too. Our information from Reefy's direction is limited because we pretty much gave up the area around it. Patrick shared. Thankfully, it was relatively easy to convince Reefy to share intel, especially when my interest was on boats and ships that happened above its location. It didn't like boats. It didn't like people very much either, and was fond of killing those who ventured too near. I quickly declared the reef area a natural reserve, so that none of the fishers ever come close. There were protests from the kingdoms that shared a border with that part of the sea, but between Ascension Reef, our kingdoms, I soon decided it was better to keep Reefy's goodwill. I would educate it on the ways of the natives, their fishing habits and why they do so. It responded with anger and hatred, but over time, it soon softened its stance to one of displeasure, and then negotiated safe paths through Reefy's area of control. Paths where ships could sail, but no fishing or diving. There were those who did it anyway, but a few deaths later, the sailors and merchants learned their lesson. Reefy was very aggressive when faced with swimmers and divers, and would not hesitate to spear a diver to death with sharpened corals. I would try to educate Reefy on a less lethal approach, but I foresee it will take some time. C-134 Labyrinth of Roots. Year 164. We kept digging into the depths, and I soon discovered a second limit. There was a limit of how far the chain of roots and trees can go underground. That range, as of now, was about 500 miles. I can go a max of 500 miles deep, or wide, or underground, or whichever, then I need to go back to the surface. That said, this also meant it may be possible to tunnel all the way to the other continents, as long as I make a little surface trip every 500 miles. Perhaps, a super tall tree from deep underwater, or a long vine that breaks through the earth and extends all the way to the surface, kinda like a super long kelp forest. If there are island chains along the way, it's still possible to make hops. Else, it'll be like a whale surfacing to get a breath. Strange that the trees need such a thing. Perhaps it's just some magical mambo jumbo just to deal with such a loophole. Or maybe the system just decided that I shouldn't be allowed to dig so deep. In the depths, we soon found more long-forgotten cities. The Margmarian dwarves were not the first, and those dragon bones were not that rare either. There seemed like there was a time when dragons were extremely common, though most of these bones were a lot smaller. Their magic had decayed over the Eons. Sad. I theorized that ancient civilizations would also choose to use ley lines as a form of natural power source, thus following the ley lines underground did lead to a few other interesting locations. We discovered a large tomb-like structure in the depths, filled with long dead corpses, their bodies fully decayed. In fact, the bones pretty much disintegrated on contact, and they left behind some magical books and items, their magic also fading. This was when I felt torn. I either could call on the wider crowd of mages with the right preservation and ice skills to preserve or freeze these objects, and doing so would reveal these ancient sites to the wider world, or use the Valthorn's own mages who were more combat focused. There were also strategic issues that would reveal how deep I could dig. In the end, I decided to use Valthorns, but equipped with magical artifacts that slow decay. As we kept digging, and followed the ley lines, eventually we discovered most of them had some old tombs, and ancient smaller cities. Most had some degree of magical protection, and some looked like the muck had flooded the entire city. It was a lot of work, trying to excavate such massive cities, and so much time had passed that the structures that made up the walls, and the muck itself is almost indistinguishable. These ancient places are amazing, and they speak of gods that have long been forgotten. A few of the Valthorn analysts came to the subterranean city. Alka, too, as my chief researcher. It was one of the inspiration trips. They had to be equipped with a whole set of artifacts just to tolerate the pressure, natural heat and the lack of breathable air. Even among the various races that call the central continent home, few are adapted to subterranean living. Tree folks suffered from walking in the depths a lot more than the others, their bodies seemed to despise going underground for long periods. Some groups of lizard people were much more fond of the underground, but only up to a certain level. Beyond that the heat is unbearable. Dwarves, true to their heritage as miners and diggers, performed the best, but even they needed artifacts. The lens remained on its pedestal. I took it out temporarily to study it, and since then returned it. I still could not understand how it's made. One of the thoughts shared with the Valthorns was the use of this location as a hideout. True, they were functionally buried alive, but this ancient city is the perfect apocalypse bunker. The fact that it stood despite the Eons was sufficient proof of its success as a bunker. This is a rehash of Eon's old sewer bunker idea, isn't it? One of the older Valthorns laughed. The history of New Freaka was not totally lost. Indeed, but this space is significantly larger and uses a power source independent of Eon. There were kinks to work out, and the druids that made the trip down soon wanted to plant a wide range of fungi that generated light, and also some plants that could survive with the indirect light from fungi. I think the ultimate problem is one of comfort. The idea of living underground is appalling, that only dwarves and certain lizard people subspecies would consider it for any decently long period of time. Centaurs and tree folks hate it with a passion, and I think maybe that's why they will be the first to go extinct. Or maybe the gods will just repopulate the world with them based on some kind of cookie-cutter racial template. Also on the line of ley lines and underground, I made a dungeon underground in an area with a few ley lines, and somehow, this was my first level 120 dungeon. It was a simple premise. Ley lines are more powerful underground, partly because the energies are concentrated. Because it's so far hidden underground, I decided that this was a Valthorn exclusive dungeon. Not that anyone else could even challenge it. In fact, right now, only Lumu and Edna have any chance of surviving a battle with the monsters of this dungeon. Thankfully the dungeon wasn't going to go wild, else I'd be dealing with level 120 monsters. Their first reaction to seeing a level 120 dungeon was pretty much some variant of what the fuck. But this was the best way to level up. So, out of the sheer value of farming a level 120 dungeon, began the first recreation of the underground pre-dungeon save point. A large continent of Valthorns with all types of skills, including support and crafting skills, were chosen to set up this mini-city. I even created a few additional artificial mines just to oversee this city's administration. The thing is, when high-level individuals are not spotted for long periods of time, it tends to fuel rumors of death. Thus began the first vanishing of Edna and Lumu and a lot of other higher-level Valthorns. They would camp down there, right outside the dungeons, and make battle with the dungeon's monsters. Eavesdropping on the conversations of foreign intelligence agents were part of my entertainment. Lady Edna vanished. No one has seen her for months. Not just her. A large group of the best warriors have all disappeared. They fought hard, and even the level 80s and 90s leveled quickly when faced with level 120 monsters. And they have not even fought the boss or the mini-bosses. She has not reported in her home position in the 6 ports for months. The Valthorns have assigned new individuals to take over all their places. But they are not listed as dead. The other temples would want to have a gauge on my combat strength, so they keep tabs on these individuals. I had thought of killing them altogether, but it's better to lull them into a sense of complacency. I also noticed I learned a lot more about the other temples when they are alive, and they share information with other fellow agents. So, I let them live. It's only when they tried something unacceptable that they would encounter some unfortunate coincidences and accidents. I imagine the intelligence setup is kinda like a Venus flytrap. Let them venture a little too near and wham. Dead bugs. At the same time, a few of my artificial minds sorted data by their risk levels. I was willing to let foreign intelligence agents get certain information. After all, just like nuclear bombs, letting other countries know I have such nuclear weapons is a deterrent of its own. What news do you have? Kay asked Lausanne, on the war in the Northern Isles. She worried for her two friends, those two bastards that didn't even come and help her. Lausanne shrugged. They're doing all right. The Demon King isn't here yet, just regular mobs. The Elven girl had gotten used to Keese lingo, and even used some of their terms. Kay nodded. Ah yes. True. They won't lose to regular mobs, right? I still don't understand why she's worried. Heroes with their absurd stats won't lose to regular demons. What kind of demons have they met? Seems to be some kind of worm. In addition to the regular hounds. Worm. Yeah, a worm demon. Big fat ugly slugs with horns and spikes. Attacks by spitting some acids, or by ramming. Moves incredibly fast for such an ugly thing. Lausanne had drawings that were shared by our agents on the other continents, again, part of the mutual horse trading. Kay looked at the pictures, somehow disgusted. If I had my powers, I'd burn it with fire and blow them up. Truly a spawn of hell. Lausanne smiled. Indeed, but spears and spikes work quite well against them. Their inner parts seem quite soft. I wonder whether they pop like worms when you pierce them. Ew. Thanks for planting that image in my head. Or maybe they'll just leak demon juice. Ew. Lausanne smiled, and the two started their regular spar. Kay was a lot easier to defeat, since she's just a crystal golem without overpowered hero powers and stats. She gained a lot of levels then, and she is now about level 75 as a crystal golem. She formed a team with Astia and Lausanne to go dungeon diving, thought they mostly dived in the level 60 to 70 range. Statistically, the minds gathered data that most adventurers hit about level 40 to 50, and a small minority would reach level 80. It takes about 7 to 10 years to reach level 80 if one takes on the dungeons regularly, without any experience boosting powers. With the effect of experience boosts, or the powers of various leaders, it's possible to reduce this time by more than half. The fastest level gain I have so far is 3 years to level 80, without any of the experience seeds or my level 60 gift. This, of course, required tremendous dedication. Getting to level 80 in 3 years meant diving a dungeon of the appropriate challenge. Level every 2 to 3 days, and classing suitably. There are kings that have powers to improve level gain. After all, leaders are famed for their passive ability to improve the strength of those around them, and they can give gifts too. But generally, the passive ability is only as strong as the king's own levels. Anyway, Stella Astia also received one of my familiars. I had hoped to eventually collect her Void Mage class, so that I could produce more of them. Her powers were surprisingly conventional, if not for the Void title. In a way, a Void Mage is just a poison mage with some extra steps and effects. After all, Void powers tend to leave a stain that deals damage over time. That's functionally a poison type ability. She was frustrated that her attempts to teleport to the moon didn't have any progress, so the dungeon diving was to gain levels and build better equipment. Also, Void items were very hard to make, because of their violent reactions to all things mana. Anyway, the Northern Islands actually performed relatively well. The earlier bout of negativity and comparison of the temple's performance versus the central continent spurred a need by the temple's senior leadership to be seen as performing their duties, so the 4 temples actually gathered their forces to help suppress the demonic incursions, and the 2 remaining heroes actually had to get out of their palaces and start slaying demons. A good change, compared to their previously uncoordinated response. They were still slow. Of course, they didn't have the benefit of a single unifying tree with continental overview, so deaths are aplenty, but at least the temples and heroes are seen trying. Our agents told us that the Northern Isles were quite lucky, their forces managed to activate on time, and the people were well armed. They also had groups of adventurers and warriors that could take on those worms. The demons kinda fucked up, too. They chose to invade the cold Northern Islands, where their worm's performance is impaired somewhat. Still, I wonder how a worm like Demon King will be. Is it going to be like some massive dune-ish sandworm? A snowworm? Or maybe a hydra? That'd be quite boring. Year 165. Another year without the Demon King. The war in the Northern Isles continued, and more rifts. I knew this because my magical sensors were pretty busy, the presence of the rifts were a constant thing. The heroes and the defenders remain on top of things, though the intensity and quantity of the rifts increased. More worms, and larger worm variants. The champions and walkers of this episode of the demonic incursions had masses of giant multiple building-sized worms that exploded into smaller worms when destroyed. It was horrible, and even so the heroes persisted in their battle. Soldiers that never had any emotion for such wiggly creatures all emerged from battles hating worms to their core. They kept splitting into smaller and smaller parts, but thankfully the smallest of these demon worms are still the size of dogs. Worms. I wondered how'd I fight them. No. I would just nuke them to death with all my magical bombs. Why use root strikes when a bomb would work? Turned out, these demons were incredibly magic resistant, and physical damage was their general weakness. They survived fires, drowning, and most magical attacks. The adaptability of these demons was honestly amazing. Where'd they find such anti-magic worms? What's our strategy if the demonic incursion comes to our shores? As with any decently competent military force, there is always a lot of simulation going on in the heads of the generals. We'd make a massive wall of spears. That'll work for smaller demons. What about the building-sized demons? Bigger spears. The druids apparently had an easier suggestion. Squash them with rocks. I wonder if that'll work, since worms could tunnel through earth. In fact, would my own root networks hold up if they attack the ground? Those were good questions. I was reminded by my earlier days when we faced that giant centipede demon. Are these demons a similar variant? Yet, back then, the giant centipede demon was actually incredibly resistant to physical damage. Perhaps, shrapnel weapons, bombs that shoot up tiny spear-like projectiles. Or would my rooting fields be sufficient to deter these demons? Edna gained a few levels, and she reached level 145. Lumu, too, as a patriarch, was now about level 138. And the sort of healing powers he possessed was quite impressive. He too received a court of the TreeTree, but not one with any inherited skills. Perhaps, should he falls, this position in the court would absorb his skills. They were doing well, and fighting the monsters of the level 120 dungeon was a lot more challenging than anyone gave them credit for. The underground city outside the level 120 dungeon grew to about 1,000 people, all Valthorns. A secret base accessed via my network of root tunnels. Lumu would often perform sermons in a small underground temple. His blessings were incredibly powerful at his level. I still don't get how priests' blessings can stack with my own. I mean, logically, if a priest derives power from a god's blessings should automatically be superior to that of the priest. But the fact that they stack implies it is a system mechanic. Anyway, well, abuse it since it works that way. After a while, they recommended a few individuals for the uplifting, to unlock their level limit. 5 more individuals, a mix of rangers, druids and knights. The surface world remains oblivious to the existence of the dungeon, and rumors of the deaths of my senior leadership continued to swirl. Good point was, it seemed that my trust in my nobility to keep the secret was not entirely unfounded. Most of them kept their mouths shut about my dungeon creation ability, and the fact that I had a super dungeon hidden underground was also a confidential matter known only to the senior Valthorns. But there are suspicions. There are classes out there, such as earth mages and other similar types that are particularly sensitive to underground tunnels, and there were suspicions. Many kingdoms have some individuals that had earth detection skills, simply because my few-decade-old tunnel raid on the 6 ports was still a strategy discussed even till today. Heck, even the temples had to design plans on the possibility of surprise raids, and that meant they could never fully commit an army to an invasion. Any force needs to be split to protect their rear, or they leave themselves open for a repeat of the tunnel disaster. Maybe that's why they didn't think another crusade was worthwhile. At least, not without the heroes. Edna, as she approached the first tier of divinity, level 150, had many questions about what would happen, and honestly, I wasn't sure either. Was her experience going to be similar? Surely, as a humanoid with classes, there should be some subtle differences. C-135 one route at a time. Year 166. The war in the north is in full swing, as the demon king Durthal descended. The real war had just begun in the frozen north, and Kay was worried. Tell me they're alright, she would say. I would often respond. They don't deserve your concern. They are assholes and they left me to die instead of coming immediately as they should. Kay said. But they are still my asshole friends. Don't you have friends like that? Shit ass. Good for nothing friends. I am quite surprised by this change of behavior compared to your earlier days. Kay frowned. Alright, I am still not very happy with them and I am still not on good terms. I mean, I didn't even tell them I am still alive. But I don't wish them ill. I don't really want them to die either. Relationships are confusing. I sighed. It is. I suppose a tree won't get that. That hurt a lot more than it should. So, how are they? Kay repeated. They are doing alright. Details. Come on. Kay insisted. I want to know whether they are fucked or not. I'll have one of the advisors meet you. Seriously, why are you invested? Are you going to help them? Me. With my level 70 form. I am just trash before that demon king. Kay frowned. No. I guess I just want to feel I am part of the conflict. Ah. Things people do to feel like they are still part of something, the same way a football fan speaks of their favorite team like us and we. Like they are a part of something bigger. But I thought. You know. You think this whole conflict is a trap. She sighed. It's hard to explain. You know, I want to step away from this game. The only way to win is not to play, but my friends are caught. They are still heroes, and the hero class is cursed. The demons will chase them, hunt them, and they will be compelled to fight them. Do I choose to do nothing? In fact, that's exactly what I've done. Nothing. So, I feel like shit, kinda. I am trying to help Astia. Maybe her void mana is one way out of this whole circus, but at the same time, I am not sure whether my friends should learn of Astia's existence. What would they do if they found out there's someone who has void mana and could possibly open a portal to the other side? Would the gods meddling force them to murder Astia? Oh, so yes, I want to know so that I can play cheerleader and deceive myself. If I could, I'd like to help you defeat the next demon king too. Wait. Damn it. Not defeat. We need to find a way to put a pause on this entire thing. One where the system doesn't automatically push another demon king through the rift after a set timer. Did I tell her? I think I didn't. Kay stood there for quite a while. She is after all a golem, so she can stand for long periods with little issue. I know that was an unnecessary ramble, but I think I'd have to get at least level 150, right? At least. That's what I heard Edna was saying, that level 150 is when the mortal ascends a step to the divine. Yes. Alright. Let's get more of those monsters. I am not sure I should trust her with the full plan. But I suppose a little more couldn't hurt. As of now, she's just about level 70-ish and she spent her time challenging the level 80 to 90 dungeons. That level 120 dungeon underground remained a secret known only to a select few. Even Lausanne doesn't know about it. Well, because she decided not to move past where she is now, because of some fear of the unknown. Dash. Arlissa finally stopped her stint in the Freshland Treaty College, and not unlike her mother, she joined a group of adventurers, visiting dungeons throughout the continent. I suppose I am like one of her uncles, watching her bungle her way through life despite all of her privileges, and now extremely relieved that she decided to do something useful and productive for herself. Also, the whole adventurer thing allowed her to get away from her mom, since they have a rather tense relationship. Lausanne seemed to try to push her to do more, and well, take advantage of her gifts, but Arlissa was just rather content taking things at her own pace. It was just regular tension within the family, but it eventually worsened when Lausanne started talking about the other Valthorns she coached. These other Valthorns were younger and more hungry, and the comparisons, even if Lausanne didn't meant it, really irked Arlissa. So, she kinda decided to just finish the whole FTC thing and join some adventurers, taking on lower level dungeons, at first the level 20 to 30 dungeons. Yes. My response was slow, as with all busy uncles, but she's used to it. Oh, hi Eon. She responded and found a quiet place to sit down. I suppose having a mental or psychic conversation required a set of norms not unlike cell phone calls. I wanted to ask for a favor. She was far outside of Freshka then, away from the range of Patrick's mind reading. A favor. I know I am not a member of the Valthorns, but could I get access to some of the restricted dungeon slots? I thought for a moment. Sorry Arlissa, but the answer is no. The rules are set, and they are not to be twisted so easily. I felt kind of disappointed at that moment, that she resorted to using her privilege in this manner. I would also step on the authority which I delegated to the council. If I delegated the powers, they should be followed by all. I hated the nobility back then, and I have a dislike for them now. It just kinda sucks that Lausanne's daughter is the one that chose to do it. Dash. Lausanne's other child was a young little boy named Lauda. Just like Arlissa, he too had the inherited blessings, the exact same one. He developed well, but I wondered whether I should dote on him or not. Simply because of Arlissa. Arlissa still struggled with privilege and effort. She's gifted, and yet chose not to make the most of it. How much of that was because of me? Was I the source of her stress? I wasn't sure. Even though I could read minds, that didn't mean I knew what caused their personalities to develop in a certain way, and whether that development, how much was due to my presence. How a personality is formed and shaped over the decades is still a mystery, even if one can have many good educated guesses. It is not like personalities or skill blocks that I can create by repeating certain actions. People respond to stimuli differently, and so the best I can do is just keep trying. The war escalates with Demon King Durthal, and the wedge between those who believe we should provide assistance, and those who believe those other continents deserved it grows. It's a relatively small minority, of course, but they are loud. The discussions turn somewhat chaotic. There are people there we should save. Talented people we can rescue. One of the many lords suggested. I've attempted to bribe them to come over, but I believe our ability to ensure their physical safety will win them over. Are you trying to insinuate a kidnapping? Well, yes, but they'll come willingly when their towns are getting flattened by demons. It's a huge mess. The representatives and the bureaucrats wanted to plan how to take advantage of the chaos in the north. Already some lords sent their own people, not Valthorns, their own militia to assist in the war effort. In their case, it's really a luxury of security, that they can afford to meddle in other nations' affairs. We watched them attempt to assist the other nations, and then the demons killed their agents. The heroes put up a hell of a resistance. But, they could not be everywhere at the same time, and so, cities after cities fell. The unpredictable rifts also had a tendency of popping up everywhere, so it's hard to really protect the frontline when there isn't one. They didn't have that many high-level individuals they could deploy, nor did they have the benefit of my almost continent-wide demonic suppression aura. The rifts also spread throughout the world, and so, we had a rift open on our continent. Rift appearances are targeted, but occasionally they spawn in other places too. But a single one opened on our shores. Just a single one. But I've been waiting for a long time for it to happen, and deployed my beetles to flood the area. The rift opened in the northernmost point of the central continent, close to a port city. My forces quickly defeated the first wave of worms. The beetles' sharp horns, tusks and similarly heavy and spiky carapaces made them natural counters to the spiky flesh worms. My trees sprung out of the earth around the rifts, and quickly, my vines attempted to make contact with the rift. This will not be the time for the forest rod. Not yet. I only have one shot, one opportunity, to make a stand in the other world, in one moment. But not yet. I'll let this one slip. What I wanted to test out were my bombs, and my new generation of beetles, coated with a layer of mana crystals. Essentially, a rift jumpsuit for beetles, because I wanted to test out whether I could modulate the mana in these crystals, to allow my beetles to cross the rift. Eventually, I'd like to scale it up to a titan, especially a titan that can generate a microclimate, and an aura titan to bring my anti-demon aura to their world. It worked, partially. The body part that had crystals managed to go through, but the rest of it didn't. The beetle splattered as the two parts got torn apart by the rift. Oof. Sorry beetle, that's a horrible, horrible way to die. It's kinda like being stuck in a moving lift door. Sample 1 didn't work. Then, I got another beetle. This time the crystals were a lot more fine, and spread throughout its entire body. It worked. Oh my, it worked. I felt the beetle get crushed by something on the other side, and the rift quickly closed on us. Fuck. But hey, now I just need tiny crystals in every part of the body. At least one tiny problem solved. The bigger problem remains. If we can't keep the portal open, we can't hold any realistic position on the other side. My minds were, of course, quick to remind me of the obstacles. I'll have to wait when Stella dies, then I can steal her Void Mage. Most other mages were not keen on learning Void. I also attempted to learn Void magic for myself. If I could gain some star mana by the way of leaves, surely, there is a way for me to gain Void mana too. It was a strange sensation, as I tried to repeat the steps Stella took to gain her Void Mage class. I tried it repeatedly for months, and all I got was silly notification. Skill obtained. Void tolerance. But still no void mana. I suppose I have to work through a few prerequisite skills before I get the void mana. Or perhaps I'll have it as an option at level 200. After that first level 120 dungeon, I attempted to create an even stronger, more powerful dungeon, with all that I know so far. Of course, doing so meant some of the smaller ley lines had to be channeled away, guided by little carvings and weird signatures. It worked, because after I gathered and focused the energies of like 30 ley lines, I managed to create a level 130 dungeon. I even got a skill out of it. Skill obtained. Ley line guidance. The high-leveled Valthorns that were busy attempting the level 120 dungeon then moved on to new dungeons, and Edna fought the dungeons repeatedly with a group of unlocked Valthorns. I had given about 3 to 4 ginsengs, and given that these damned ginseng takes at least 5 years to reach their suitable state, in the current mana-rich conditions, that's still a bit of a drawback. It felt like I was burning through more high ginseng than I expected. The level 120 and level 130 dungeons quickly proved their brutality, when one of the high-leveled Valthorns was killed, pretty much mangled by dungeons, despite their best preparations. If it gets out of hand, I would need to move them down to the level 90 to 100 range dungeons before they come back. But Edna did well. This was her level, and together with Lumu, Edna could take on wave after wave of the dungeon monsters. Her stamina seemed to grow exponentially with each level closer to level 150. Then, it happened. Level 150. I felt it very clearly, the distortion in the air, subtle, but present. My link to her, via the court of the TreeTree, flooded with a new kind of energy I have never sensed before. Something unique to her. I've done it. Eon. Level 150. All my classes have merged, and I have a choice. A choice. Yes. Domain of Shield or Domain of Night. Huh. That's a strangely generic name for a domain. The air seemed to rattle around her, quite like when the heroes activated their star mana forms. I paused. I leave the choice to you. If I am right, my ability to control them will diminish once they achieve domain powers, just as the gods' ability to meddle with me diminished when I obtained my own domain. Edna paused, and chose Night. The energy around her was pretty hero-ish, and it felt at that very moment, her combat ability pretty much increased a few-fold. She attempted to take on the level 130 dungeon again, and found the monsters suddenly easier to destroy. A breakthrough. The level 150 was a force multiplier. Eon, you had this power for some time. Yes, but mine is that of another concept or form. Knowledge of the domains are extremely scarce, and even I cannot guide you much from here. Edna nodded. It makes sense if it is so. I suddenly understand and appreciate the gap between myself and the heroes now. I believe you are still a distance away from them, though. Is there a skill for you at level 150? Yes. 2. Duty beyond life and death, and Knights of Light. What is that? I can't die for a day and my body can't be severed or cut, usable 5 times a year. First death hit also fully restores my health and status to original state. Subsequent near death I am only weakened until I am healed. It's pretty much functional combat immortality. The other skill is that the knights around me get some super buffs. That would make you immune to the explosions. I mean, if she can't die for a day, that meant she could tank the Demon King's death bomb. Was this an ability out of a MOBA? That meant I could dive into the deepest dungeons without fear. But you could get trapped for more than a day, and then you will die. Edna thought for a moment. That is true. I can still lose my limbs and be disabled in other ways, it is just that for a day, any heal spell can restore me to my original state. It's a great skill, but not foolproof. I mean, I could just bury her underground for more than a day and she's still dead. But with her current strength she could punch and kick her way out of any dirt. Or I could teleport her out via the court's powers. Lumu smiled. It seemed you have reached a level that even I feel a need to bow. Edna paused as she considered the question. What happens when a priest reaches level 150? I don't know. That's a good question. Does a priest, whose power is to channel their patron god's energy, become a god in his own right? Or does he still extend and rely on his patron god? Lumuf had a very Santa-like laugh. Ho ho, I believe we will know when we get there. Well, for Lumuf, that's another 10 plus levels away. Not that far now that there's a level 130 dungeon to grind. The next trigger will be at level 160, right? Yes, you will have a new domain ability at every 10 level. I see. Edna paused. This was probably a lot to take in, even though I did share the details. Lily's was particularly sensitive to the domain's presence. I wonder how did Lily's feel it? Is it like a notification, or just an itch? Greater than yes, one of my knights. At this point, not one of mine anymore. Less than truly. When one reaches the domain, few can control them. Domain is a lesser deity, and in Edna's case, she is free to go anywhere she wants. Greater than if I don't, what's the point? Less than. Dash. At this point, it's worth asking again, are you still on board with my plans? I spoke to Edna a few weeks after she got used to her powers. Edna nodded. Her words were firm. Yes, I've seen the hell the demons bring, and more importantly, I've seen that we can make a difference. Now that I have this power, I believe I have a duty to live up to it. I believe in this cause, Eon. Internally I felt a sense of relief. Edna could easily set up her own kingdom and rule over her own land. At this point she is a one-woman army. Are you sure? Yes. I told Lumu of the plans too. Now that he was close to that level, it was time he knew what my true plans were. He beamed. Truly a plot befitting a god. Only a god can dream of ending this cog that has plagued our world for ages. No. Actually, I should ask them once they hit level 100, whether they want to still go on with the plan. Many of them would brave hell and high water, and I'd like to think that if they got this far, they certainly would follow through. Whatever it is, as a priest, my duty is to serve our God. We are the hands of our God's will, and I will see through it. Lumuf explained, and I wonder whether it's just typical priest speak. Yet my gut feel somehow thinks he was genuine. I checked on the other Valthorns, those above level 100. Perhaps I should open up this matter a lot earlier. No, I should have spoken of my plans before I even offered them the soul-strengthening seed. But does that make it seem like I am making it a condition? I decided, perhaps it is fair to have a little bit of trust, for those who have served for so long. I would grant the seed, even for those who would not walk with me against the Demon King, so long as they served faithfully up to this point. Most of the Valthorns were shocked, and yet, almost all of them were accepting. There was a sense that they knew something larger was at play, and now finally they got the answer. Perhaps Patrick and the mind's constant, meticulous screening contributed to this. But all of them got here, and earned the Eonic variant classes by some degree of loyalty to me. For the Valthorns, the constant push for even higher levels now suddenly made sense. Why, even though they were already so high-leveled, I still insisted to push them further. In most nations, the king tries to keep a gap to prevent a rebellion, and yet I still pushed them higher. Some of them thought it insane, that eventually some of them would turn against me. It would happen. But so be it. The march against the gods and demons cannot happen with me alone. C-136 of Pest and Plagues. Year 167. The wars in the north turned really ugly, as the demons brought out the merged worm champions. Worms fused of multiple champion-level demons, these were absolutely massive monsters and they leveled cities quickly. Again, the two heroes couldn't be everywhere at once, and although one single hero was enough to defeat these merged worm champions, there were still a few of them, and these worms were smart enough to escape once the heroes were on their tails. Ugly. They need help. Kay said. I'd imagine Lausanne could do quite a bit of damage to these worms. Lausanne shook her head. If they are merged champions, probably not. I fought a champion by myself before, all I did was just drag it on. I still needed help to win. Maybe. I think Ian's powers are stronger, and your linked powers are therefore stronger. True, but it's still a big gap. Lausanne shrugged. And that's not what I want. They have not met Edna for years now, but that was normal. K. Lausanne and Astia have been busy hunting dungeons during their short breaks, but Lausanne had to frequently take time off, to spend time with Lauda. Lauda, the second child, grew up extremely attached to Lausanne, increasingly so these few years. I wonder whether it's because of her long absence during her dungeon expeditions. Kay nodded. She was level 80 now, and she gained the ability to shapeshift her golem form even more, and also some coloration changes. Fighting the dungeons at the right power levels meant she was earning enough experience. I was honestly quite amazed that she got so high leveled so quickly, but it seemed she hacked. She had a skill called Precious Memories of Stone, which strangely gave herself a boost to experience gained. Stella was a level 53 Void Mage, and honestly it a huge mixed bag. From what I can see, Void Mages have very few special spells. The difference she brought was that the usual spells she casted were just twisted by the Void mana such that they have a slightly more powerful impact. The issues are also twofold. There is no grimoire or manual where Stella can refer to and see what kind of spells used Void mana. So, her best bet was to use existing spells and modify it as she practiced. Next, Void mana was also unstable and she frequently got cursed from it, so it's not easy to experiment with Void mana either. Perhaps we just needed to find a Void mana manual. Or perhaps ask Valicira to teach her, since it had void mana. Wait, why didn't I think of that before? Greater than I would like to speak to Valicira again. Less than I asked lilies one day to help communicate the message. Greater than I see. Less than. Damned hiding Zeratans. I wonder how lilies even found them. It was one fine evening, when everything seemed to be doing alright, that I got the string of messages. Hans has died. You received a fragment. Demon King Dirthel has been slain. Then, my magical sensors went nuts again. An explosion. Is it going to be some kind of superbomb event? Turns out. No. We got the answer a few days later, as our informants quickly spoke of black swarms that blot out the sky, creatures that devoured crops and plants without any fear. Demon King Dirthel was a bomb, alright. Its body was a massive swarm of pests that it waited to unleash on the world. That's just cruel, Kay said, after she had a moment of grief. You're telling me there's a magical swarm of locusts when it dies? Yes. It blew up and seeded its immediate surroundings with these, spawning things that pumped out locusts. Our mages attempted to use their magic to get information. The area was no longer interrupted by the Demon King's presence. The terrain was a huge mix of large demolite crystal structures, and these massive hatcheries. Kay frowned. I want to be a magma or fire golem for my next evolution so that I can burn these structures with fire. I hate bugs. You're immune to bugs. Lozan laughed. You're a crystal. My trauma as a human carried over. I still hate bugs. Don't let my beetles hear that. I said. Your beetles are cool. Kay quickly shook her arms. I mean, they are totally awesome. But I hate those tiny types. Like spiders. A group of my web spiders appeared next to her and she yelped. You do realize I have spiders as servants too? Ah, yes. Point is, right now, in the Northern Isles, there's a locust and pest generator that's spreading these bugs all over the world, and we'll be seeing food shortages if that place isn't shut down. But Alvin is still alive, right? News is unclear. It seems that he may be heavily injured and the temples are keeping all news about the hero's condition in extreme secrecy. I must go there, Kay said. And do what? I countered. You're not a human form. I still must go, Kay decided, ignoring all of my warnings. He's my friend, as much as I hate him. In your current form, you'll get attacked and robbed, cut up and sold as gems. I am level 80. How many can hope to defeat me or even hurt me? Kay was confident in her strength. Except a hero, few can even touch me. You'd be surprised at how many level 80s are hidden in the world. Many just choose to play it safe and not let their talents be known. I explained. It's common for many elites to understate their value, lest they be sent by their lords to do dangerous things, or suspicions of treachery. In fact, Patrick reckoned there's an average of 5 to 10 level understatement by adventurers out there, simply because most adventurers wanted to avoid the eye of the government. As they say, this was all about holding their cards close to their hearts. The issue with the cap also distorts one's strength. Someone with multiple non-complementary classes may be a lot weaker than someone at a lower overall level but with a single focused class. Just like how Jura had villager classes back then. So you're saying there are level 80 bandit lords and stuff? Well, maybe not. The highest of the lords in my kingdom is almost level 70, and there's been a lot of higher level inflation simply because most of these lords now survived longer. Even kings reached their higher level 60s, but the kings were not really leveling as much. I suspect, maybe a ruler must be truly independent to gain levels. Or is it because the role of ruling has been separated and segregated to the FFA's Council of Representatives, and also some areas of sovereignty were traded away? I must go. Then you must at least learn some spells to disguise your appearance. I already have, Kay said, and in a flicker, the magical energies coated her crystal skin and she looked absolutely human. Year 168. The locusts crossed the damned ocean. The Valthorns mobilized. Fighting locusts was a hard task. The cities closest to the north suffered greatly as the locusts attacked crops and even forests. The forests had their natural defenders and predators, and those attempted to fight off the locusts. Their territory had to be protected. But the farmlands were brutally eaten, and somehow these locusts were able to breed even this far from their homeland. The fields were ravaged, a month's harvest wiped out. The larger locusts attacked trees too, and I felt them, nibbling. It felt like I had ants crawling all over me. They deal no damage, but goddamn they are fucking irritating. I deployed my beetles by the tens of thousands to chomp on them. But still there were millions. I needed some other kind of solution. Edna's ascension to the domain didn't help much against these tiny swarms of bugs. Individually or in swarms they can be eradicated, but miss a few and they will quickly multiply. In areas where my aura is strong, these magical demon locusts are nothing more than regular bugs. Their strength individually is flat out pathetic, and I could kill them by the hundreds of thousands using the chomping defensive plants. It's really just a freaking pest. I soon deployed my bug-eater plants around all the major agricultural locations. It's an ugly sight, but a necessity. These magical locusts are not bothered by the weather, and must be slaughtered. Fields where the locusts captured and infested become mini hatcheries that pumped out even more of these locusts, though in lesser numbers than the main hatchery. Annoying. I forgot how much I hated dealing with an insect infestation. Bugs. Damned bugs. We're not bugs, right? Horns asked. Technically you are. But I like you. I said. I am referring to these pests. Well, crush them. Horns happily declared, and the beetles outfitted themselves for anti-locust battle. That meant more pincers, smaller sharp thorns and spikes, and some kind of anti-locust gas spray. Bug spray. Dash. The northern shores turned into a place of horrible carnage as we slay the locusts by the millions. I've lost count, and my artificial mind's lost count. We've resorted to using magical estimates, and using long-range magical explosions, our newest magical weapons, to intercept locust swarms crossing the oceans. It's kinda like shooting a bomb at a typhoon. Or nuking a hurricane while it's over the ocean. Wait, that's not the right kind of description. Bombs work, but it's not really the best countermeasure against these things. But what else could we do? Our druids and mages attempted some hurricane or wind spells to destroy the locust swarms, and they do work. But the thing with swarms, is that inevitably some of them survive. Master, unless we can destroy the main hatcheries and spawning points, which are across the ocean, we'll be dealing with these pests for a long time. I can't be the only one dealing with this shit. How are the other continents coping? I asked my council. Strangely, not that bad. There doesn't seem to be a lot of locusts headed their way, and the Northern Isles is simply closer to us than any other continent. My advisors said. A few of the local lords have started activating magical wards and formations to create pest barriers. They work, but these swarms have very high flight limit and seem to be able to fly past the barriers. Really, it's more of a case that we were the first to see it, as the other continents soon saw the swarms descend on their farmlands. The eastern continent suffered heavily, their magical defenses were lacking after the prior wars, and the locusts soon devoured their agricultural produce. Do the locusts die off without food after a while? This was something I actually wondered. The answer was yes and no. My spiders captured thousands of locusts for experimentation within my biolab. One of the few countermeasures I contemplated was natural defenses. In nature, as I could recall from some documentaries, it's common for other insects to check the growth of other insects. If these locusts are pests, I could possibly design insects that specifically counter their massive swarms. As it is, my beetles and spiders, stationary bug-eater plants are doing a decent job in killing these demons, but I needed more. Something more powerful that could chase them wherever they went. Interceptor bugs. We also considered other natural defenses. There were plants that emitted certain gases that were poisonous to their pests. Some plants emitted saps that caused these locusts to stick, or certain changes to the shape or content of their food that reacted to certain parts of their body, which then caused these locusts to die. Everything was on the table, because they were freaking annoying. I felt like an angry house husband attempting to destroy all the pests in his home. So, we conducted experiments on the locusts that we captured, and discovered that they are magically powered, and have a little tiny bit of demonic flesh in them that absorbed magic and mana from the surroundings for sustenance. But, once they started eating, they switched to another demonic flesh that digested food. They also had an inbuilt death trigger, and that was after 5 reproductions, where after food, they made tiny demonic locust eggs in small blobs. Very strangely well built and engineered, for a tiny creature. Then, we did one of my favorite anti-demon abilities. Flooding their bodies with my overwhelming mana. They popped like balloons. Then I tested with less. And less. Until I reached a point where my mana was just enough to overwhelm them, but not overload the parts till it burst. Demonic locust captured. Converting. The locusts changed shape into giant grasshoppers. That was one of the biggest letdowns ever. Massive, harmless giant grasshoppers. Dash. These locusts were mindless, and we also discovered that they can be lured, using specific scents. Smell of fresh, growing plants seemed to attract them. Maybe that's why they attacked the central continent in such large numbers. The level of forestation and agriculture on the central continent far exceeded the others, and we generally have a food surplus, so for these mindless locusts, they were just drawn across the continent to that scent, most likely swept across the oceans through the high winds. So, by amplifying these scents, we soon discovered we were able to pretty much lure the locusts to a specific location, and then, with some good ol' magical bombs and magical formations from Alka, either burn them to death with magical flames, or blow them up. Later we tried to develop specialized anti-demon gas spray that were effective only against demons. Tried. Our own demon locusticide. Yeah, it's a mouthful. If I had a mouth. But it's surprisingly harder than we thought. I honestly never had an appreciation of how hard it is to develop a powerful chemical agent that worked specifically on something, because most materials are shared across many different life forms. As the war against the demonic locusts raged on, we also analyzed the metals from the Margmarian city. These were strange metals to me, but once we put them in the material labs, it's soon clear they were just a blend of metals that were forged into an alloy. Mostly common materials, so now I have the ratio of what went into that alloy. Yet, the method of production still eluded us, though we have some good, educated guesses. Since metallurgy was clearly something I am unfamiliar with, this was a matter left for my high-level blacksmiths and steelmasters to research, and whether there is any use for these alloys in our weaponry. Our agents speak of attempts by the adventurers in the north to attack the Locust's main hatcheries, but they were thwarted by massive worms. It seemed that there were still champions that remained. This went on for about 2 to 3 months, before it seemed a few of the kingdoms, and the temples themselves unleashed their big guns. Their hero items. They used these weapons to mount a series of assaults on the hatcheries and made significant gains, and the Locust swarms quickly dwindled. But it was a short period of calm, as the hatcheries soon reproduced. They were not able to clamp down on the hatcheries in totality, and something about the residual energies there caused the hatcheries to respawn. I want to speak to Eon. Kay messaged via a magical communication device, one of the legacy artifacts of the Harrison era. She was apparently already in the Northern Isles, somehow. Why? Lozon picked up the artifact. I can't just walk up to Eon and talk to him just because you said so. Well, that's not true. Alvin is poisoned by some kind of superworm poison during the fight with the Demon King, but the poison doesn't seem to kill him. Instead, it just somehow interfered with the functioning of his classes. Wait, the demons can do that? How? Seriously, how? I had attempted to tamper with the hero's skills in the Soul Springs too. He looks relatively okay, but extremely pale, as if something's just massively weakening him. He can't even use the most basic of abilities. Did the demons just discover something I wanted to know for a long time? The secret to disabling heroes without killing them. I quickly informed Lozon and she spoke on my behalf. Eon asked whether you can transport Alvin to the central continent for further studies. Well, curing him is beside the point. I want to know how the demons did it, so that I can do the same. If I can replicate this, then I have nothing to fear from heroes. I will try. The temples are keeping this under tight wraps. I had to sneak in to find Alvin. Eon said if you need help, he will quickly arrange an extraction team. Really? Kay seemed to ask. Did I play my cards too openly? That she suspected that I have an ulterior motive. Yeah. C-137 dancing in our palms. Year 168. Operation Smuggle the Hero out of the Northern Isles was in full swing, as a fleet of ships sailed across the ocean. Does the hero even want to be saved? Edna asked the obvious question. I am not planning to escort a tantrum-throwing hero across the ocean. For a task that involved a hero, I felt only Edna was up to the task. Yes, I am pretty sure he wants to be saved and healed, even if he prefers it not to be through Ian's powers. Kay responded on the magical communication device. As it is, he can't bonk his harem. Does he know that it's you? Did he see you as you? Did you ask him? Kay didn't answer, and Edna rolled her eyes. Seriously. Eon, you there? You agreed to this? Yes. I responded through a magical speaking item. One of the priests acted as my spokesperson. My eyes looked through that same device. Edna shrugged. Kay, you owe me one. Yes, boss. Kay bowed. I'll meet you guys once the force lands. I've already bought off some of the scouts and folks in that area, but I'll double check. The fleet would mostly remain along a string of uninhabited islands, cloaked by magical spells and fog. A smaller group of ships will make landfall and a few hundred men will disembark. From there, they will travel to the city where Alvin is kept under watch by the temples. This was a secret that very few were supposed to know, but it seemed that there are a lot of loose lips around. Edna called on the senior team leads for a recap. Essentially, the mission is to steal the hero, without the temples knowing we did it. The potential for a political and worldwide drama, should it be seen that the central continent kidnapped a hero. Well, a part of me thought it'll be a big middle finger to the four temples, and yet, I wasn't sure how the kingdoms and the temples would react. In any case, best if the force remained unknown. That meant all of them were in disguises and had magical artifacts that altered their presence and magical signatures. Also, no unique abilities, so they had to all use common skills and abilities, and all their equipment were basic. Even the ships we used for the operations were all repurposed ships captured from pirates or Northern Isle sanctioned privateers. One of the accompanying Valthorns was a level 125 ranger called Rune. He too received multiple experience seeds and the soul strengthening seed, and was in the third batch of ascended potential warriors. Well, a cakewalk isn't it? In a way, Edna said. There's 6 of us here that's above level 100, and another 10 at level 80s. I do not expect any of us to die from this. The temples themselves have only a few people in the high 60s and 70s, and those old farts are probably hidden away. Our main risk, really, are the hero items. Rune brought out a greater teleportation device, again, a relic of the Harris era. One of the items they used to teleport back to me. The idea is, once they get hold of Alvin, they'll use the teleportation device to send him here. There is a risk that the teleportation path can be traced via magic, and that would reveal my role in this entire affair, but I suspect an item used by the heroes is unlikely to be so easily followed. The city and the temple itself is fortified with ancient teleportation shields. We must get the target out of this range. There was a circle drawn on the map, results of their earlier scouting efforts. That's quite a big range. Yes, if I recall, it was a hero item from a few centuries ago. Rune explained. As the ranger, sharpshooter, and one of the elite ranged specialists, he did quite a bit of research. They are likely to have secondary magic interference here and here. Alright. Dash. K and Valthorn's perspective third-person POV. The weather was cold. The north was often cold like this, the batterings of the colder, northern winds were relentless. I wonder how much of the chill is due to the frozen tree. Rune was fully equipped, even if it was all entirely off-the-shelf items. They drank a cup of warm tea, which boosts their natural heat and keeps themselves warm. Edna shrugged, her senses took in the air of the north. We're not here to meet the frozen tree, or hunt the hatcheries, Rune. News of her ascension to the realm of that domain remained a secret known only to a few, so even Rune didn't know. Not yet. Rune smiled at the middle-aged knight. Yes, yes. Another high-leveled ranger came by. He wore a thick cloak and jacket. Again, a very ordinary item. I wish I can use my enchanted coat. Me too, Johann. Me too. Rune responded. Their items were all stored in specialized magical crystals, in the event of an emergency. Edna waved, and they kept their mouths shut. The small ship stopped, and the captain signaled that they were going to hold. It's time. Edna stood, and everyone else followed. They changed to rafts, and then made landfall. We could have used magic. Johann wondered. He was one of those who had not received the soul strengthening seed, so he was only level 85. Still, he believed he would be given the honor once this task was done. No need to trigger any wide-range magical detection. The group split up. About 30 started setting up camps. The higher-leveled ones, led by Edna, would go first. Smaller teams would stay back to ensure they had somewhere to retreat to, or provide support if needed. The North's intelligence systems are surprisingly robust. Johann frowned. Really? I am surprised too, but yes. Rune said. We need to look out for their agents. Dash. He's Pav. This is the place. The informant was an old woman in her 60s, and she walked Kay through the door of the hotel. The receptionist was a human lady in a beautiful outfit, and the informant spoke to her briefly, and then flashed a card. Kay was sure it was a card or some kind. The receptionist smiled naturally and then led them through a beautifully decorated walkway, and then into a wooden lift. This is as far as I will go. The receptionist will take over. The informant nodded. Kay felt it was strange how serious she sounded. She entered the lift, and so did the receptionist. The doors to the lift closed, and then, the receptionist knocked on the wooden walls of the lift. The receptionist then took out a pendant and pressed it. The lift went down, and when it opened, it looked as if she was in an armory. This way. There were groups of people resting. Some looked injured, their weapons all on the central table. There were a few individuals that looked like healers, and they even had the white doctor's robe. She was led to a room. It was very bare for a hotel. No. Here, it wasn't a hotel anymore. This was a war preparation area. Hello. Two walked through the door, and the door closed. The lighting was very dim, and she had to use a skill to see. Kay sat. Hello. I am here to confirm the hero's whereabouts and buy details on the security around the temple area. The two individuals seemed to have shared a glance, but it's too dark to make out anything. I believe the informant should have submitted the request. Kay tried to clarify. Yes. One of the two shadows brought out a briefcase. Kay reached out to touch it. Payment. Kay paused. Oh. She activated a storage crystal and withdrew the payment. Gems and coins. Two additional shadows came into the room and went through the payment. They nodded once they were done, and left the room. The briefcase slid across the table, and opened. Kay looked at it. It was meticulous work. Schedules of the patrols around the city, where the forces are, what was the level of guards. There were just 3 level 50+ individuals in the entire guarding force, and this was a great relief to Kay. Thank you, Kay said. She assumed the briefcase was hers, so she placed the documents back inside, and then grabbed the briefcase. It wouldn't leave the table. Huh, we've been watching you for some time. Kay paused. She was being watched. So, tell us, why have you been sniffing around for details about the hero, Alvin's condition? The voice was clearly female, but it sounded weird. Not a human for sure. Kay took a deep breath. I believe I am the client, here. The two didn't reply. I had the impression organizations like yours don't pry into the affairs of your clients. That is normally true. Another voice spoke. Kay wasn't sure what exactly this voice sounded like. But when your targets are the heroes, we want to hear exactly what your plan is. Are you one of the hero hunters? Kay didn't reply to that. Hero hunters. What was that? The voice on the left continued. Lady Kay, right. I'll be frank. My agents across the continent have been watching, and protecting the heroes where we can. So we know when you're looking for him, and we even know you've managed to somehow snuck into Alvin's compound. Once. Keith's eyes twitched. They've been watching her for so long. She thought back to all her conversations with Lausanne and Eon. Did they know? She was pretty sure she used magical interference abilities to hide that she was having a conversation. At that moment, a magical energy blast coated the room, and Keith's magical disguise was instantly dispelled. A very strong dispel spell. A crystal golem. The two said. Interesting. Keith's fists went up and she was prepared to fight. This is a trap. I am surprised that a hero hunter would walk into our trap. Unless, you are not one. The shadows said. We can't let anyone hurt the heroes before their time is up. At that moment, a magical suppression field popped up and Kay felt her energy level decline massively. How she missed her hero powers. Tell us everything and who you work for. Dash. Kay wasn't sure how deep down they were, but she guessed they were quite deep underground. The explosion from her magical crystal bombs merely rattled the room. It didn't occur to Kay that her response was overkill, then. That activating a magic bomb was too much force, but Kay felt afraid. The fact that the entire underground area was magically rigged made her feel unsafe, that she was vulnerable, so she thought her response was proportionate to the level of risk she faced. Still, the rooms seemed incredibly strong. She deduced they were magically enchanted. Rather than spill anything, she decided to bomb the shit out of the place. If they had torture devices, or magical artifacts, Kay felt they could still hurt her. There really is no need to be so aggressive. We just want to talk. One of the voices said. Kay didn't believe that one bit. The walls seemed to close in, and Keith's crystal limbs glowed, attempting to push back. The other voice seemed to have vanished, but Kay was sure she was sure both voices were female, was still here. She activated her speaking stone. K to E. K to E. Trap. Trap trap. Abort. E to K. Acknowledged. Location. Rosewood Gardens, Gallowins. Kay spoke, while she tried to fight off the rocks and bricks that flew her way. The room itself seemed to move in her way, the walls itself attempted to cut off her path. I kinda figured this is how this would turn out. The shadows said, seemingly unharmed by the huge magical bomb. Lucky us, we have the bomb-proof shielding installed. Kay frowned at how loudly they talked. An extra arm popped out of her chest to fight off the shadows that attempted to restrain her. Champions. Kay repeated the word, a code word for high-tier opponents. Those two individuals were clearly strong. Her fist of crystal glowed, and she slammed into one of the moving walls, and it caused it to crack. Kay frowned. That was a lot less damage than she expected. These were reinforced walls, a skill of some kind. She punched again, and this time, it buckled. She charged her crystal fist for a third punch, and this time, it made a big hole that led to the surface. She ran out. Yet, they didn't give chase. Kay didn't like that feeling. It felt like they were still on her tail, even though she didn't see anyone in the entire afternoon. She was now quite a distance away from town. Her golem body's stamina was incredible. She surveyed her surroundings. All data pointed that she wasn't followed. Yet, it still felt like they followed her. It was strange. She sat, and activated her speaking stone again. K to E. K to E. Status. Safe. Surroundings clean. She lied. She activated her magical interference spell. Yet she didn't feel safe. Is the plan compromised? Kay was silent. Is the plan compromised? The tone was clearly seeking confirmation. Kay sighed. Maybe. Edna closed the speaking stone. That went as expected. That means we're going with plan B. Rune and the group nodded. There was always a contingency plan in the works, in the event Kay was compromised. Edna never quite trusted her, and as far as she could tell, Eon also kept her at arm's length, even if he entertained a lot of her whims. Alright, we consider that the temples know what Kay knows. Which is, there's a group of us coming for the heroes. If they know we are coming, then we should strike with two forces. A smaller force to make it seem like we're attacking, and then a larger, actual force to capture the hero. One of the knights suggested. Good idea, but how? We can hire some bandits or mercenaries. If the intelligence systems are as good as what we've seen, they'll know we've hired them. I'll hire them, and it'll be the bait. Johann suggested. Together with 3 others. Edna paused. Fine. No. I suggest you split into pairs and hire 2 groups, and mount 2 separate attacks. Well, strike at the third attack. E to K. Please move to pick up 1. K frowned at the instruction. Pick up 1. Wasn't that one of the southern port cities? But she figured they must have had a plan. Acknowledged. The hero Alvin was supposedly living in a massive fortified palace in the city of Essenva, home to about 200,000 others, half of which were temple followers. The city also housed the branches of all 4 temples, and a large contingent of their force. Located in the largest island in the Northern Isles, and geographically in the center, it was one of the many fort cities, built when the temples realized they needed a show of strength a decade ago. The city was very heavily fortified, and yet, it was surprisingly easy to hire mercenaries and other kinds of instigators to trigger riots, simply because there were a lot of pent-up dissatisfaction built up over the decades, from food shortages, to bad behavior from the ruling authorities. The first riot was crushed brutally, but it did what it was meant to do. It relieved some of the tension in the air, and some of the forces seemed to think what they were predicted had come to pass. The second riot was a much smaller one, and pretty much fizzled out. They waited a month in between, and a month after the second riot. The hell? Why are they waiting so long? Kay was now in the southern port city. She was nervous, but no news was good news. Edna had disabled the communication crystal, a sign she wanted absolute radio silence, so Keith's news came from bards and news speakers. Have we spotted him? Edna asked as Rune returned from the scouting mission. Yes. We've finally managed to slip in and get one of the identifier crystals. He's alive and we've mapped out his routine for the past 2 weeks. He placed his notes on the table in their secret operation room, hidden in a magical space in the forests. Alvin was bedridden and seemed to be supported by a magical bed. The Valthorns considered his schedule in a portable, secret hideout made out of an ordinary tree deep in the nearby woods, courtesy of the court of the TreeTree. The intelligence forces have been sweeping the town for the past 2 months. They are still not letting up. Those intelligence forces came through the forest as well, but they couldn't locate that secret hideout. Edna frowned. They are more persistent than I expected, but no matter. This will be a matter well highlight for our next investigation. So far, none of them were caught. They were all too high-leveled and had enough equipment to evade most conventional weapons. But Keith's under surveillance by the intelligence. A few of the Valthorns were tasked to keep watch on Kay while the operation was underway, without her knowledge. They seemed to have reported her, but they are not taking any immediate action. Edna's frown didn't go away. Any risk that our extraction and escape will be interrupted. It was still a distance to travel from that port to the ships. But Kay could teleport, and that would allow her to get out. But teleportation jamming crystals are sufficiently common that most large cities have some lying around. Not sure. The intelligence forces are quite high leveled, we spotted one or two which we believe are around level 60s. If they have reinforcement, then we may have a problem. Level 60s was quite high. Eon preferred if killing of other high-leveled individuals be kept at the minimum, since every person alive is someone that could fight the demons. They were pretty much working on this with kids' gloves. Well, put this aside first. In terms of our course of action, the key question is then, are we going to make contact with the hero? Edna asked and everyone gulped uncomfortably. Eon wanted to kidnap the hero, whether he wanted to come or not. But if he resisted, it would make things difficult. That's only point one. Rune said. The bed must also be considered. I think it's some kind of healing or life support artifact. I think I need one more visit to confirm the artifact's effects, that our items can temporarily replace its function while moving the hero. Last thing they wanted was the hero to die if he was to leave the bed. Eon didn't want that. Not yet. Edna knew he wanted to look at the hero's curse. And for that, she had to capture him alive. She quickly sent a specialized encrypted message home. Will require healing once target is sent through teleport. Hero seems to rely on healing support. We could send the item across too. If we're sending the item too, well need channeling time, can we keep the hero still for 1 hour? Teleportation scaled with distance and size. Edna tapped the table, which is why, we must ask, do we want to ask the hero? Can't we just put him to sleep? We can try, but heroes are naturally immune to all kinds of regular ailments and lower tier spells and skills. We're not sure whether it will work, but if it does, good for us. Edna said. To what extent did the curse weaken the hero's power? Does it nullify immunities too? Didn't seem like a good bet. Rune noted it down. Alright, one last recon. As the level 125 ranger, he had enough stealth and camouflage abilities to walk through the gates, but the presence of the intelligence forces still made things a little tense. Someone around level 40 with the right mix of detection and scouting ability can still spot him. The last scouting mission was thankfully smooth. Alright. Good. Let's just confirm our plans. Our plan is twofold, and we must hit both at around the same time. Edna said. They had considered many ideas and plans over the past month of surveillance, so they had to firm up which version they went with. I'll lead 8 of us, together with our artifacts, to enter the hero's location, and capture him at this time. Rune and Johann will lead the rest to hit anti-teleportation crystals and disable them. Once disabled, well ping, and we will trigger the teleportation channeling. We are sending the hero with the bed, unless the resistance is too heavy. Everyone nodded. Alright, let's get into the tunnels. Using their special familiars, root tunnel ability, they've excavated tiny tunnels that led under the hero's compound, and also to the magic tower where the city's anti-teleportation crystals were held. Sadly, the tunnels only got them 3/4 there, as there were structures underground built by the builders. Reinforced stone and rock that prevented the root tunnel from going further. But at least they were in the compound. Rune and Johann's group started the first ping to indicate they started the assault. They were all in camo, and hit all the resistance with extremely powerful sleeping agents. It was pretty much a cakewalk at how quickly the resistance collapsed. They were too high level. Once they got up to the crystal's location, they pinged again. This was Edna's cue to launch their side of the operations. Similar to Rune and Johann, they hit most of the targets with strong sleep or paralysis agents, causing the regular guards and the temple's forces to collapse. It was also a relatively easy task, their high levels meant they outclassed the resistance. Then they reached the hero's compound. They found the hero already asleep, and Edna was the first to approach the hero, her protective abilities all active. The moment she touched him, she knew the condition was bad. He just looked alright, but something churned deep in him. She could feel it. But the touch triggered something else. An alarm. Someone had cast a touch alarm on the hero. Edna guessed that it must have been the intelligence. She made a mental note to check on who ran them. The temples were clearly not behind them. The alarm was city-wide. Rune instantly deactivated the anti-teleportation shield, and one of the high mages started the teleportation channel. "Who you?" Alvin woke up, groggy. Edna glanced at him. Her mind was on the defensive forces that streamed through the various buildings towards them. "We're here to take you to someone who can help you." But the temples said, "Only the gods can help me." "Well, we're taking you to a god." Edna and her team activated their magical items, which summoned massive walls around them. One of the druids then casted a wide area sleep poison spell. It soon sent most of the guards to sleep. Alvin frowned. Who? The sleep ability was effective on almost everyone. Almost everyone. At that moment, a dark shadow charged at them. The shadow's blades were active. Edna could feel that this shadow was someone who had probably reached high levels. Perhaps in the 80s. Edna smiled, and focused her domain's aura. It instantly caused the shadow to freeze and collapse, revealing a lean humanoid lady with strange beetle-like armor. Still, it wasn't enough, as the lady got up and charged, her body surrounded by a deep purple light. She activated a massive force shield that pushed back, and it was too big for the shadow to dodge. The shadow smashed into the force shield and was launched a few hundred feet away. The mage in the group said, 20 minutes. The sleep spell on the guards would knock them out till the next morning. Edna thought for a moment, and then turned to face the shadow. It was going to get up again. She then activated her court's vines and tentacles. It surged out and wrapped the shadow, injecting the sleep and paralysis directly into the strange lady's body. Yet, that was enough. As she collapsed, her eyes went wide as the vines that now wrapped her body. Eon. The moment she collapsed, one of her artifacts activated and she was teleported away. Edna was impressed. Wow. These intelligence forces are well prepared. Alvin was just surprised. Who are you guys? We've met. Edna smiled. Teleportation is activating. The mage said, and at that instant, Alvin and his bed vanished. Edna smiled, and went to the ping. Radio silence off. Let's get our ass out of here. K-team, please get our golem lady out safely. Knock the intel guys out if you have to. Dash. Back to Eons POV. Alvin arrived on time, and already my best biolabs and medical skills were ready and waiting. They sent him right into the Valley of the Unrodden. No, I even opened up the magical barriers and runic foundations just so that I can receive this particular teleportation. When he arrived, he glanced up and saw all the trees around him. Oh fuck, he said. Hello. I spoke. I believe we've never met, but Kay told me to help you. And you think he'll believe that, Eon? She's dead, and it's your fault. Alvin responded, surprisingly angry. And I thought it's his fault for not coming here. It's out of respect to Kay and her ideals that we didn't pursue a crusade. Really? My spirit vision told me that his energies were extremely conflicted. His spirit was like a bright light, but there was something that blocked those light out, so much that I saw only bits and pieces of stray light. No matter your views, I have been requested to assist you, and I will. I meant every word. But I'll also figure out how to disable heroes too. C-138 Tree uses heal, or not. Year 168, Part 2. You don't look in particularly good shape, for a hero. I mentally spoke to Alvin, and he was powerless to resist. I sensed the swirling chaos within his body and I am eager to see how it worked under the hood. First we start with comprehension, then, weaponization. And if I refuse? Alvin said. Well, you'd rather live like this, bedridden for the remainder of your days, than let me try to heal you. Alvin didn't reply. The next Demon King will come in 10 years or so, and when it comes, it will come for you, because you are the last surviving hero. And they will find you in this state, and kill you. And destroy the city around you too. The weakened hero clenched his fists. What do you even care? That offended me. Offended us. Have we not been fighting against the demons all these while? Have I not been resisting? What gave this hero the right to question that? Why? Just because I wasn't on the same side. I brought you because Kay asked me to help you. Because I happen to be one of the few people in the world that can even try to undo a demon king's curse, and you question me. I was tempted to just keep him in stasis. By bringing you here, we have pretty much drawn the next demon king to us. To me. Do you think I would do so if I didn't mean to heal you? You could have brought me here to kill me. I could. Honestly, I could. In fact, if I found out how the demon's poison or curse or whatever worked, I could be a dick to the world and not heal him. But that would mean more unnecessary destruction, and more people dying while we wait for the gods to summon the next batch of heroes. As much as I disliked Key's request, I still saw some merit in helping you. And we need you to fix the Locust problem that's causing food disruptions all over the world. And I am supposed to believe that you mean well for the world. I do. I meant it. I truly believe that this cycle is horrible. All the lives, all those forests, jungles, trees and habitats wiped out, just to serve as the playground for this game of gods. I've seen enough death to see this isn't the way to go, and from what I can tell, many other, earlier precursor civilizations have suffered a premature death. Hey, Alvin snorted. So, are you letting me help you or not? If I have to kill him, I will. With the levels I gained since the fight with the Demon King, maybe I could give him a run for his money. Still, the entire valley of the Unrotten is loaded with bombs. If he's going to start something crazy once I healed him, I would blow up the entire valley to take him down. Ill live, but I don't think he will. Fine. Dash. I made a giant attendant tree that's focused as a biolab to house Alvin's body, with all the best materials I could gather, and all the tools I may never need. I activated all my sensors, and then dived into his soul spring, to see what is the magical equivalent of an oil slick. Just like Mila long ago, there were these two large magical jugs in the sky that poured beautiful untainted, sparkly water into his soul spring, and the lake around it. This sparkly water was star mana, and then, I saw these strange spire-like structures that resembled the demon's homeworld. These emitted demonic mana in large quantities, and yet the star mana was still able to push back against the mana produced by these spires. What's really different was something that looked like a single red crystal located right on top of his own soul spring that was surrounded by a red flame. I activated my soul-related abilities to get a closer look, whether this was just another type of curse. The flames seemed to burn the star mana that got near it, and in doing so, created an entirely dry, parched area. Greater demon hybrid parasite spawn, nascent form. What in the fuck? I looked closer, and I saw, indeed, there seemed to be something resembling a. I am not sure what I am looking at. It's like a jellyfish, but incomplete. In fact, once I observed the way the flames interacted with the star mana, I believe that thing may be drinking the star mana. Dash. Alvin, I want you to tell me what the Demon King did to you. He was still groggy when I woke him from the biolab's bed. My vines and my own healing energies have taken over the role of his magical bed, and I could see he was healthier in most ways. But his skills and magic all remained off limits, so long as that parasite consumed all the mana that got anywhere near his soul spring. He sat up and told the story. Both of them fought the giant worm Demon King, and it went quite well. The temples provided some assistance, as they brought out old hero items to help provide cover fire and take out the mobs. They activated their powers, their star mana forms, and went all out. The Demon King caught one, but Hans managed to use his attacks at point-blank range to significantly weaken the Demon King before he was killed. He fought the Demon King to the end, but at the end, when he thought he won, there was a core in the middle. He thought it was going to explode, but instead, it just shot out the locusts to the entire area. In the middle was also this glowing blob of tiny red worms that attacked him. He thought he killed and destroyed most of them, but then he began losing his powers. Within a month he was significantly weakened, and he thought he was going to die, but then somehow the condition stabilized. Still, he needed support, and so the temple brought out the ancient hero item, the healing bed. Honestly, the bed itself resembled something that would be found in a hospital. It's clearly something made by a hero in memory of home. Those little red worms. I thought I got all of them. Alvin confessed. But I think some of them managed to get into my body. The spawn in his soul spring. How? Dash. I thought long and hard about this. There's a parasite in his body, and it's the thing that denies him access to his powers. It's like somebody rerouted the electricity away from the main computer, so the computer's unusable, but not necessarily spoilt. The thing was growing. It fed on his star mana. Honestly, a part of me was extremely curious of what happens if it matures. Does it burst out of his body? The red flames protected it, but I realized that the protection was insufficient. Not enough to deny me. I placed Alvin in my specialized soul forge, a setup I used to heal Stella of her void mana curses, and activated the various ley lines for the power I needed. The flames this parasite created were meant to consume star mana, and it was specifically tailored for it. It had pretty good protections, such that significant majority of healing or anti-poison or anti-parasite abilities could not get past those red flames. But not me. The flames bent and went out to the touch of my overwhelming mana. And my vines reached out, and then touched it. At that moment, a voice spoke back. Tree, we believe we are on the same side. I mentally froze, and Patrick quickly updated. No mental incursions, Master. It appears to be a telepathic message passed via the vines. Don't remove me. The spawn. Indeed, there really was nothing else but the crystal. What are you? I am the demon's bid to escape the clutches of our slavers. A weapon created to kill heroes, but at the same time, use the hero's powers to grow. Shit. I do not believe you. Certainly, you should not. How do you speak so well? The level of speech and sentence structure suggested something a lot more intelligent than what I initially remembered of the demons. We learn from the captured heroes. We learn from their memories, their thoughts. We leech off their minds, and pick the speech and language patterns. Even now, I tap into the hero's mind. You are a parasite. That I am. Then tell me why I should not remove you. Because I can help you fight the slavers. We know your kind is unaware of who we are. Who we serve. Then enlighten me. The ancient slavers, and the puppeteers, are but two large factions in eternal conflict over the multiverse. This world is one of the many gateway worlds at the edges between the realm of the slavers and the puppeteers. We, the so-called demons, are but a race of animals, or monsters, that the slavers have assimilated as their slaves of war. Our home worlds are helpless, the slaver's mind touches etched into our flesh, our souls stolen away and fused into the mass. Our leaders are forced to fight their wars, sent to your world as the demon kings. I wonder whether it's lying. But it's quite plausible. Then what are you? I am a secret project, a weapon designed by our kings, with a spark to regain control of our own destiny. I am getting some serious Xelnaga vibes here. No, Kerrigan. But to do so, I must grow and mature outside the eyes of the puppeteers and the slavers. I had a real sinking feeling. The demon kings believe we can have allies in this world. Those who can help us rebel against our slavers. We have seen strong natives across the multiverse, and we have attempted to seek their aid. I am to be made using the magic of the puppeteers, to wash away the corrupt stain of the slavers that seeks to hold on to my will. With true independence, and the knowledge I have, we can retake my homeworld. Is this for real? No. Don't demons always lie? But that's the belief, isn't it? I have not decided to help you or not, but I need to know everything. And I mean, everything damn thing. Certainly. Our kings believe letting the natives know the truth of the conflict will convert some to our cause. Convert to their cause. That choice of words seemed to sound like the demons attempting to incite people to believe them. Isn't this just a version of the demon cults I met a century ago? Start from the beginning. Who are the gods? The slavers and puppeteers are but a generation of mortals that gained apotheosis, perhaps a few million years ago. They come after three parents, the birth of the system time and the birth of the worlds, and the birth of souls, and rose to enslave them. They failed. How do you know this, and how do I know this is true? It is our ancient belief which we believe is true. O Lord, I am dealing with demonic religion. What do you want? We want to be freed of the slavers. What do the slavers and puppeteers want? I presume these are the gods. We do not know much. We know they seek to conquer the gateway worlds, and to do so we must defeat the puppets, and claim the native magic of the world. In worlds where we have conquered, the slavers consumed the natives and turned them into new slaves, to fight other battles. The native worlds were stripped of certain types of energies, and the rest was left for the new slaves to use. The slavers will change the natives, such that the natives become more warlike. How do you open the portals to our world? Where is your world? I do not know how to describe where my world is. It is just there. As for the portals, the slavers have unique individuals tasked with tuning the void gates. The void gates are tuned to residual energies of your world, but I know not of their operations. These are the powers of the slavers. Each of the demon worlds have agents of the slavers. Each of the demon worlds. There are more than one. How can I know you are not lying to me? There was a moment of silence, then it responded. So what if I am? Does it make what I say any less useful? I kept on with the Q&A session. How do you break free of the slavers' hold? Their hold is written in the flesh, and in the stones of the soul. What happens when you mature? The hero dies, and I emerge a matured creature, hatching from the body of the hero. Whoa, that's some alien shit. It was then that I felt my mana become slightly unstable. I decided to pull out, and disconnected my vines from that parasitic crystal. So, Alvin asked when he woke up. I am still trying. I felt like you almost touched it though. What is it? I don't know. I lied. Honestly, I had a choice. Do I save the hero, or do I keep the parasite? If what the parasite said is true, he could be useful. No, even just seeing it was sufficiently informative. It meant it's possible to create soul spring parasites. Creatures that existed in the soul spring, and that same soul spring can leech away the star mana. Could I make tree equivalents of such parasitic creatures? I believe it's not impossible. There are parasitic trees in the world. Huh, so the great tree isn't so great after all. So much for being the god of the central continent. Alvin snorted. Thankfully I am a tree, and the insult didn't bother me. I contemplated the issue. Whether to assist Alvin, or to let the parasite remain within the body of the hero. The hero's a pain in the ass, but he's hostile. On the other hand, what could the demon do for me? Should I use it as a source of information and just extract what I can, then save the hero anyway? At what point does the demon mature? I will mature in another 3 years. I felt a strange unsettling feeling. Tell me more. Why do you come to our world like clockwork? Every 10 years. Is it that frequent? It may be those gathered from the other enslaved worlds. The slavers occasionally only require the kings to serve as the leader of the assault, to stabilize both the interworld portal and to spread the slavers' energies. What are the heroes, and why do the gods need them? We have captured a few in the past, and we can read minds. The puppeteers summoned heroes from the same few places, and we met their kind in the other worlds too. But why? We are not privy to the thoughts of the puppeteers. We only know that their magic is well suited against the etchings of the slavers on our reforged flesh. Fucking shit. I mean, I knew from the Zerodans that there are other worlds and they face demons there. How do you plan to strike back against the slavers? You said you needed help. What is the strategy? In our homeworld, the slavers maintain 10 large crystalline spires, which store the souls of our people, prisons. The kings are those chosen from the imprisoned souls, a promise by the slavers to free some of us for every puppeteer we slay. There are similar spires in the other enslaved worlds. I paused at the idea of these controlled spires. The kings are suspicious of the slavers, but given our circumstances, we have no choice but to obey. The slavers etched strong curses and rules into the flesh of the kings, so we are bound by their will. Where are the slavers? We do not know. We believe they have ascended to a higher folded plane where they can reach multiple worlds at once, rather than have their powers limited by the constraints of space and time. Their servants walk in the enslaved worlds, their appointed commissioners. There's so many things that don't make sense. If there are these puppeteers that manipulate this game, why do they need to import heroes from Earth? Why? Do you know of Earth? Yes. One of the few home worlds of the puppets. Why? Why them? There are other worlds. We do not know why. We have attempted to reach that world, but our powers fail. It seemed that these home worlds are behind some kind of one-way barrier. This meant Stella's plan to reach home may fail. Back to the crystal spires. Will destroying them free the world from the slavers' rule? Most likely. We believe it will weaken it, at least. The spires are extensions of the slavers, destroying them should weaken their hold on our homeworld. And you will stop invading our world. You would have to free all the enslaved worlds for that to happen, and there are perhaps hundreds. This is useful. This meant that hiding the world from the view of the gods and demons may be a more realistic option. Wait. That day you spoke of the portals. What residual energies do you speak of? In your world, there are remnant energies of the slavers. These act as beacons for the gates to find your world. As it is, your world has a mix of energies, both the slavers and the puppeteers. Where? We do not know. But we know we leave more of the slavers' energies in your world after each invasion. Perhaps in the bodies of the kings. Alright. Damned demolite is bad. This just confirms it. I'll have to destroy all the demolite. Know if there are residual slaver energies, I should gather them and see whether I can absorb them for myself. If these are remnant energies of the gods of these demons, it should be worth something. You've been trying so many times and nothing. Alvin snorted. I am getting annoyed with this. Just kill me and be done with it. I am very tempted to. I responded. Edna, Kay and the others finally returned from the Northern Isles, and Kay walked through the door. Alvin sat on the biolab. Hi Alvin. Kay said, her body that of a golem. Who are you? I am Kay. You asshole. He's dead. Well, let's just say I didn't really die. I got blown up by the Demon King, but somehow Eon managed to salvage a big chunk of my soul and placed me into this body. He's explanation was quite on point. Alvin stared at the golem. What? You don't believe me? No. Alvin shook his head. Wait. How? I explained it already. Weren't you listening? I mean. Yes. No. I mean, how? Kay facepalmed. You're an idiot. I swore I saw the notification said you died. Alvin shook his head. I lost all of my hero classes and all of my levels, which the system somehow interpreted as me dying. I believe Eon described it as having the entire house blown off. Why didn't you try to contact us? Alvin said. What for? Would you believe me? Alvin thought about it for a moment. True. Kay then turned to me. Eon, how's his condition? Should I lie? I decided maybe it's not worth it to lie. There's a parasite inside him. A demonic parasite that's eating up all of his mana and most of his vitality. I am still thinking about how to remove it. It's complicated. Kay nodded. Alvin's face was one of abject horror. You didn't tell me that. I wanted to tell Kay first. Edna then walked into the biolab. Her energy and presence easily filled the room. Kay looked at Edna a little surprised. You've changed since I last saw you, Lady Edna. You've crossed the line. Edna gave a little nod. Just barely. So, how's your patient? There's a parasite in him. I see. That explains a lot. Edna could sense magical energies of those around her, so she was quite surprised by how empty he felt. It's one of the consequences of the domain. So, what's our next step? We wait for Eon to heal him. The parasite's a little bit tricky. Later on, I pulled Edna and a few of the senior Valthorns for a private meeting, where I briefed them on what I learned from the parasite. The conundrum is essentially, do we save the hero, or do we keep the parasite for its knowledge? Why not both, really? One of the higher level druids, a dude called Caius, asked. Perhaps, if it is a parasite, we could transplant it to a suitable host. It needs star mana to grow, if what it says is true. And if it chooses to resist us on maturity, it may be a handful to deal with. Lumu hushed it. We have Eon and Edna to deal with it. Lumu wasn't too far off from the level 150 either. Now that Edna's back, they could resume their dungeon exploration. Transplanting the parasite could be an idea. I also wondered whether I wanted to draw on its demonic energy. Perhaps it could give me the breakthrough I need to truly understand and master demonic mana. I also wonder whether I could convert it the same way I did with demon walkers. Does it have a soul? Or perhaps, it has. Yes. The kings managed to free a part of our souls, and spread it into the worms. The slavers still have a hold over my soul, but with each day, the consumed star mana eats away at their bindings. When I mature, I will be free. There was something about it that just didn't sit right. Was it instinct? C-139 The Clarity of Space. Year 169. I believe the knowledge of the demons will help us significantly more in the long run, at least, more than saving the hero. Of course, these are not mutually exclusive choices, so I am left with trying to extract the parasite, and providing it with a suitable environment to continue its growth. We should tell them, Edna said. I think a bit of transparency will help. I stewed on the decision for days. And then I decided to go with Edna's idea. I think I have natural hermit tendencies, which have not always served me well. Perhaps Edna's willingness for transparency would result in a better outcome. You have a parasite. It was a fact. Yes, I know. Alvin rolled his eyes like he heard this a million times. Kay stood next to her friend. They were still friends, somehow, despite all the shit that happened between them. The parasite, I believe it has a mind, and it talks to me every time I touch it. As a result, I've been really careful when dealing with it. Both Kay and Alvin stared at each other, their jaws a little wide. I dropped a bomb. Kay immediately asked, is this why it's taking so long? Well, yes, I answered. His golem face looked like one of betrayal. Eon. Now, I am telling you this because I still intend to heal Alvin. Then, spill it. What's really causing the delay? Alvin accused. I am hoping to extract it without killing it. This parasite may well hold the answer for how to open a gate to the demon world, and take the battle to their world. I admitted it honestly. I am sick of letting this world be the playground of the gods, where they just stomp through and destroy everything. It's time to take the battle to their world. That's why I am dealing with this carefully. This is my life you are talking about. Alvin accused, and I vaguely sensed some divine energies at work, as if it just glossed over what I said. I am not some experiment you can play with to win some bigger game. Kay was more understanding. Eon, dealing with a demon parasite doesn't sound like a good idea. I highly doubt whatever a demon parasite says is trustworthy. It's a demon, right, and in my world, demons only offer bad deals. Well, yeah, that's true. It's entirely possible that this parasite is lying to me and telling me crap. I reviewed what it said so far, and clearly none of it betrayed its true intentions. The parasite always spoke of taking the battle back against the slavers, but we, the natives, are just expendable. That was the sense I got after I reviewed my conversation with it. After some thinking, I concluded I want sacrifice the hero to save this parasite. Yes, I agree that saving the hero is just repeating more of what has passed, but the demon's trustworthiness is severely in doubt. At best, I should aim for an outcome where both survive. Yes, I am aware of that, but I am hoping for a mutually beneficial outcome. Alvin's life comes first, and I will not hesitate to destroy the parasite. I spoke to both of them. But this is a rare opportunity to interrogate and understand the demons, and use their knowledge against them. Kay was deep in thought, her thoughts unmarred by any attempted divine influence. Fine. But I want to be informed every step of the way. Alvin may not be able to think with the presence of the parasite in him. Alvin snorted. Hey, I am still here. The parasite may influence you as it gets stronger. Kay responded. It's pretty much the equivalent of a demonic possession. As you know, you can't trust the words of someone you are about to exorcise. Alvin was horrified at the idea. Get it out. Now. Unless death is certain. Not yet. Not until we get more out of the parasite. I responded. Kay nodded. I want to know what his condition is at all times, and would it be possible to quantify the parasite's state? I am afraid your attempts to extract the parasite may accelerate that thing's maturity. That is a good point, but how do I? Wait. How about this? Every time I try to do something, you enter the biolab. In my dream sleep state I can project what I see to you directly. This was essentially using Patrick's mind attack abilities and memory injection abilities to bridge visions. Kay paused. Alvin shook his head. That makes both of us vulnerable. Kay thought. Possible for you to project what you see, and what's actually happening to Alvin's body physically. In the dream state. Yes. Alright. Alvin shook his head like this was the worst idea ever. Meanwhile, how have you been, Arlissa? Lofen tapped her head. They met up in Lofen's home in one of the giant attendant trees in Freshka. I am alright, grandmother. Have you seen Mom around? Arlissa sat in a rattan chair. There was a pot of tea on the table. Yes, she's busy with your brother, and that golem girl. Lofen nodded. Have you forgot to speak to her recently? Kinda. Arlissa shrugged. Now what have you done? Lofen sipped her fruit tea. Her role in the Valthorns have gradually reduced in the past few years, the social work she once championed gradually taken over by the priests, and senior Valthorns that sought out less combat-oriented roles. Still, she continued to work in the local social services. Nothing. Their eyes met, and Arlissa turned her head away. Well, okay. Tell me about your adventures. I hear from the initiates that you've been really active on the whole dungeon stuff. Arlissa breathed a sigh of relief as her grandmother allowed her to change the subject. Oh, it's tough. Well, she was gifted, and finally she found some use for her natural talents for stealth, sneaking and tracking. But unlike Lausanne where her skills are augmented by a court-level familiar, Arlissa only received an ordinary familiar, and her combat experience paled to Lausanne. Furthermore, she went on her adventures quite a distance from Freshka, where my power leveling and experience-related boosts are weaker. It's tough, and she's in the mid-level 50s. The fact that she had to apply for the regular adventurer slots along with her team, also meant she couldn't do it as frequently. Still, she had fun. Her companions seemed like decent people, a few lizard people, a centaur and a gnoll. She also didn't get to fight the hybrid demons in the Rotted Lands, as that task is usually reserved for the local militia, or the nearest Valthorn keeps. Lofen just smiled at her explanations and her adventures. That's good. I am happy for you. Arlissa shifted uncomfortably. Really? Do you think Mom's disappointed? Are you disappointed, Granny? Lofen thought about it for a moment and sighed. Your mom, I think she doesn't know what to do with you. Maybe she had an idea, a hope that you'd be this exemplary individual, no matter what you chose. She was willing to accept whatever you would be, as long as she saw that you worked hard at it. I think she wasn't prepared to see you just do nothing. Arlissa sighed. I knew it. You feel that there's a lot of expectations on you, don't you? Arlissa nodded. She was a little bit sad to hear that her mom was disappointed in her. That's normal. Parents and their children are meant to be different. Lofen tapped Arlissa on the shoulder. It's part of growth. It doesn't feel like growth though. Lofen just smiled and switched the topic. One day, it'll all make sense. Let's not talk about such bitter stuff. Your brother's cute. Yeah, Arlissa shifted awkwardly. It's weird that he's my brother. Lofen laughed. That happens with us elves, since we have such long lives that siblings can be entire generations apart. But in a few decades, it'll be fine. Arlissa rolled her eyes. A lot can happen in a few decades. Exactly. What's the point of extracting the demon parasite? I considered that the purpose of saving the parasite is to have access to its repository of knowledge. As such, perhaps even if I did save it, I should not let it ever attain its maturity. In fact, if what I want is its knowledge, whether it remains a demon or not doesn't matter. Kay had a point. That the demon was likely to lie. It had every incentive to, as I have its life in my metaphorical hands, so it would say anything and everything for me to keep it that way. Yet, I am so starved of information on the mechanics of what's happening in the background, that I know I can't let go of this opportunity. I thought about it and concluded that I needed to unmake the demon parasite. Perhaps, in the same way with the demon walker, I needed to inject and overwhelm it with my mana such that it would become one of mine. I soon discussed the idea with Edna and my senior Valthorns, and then, brought the idea to Kay. So, wait, you plan to flood Alvin's body with your mana, such that your mana overwrites its own mana. You can do that. Kay was quite shocked by the idea. I didn't know it's possible to take over a person by flooding it with mana. I have never tested this ability on a person, only mindless demons thus far. I had to first check whether the parasite had any mana in the first place. My checking soon revealed the answer to be yes. It has its own demonic mana, but it's different. It's a mix of demonic mana and star mana. Could my mana overwhelm it? I don't know. I have never really been able to prove how natural mana overwhelming worked anyway. My understanding had been that my mana would take the place of the blood that ran through the demonic flesh, and in doing so freeing the body from the control of the demons. Would it work if it has a soul? No. As I studied it a little more, the parasite doesn't have a soul. A soul should not be able to exist within the soul spring of another soul. It's therefore more of an intelligent homunculus. What would happen if my mana enters the parasite? The parasite has some mana consumption ability, as demonstrated by its ability to consume star mana. What if I unintentionally sped up its development? Wouldn't I indirectly kill Alvin that way? Still, if I wanted to save it, then converting it to a non-demonic form would be the only way I can trust its words. As it is, even if what it said is true, I could not trust it to take any action. If these knowledge is not actionable, what was the point? Edna, Lumu and a few of the high-leveled Valthorns were present, just in case things went bad. My hope was Edna would step in and fight anything that occurred. I also had the entire area rigged with bombs if the parasite was significantly stronger than expected. We prepared multiple biolab pods, all ready for the attempted mana flood. The idea was, flood Alvin's body with my mana, and by extension, flood the parasite with my mana, and see whether it worked to weaken or convert it. If it goes bad, well, stop. If it does go terribly, well, use my soul realm powers to forcefully extract the parasite from his soul. If the conversion is successful, I'd have insights into how it ate star mana, which hopefully I can then recreate the effect. After that, is figuring out how to effectively weaponize it as an anti-hero weapon, though this part is left unsaid. I ensured all my potato batteries throughout the continent were fully charged, just in case I needed them. If this was a hybrid, I just had StarCraft flashbacks that this was gonna be a lot more difficult. So, what if it doesn't work? I'll destroy it. What if you can't? I believe I can. From my vines touching it, I was rather sure I could hurt it. I just wasn't sure how it would respond to a flood of my mana. Kay looked at Alvin. You think Eon should have a go at it? Alvin just meh. He was bitter ever since he came here, even if Kay did her best to cheer him up. The fact that her golem could shapeshift meant she could even make herself look like the old Kay. Kay paused and thought. So, if we wait, you'll die. Are there alternative healers you know of? Alvin shook his head. Short of a divine miracle. I figured. Kay sighed. Demonic curses are not so easily removed. So, we have to. I went in for one last probing check. I touched the parasite crystal, and I could see it growing bit by bit. Its flames attempted to burn my vines, but I was protected. Traitor. That was rich coming from a parasite. You told me you can't be trusted. I am merely acting on your words and performing the necessary due diligence. We told you much more than that. Why do you wish to serve the slavers and the puppeteers? If I manage to convert it, then we could have an honest conversation. But as it is, there was sufficient grounds for a healthy dose of skepticism. Was it goading me? In any case, I avoided the question and asked one of my own. What happens when I flood you with my mana? We don't know. But we will resist you. Why don't you leave his body? No. Puppeteer's mana is key. I believe the hero is innocent. If you leave his body, and he continues to supply you star mana, will you do it? It didn't reply, but the silence was sufficient to seal the deal. I hope to win you over to my side with my mana. Turn you into one of mine. I can supply you with star mana should you take this option. It seems the kings have to reconsider their plans. The natives are fools. The natives are also just slavers. That kinda stung. Your nature requires the death of the hero. I offer you an option to leave without killing it, and still retain your access to star mana. And now you claim I seek to enslave you. It didn't respond. We will have the blood and mana of the puppeteers. This was when I knew it had to die. So, Kay asked, nervous, like family members asking the doctors for status updates. Let's do it. I thought about it. I wanted it out, where I can study it in great detail. As it is, embedded within the hero's body, my ability to dissect the parasite's abilities were not great. I believe the star mana it consumed also fed it, and gave it the strength to resist my attempts to probe further. Everything was ready. Alvin slept in my soul forge. I called on the mana from all the nearby sources, and extended my vines into his soul. The parasite's flames flared, huge, and yet, it did nothing to my vines. My vines, multiple of them appeared from the great beyond and into Alvin's realm. The vines latched onto the growing crystal. 1, 2, 3. Eventually there were hundreds of vines that touched the parasite. We will not be defeated. We are legion. Oh great. Parasite makes jokes. We will destroy you. My vines glowed from all the mana that passed through. The entire valley was suddenly thick with mana. Anyone with some magical sense could feel the huge pulse of mana that now pulled towards the valley. My artificial minds helped to stabilize the mana, and assisted with all the calculations. I tapped on their computational power to help manage the thing. The crystal throbbed. It shook. We will resist. The crystal glowed, and flesh emerged. It lashed out and fought with my vines. The flesh released shockwaves, and instantly Alvin was in pain. He's in pain. Get it out. Kay spoke whilst connected to me via Patrick's mind projection. The crystal was soon surrounded by a strange flesh-like substance, a muscular object covered with thick purple goo. The flesh then formed appendages, tentacles that lashed out at all of my vines. The star mana around the soul spring swirled, and his soul spring shook from the ripples and waves. It made Alvin tremble. The parasite seemed to be able to partially form a body in this form, and that was fascinating to me. Even as it attempted to swat away all of my vines. It wasn't doing a very good job. It was surprisingly weak in this aspect. My vines managed to keep a hold on it, and it seemed to realize that it was losing this battle, so very abruptly, all the flesh just shrunk and retreated back into the crystal, and then its flames emerged again. It drained the star mana that poured out of the floating vases in Alvin's soul realm. It glowed, and I had a bad feeling. Kay seemed to sense it too. No. Take it out. Now. My vines immediately wrapped around it, and I activated my Soul Forge's gateway to transfer it out of the soul realm. The crystal's tremors clashed with the energies of my soul forge, and it felt like I was trying to pull something massive out of a tiny hole. It glowed even more. The glow seemed to release a kind of wave that caused the soul spring to shake constantly. My standby sensor array was abuzz with readings. I pulled more mana from the surrounding environment. Perhaps I was too early. At a later stage, perhaps it would put up more of a resistance. Get ready. I signaled Edna and the team to prepare for combat. Once the crystal is out, who knows what it would transform itself into. It was yanked out, and the crystal exploded into a fleshy tentacle monster. Edna had been waiting for this moment. She had Locust abilities all charged up, and in an instant, a rain of magically empowered spears skewered the parasite from all directions. It splattered, and the single red crystal in the middle crumbled. Edna wasn't holding back. Edna paused. Was that it? The parasite was destroyed. We checked the surroundings, and at the same time I also looked back at Alvin. His condition rapidly stabilized, as his parasite no longer hindered the flow of star mana to his soul spring. Still, the shock of having the parasite pulled out of his soul realm meant he was unconscious. Edna double-tapped the remains, stabbing each small piece with her spears. That was anticlimactic. I expected a harder fight. Patrick quickly reviewed the data. Its energies were unstable and it seemed that the forced extraction weakened it significantly. I see. It made sense. Things were not made to survive such shifts. Not when it's not ready. The only thing left was the crumbled remains of the red crystal. My vines quickly gathered it up and placed it in my lab for studies. At that moment, I felt a sensation pass through me. Memories written in crystal form. It wasn't hard for me to piece it together. Patrick's super-fast cognitive abilities quickly helped reconnect the data across all the crumbled crystals. It started from where I was, and then suddenly it zoomed out. A large circular world, this world. Then, it shifted, as if a filter was applied. There were tendrils that stretched out from the world, out into the nothingness. There were easily 6 of them, maybe more. Some fainter than the others. I felt like something was spinning in my mind. Patrick and a few of my other artificial minds stepped in to help me untangle the strange messages from the crystals. Then, another filter was applied. I could follow those tendrils now, and soon, I was looking at some kind of map. A star map. The tendrils were the paths the demons followed. If I am right, these other places were the sources of the demon invasions. Of all of them, one of the tendrils seemed to be a little bit brighter and clearer. Error. Error. Astral domain not available. Incompatible domain detected. Skill downgraded. Skill obtained. Memories of the Starways. Skill obtained. Sensitivity to the astral forces. Special tree type unlocked. Astral monitor. Unlocks live monitoring of the Starways. I paused and I considered my options again. I gathered my senior Valthorns a few days after the incident, to plot our next move. I believe I have received a skill that allows me to see the arrival of the demons. I will need to wait till the next Demon King to prove it. More importantly, my sudden sensitivity to the astral forces immediately made me focus on the demolite. I could now see a faint, wispy gas that seemed to float out of them. The demolites facilitated the Starways. The demons used the Starways to invade. If so, destroying the demolites will help. No, with my ability to view these astral forces, I should hunt down the demolites wherever they are. I also explained this new reality to them. Then we must hunt down the demolite and destroy them. No, if these things are the key to creating the rifts, then we may use it for our counterattack. Eons said there were at least 6 other tendrils, that meant there's constantly at least 6 other worlds out there. I wasn't sure about the tendrils, whether they linked somewhere or not. Or what's on the other side. I wasn't even sure whether it's a good idea to immediately destroy the demolite. We'll have to see what we can do. In any case, let's gather them up. C-140 Ultimate Power. Year 170. Within months a huge pile of demolites sat in my valley, and with my newfound vision of these wispy energies, I saw them glow. These were tendrils that reached out into the beyond, and on the other side, are the demon worlds. These demolites are essentially both markers, and also ports. We should destroy them, Edna said. Those who support the use of airships will resist. Ah yes. Damned airships. Many of them grounded or unable to fly over the decades as demolite turned rare. Still, there are places where they exist and are still in use. The merit of delaying the Demon King should exceed that. What evidence do we have to prove that, other than Eon's knowledge? Surely Eon's words hold sway here, but in the other continents, they would rather retain the advantages of having functional airships than supporting some vague goal of delaying the Demon King. We don't even know if destroying it will cause these links to disappear. That argument has merit. We can't test it, and we can't exactly be sure whether the links rely on the demolite, or merely augmented by it. The first thing we tested was Stella's void mana. I suppose it's a bit oxymoronish that her name, which meant star, ended up with void instead of star mana. Oh well, life's like that. Stella stood and held a big chunk of demolite, an empty demolite, before her, and channeled her void mana in. As expected, the demolite, being the battery pack that it was designed to be, eagerly absorbed the void mana. What I wanted her to do was sense where the mana was flowing. Was there leakage? Did some of that leak into these space tethers? She closed her eyes, and I used Patrick's mind-reading abilities to sense what she was feeling. At first, it was just the crystal itself. Nothing much there. I prodded her to keep cycling the void mana, and also look for exits. Nothing. At first. Then suddenly, she felt it. A bit of it slipped into those once invisible strands, and in my eyes, I saw for a moment like a pulse. She focused her eyes, and now that she knew what she was looking for, she pulled more of her void mana swirling within the demolite, and then pushed it towards that area. To my astral visions, I saw the once wispy lines turn solid. She saw something, as if someone was looking through a tiny peephole. Then her void mana ran out. I swear I saw light. Stella said, exasperated. It's like the sky. I thought I saw the sky. The peephole was too small. One could not see the vastness of the other world when one's vision is so small. Alvin was cured, and within a month his strength returned. Kay was thankful, and Alvin was just glad that he no longer needed to be bound to the magical bed. I really cannot believe there was such a thing inside me. I mean, I felt like my strength was consistently fading, no matter what I did, but, wow. He was a lot less aggressive now that I fulfilled my promise to heal him. Kay sat next to him. You're gonna go bonk your church nuns after this. Alvin laughed. They're really sweet, you know. And hot too. Kay slapped him on the shoulder. Seriously, That's because you're the hero. You think they'll give you the time of day if you were just anyone else. Alvin sighed. I know. That's why I am taking advantage of it. I know they don't really love me, but who cares, right? The gods promised us a happy ending, so I am having it. At least I get to satisfy my urges and fulfill all those dreams I had when I was a young horny bastard of a kid. You're being an ass. I am not. Yes, you are. Tell me, why didn't you come and help me when I sent word that the Demon King is coming? We didn't know you would fight it so quickly. Oh, come on, don't lie. Kay said. Though, I suppose thanks to that, I am a living golem that's biologically immortal. So I have to thank you for that. Speaking of which, are you still you? Alvin actually asked. You know the whole ship of Theseus thing. Are you still you if you're made of fragments of you? I don't think about that shit. I ain't smart like that. If you think I am me, then that's good enough. I think I am still me, and as far as I care, that's all that matters. Alvin thought about it. True. Now don't change the subject. What were you doing back then when the Demon King arrived? Look, I know the temple's not been very transparent with information with me, but they are good people. They try to do what they think is best for the world, even if it's a bit messed up. So, when I got the message and I spoke to the temples about it, they said I still have a lot of time, since heroes don't immediately engage the Demon King once it arrives. That's how it always was. I didn't know that you found a way to check where the Demon King is arriving and you rigged the whole area to blow. That's Eon's role. I mean, yes. How? Eon's secret. Secrets means there is something to hide. We're the heroes, why should they hide it from us? A tree has some secrets, and I suggest you live with it. Kay responded. I think that he managed to heal you as sufficient merit to earn that level of trust. Alvin sighed. Look, the temples told me weird shit that's been happening in the central continent. They are saying that Eons have the ability to manipulate dungeons and stuff. Real playing both sides shit. Are you aware of that? You think Eon's playing both sides? Well, yeah. Why then does his powers allow it to control dungeons, supposedly powered by the same energy source as the demons? Have you verified that dungeons are powered by the same source? Have you even seen him do it? You didn't, right? It's just things the temple is saying. The temples got it from their oracles, who supposedly can tap into the system to, harvest information. I thought oracles speak to their gods. And seriously, why do you trust the oracles either? Well, she's kinda cute and all. You slept with the oracle. Yeah. Alvin's face blushed. She was telling me all this stuff while we're in bed. It's kinda sexy to be honest. Kay facepalmed. Dude. That's too much info. Oh come on, don't be a prude, Kay. We're not kids anymore. We've lived in this world for decades now. I swear I'll regret it if I don't live the life I want, now that I have the chance to do it. Men. Kay rolled her eyes. You know what's your problem, Kay? No one even dares to approach you. Not with that scary aura of yours. You're lecturing me now. Enough. Let's stop this conversation. Alvin's face straightened. Yeah, I mean, I think Eon's playing both sides. At least, the temples suspect that he has some dabblings with the demons. The fact that he wanted to even keep the parasite tells you enough that he has other goals in mind. And what might that be? I don't know, maybe it wants the Demon King's powers for itself. I'll tell you what I know. Eon is a god in the making. It's going to be a true god one day. All this playing on both sides, as far as I can tell, is Eon testing the limits of its powers, on how far its powers work on us, and them. Alvin stared right at Kay. And that excuses it exploring the demonic powers. I've been here for some time, and yes, I can tell his presence persists even in the rotted lands, but it has been for the greater good. It is willing to sacrifice hundreds, no, tens of thousands if it achieves a greater goal of permanently ending the disaster that is the Demon King. Is that what Eon wants to do? Are you sure, Kay? From what I see, or to the rest of the temples, Eon's actions so far are more of that of a god emperor. It's attempting to dominate the entire world to its cause, and wouldn't let either demons or heroes get in its way. First it started with an area, now it conquered the central continent. It will eventually want to rule the world, Kay. There is no room for sharing with the other 4 temples in its structure. The temples started the Crusades. Some say it's Eon who first chased out the priests. The temples will not accept an arrangement less than equals. The temples have no right to demand equality, not with a god. Kay responded. And this is why the temples and Eon will fight. Alvin said. They don't see a future of coexistence. Can coexistence happen when they've fought crusades? You must remember that the temples forced Eon to conquer the continent. The temples see it as a convenient excuse. Kay sat. This conflict's too deep to untangle, isn't it? Alvin nodded. Yep. The temples, once used to the existing status quo, now have to contend with a rising global power with a supposed god at its helm. Conflict is inevitable. World wars have occurred for less. I'm pretty sure they know where I am. They have a tracking spell on me anyway. Tracking spell. Kay wasn't sure about such things. But I have anti-magic formations and shields around the entire Freshka area. I believe they should still work to prevent him from being detected. I think they should. I didn't detect any magical incursions, yet. Yeah, and now I get to walk free. They'll know I've been here. What if we offer a peace offering? That we return you back to the capital secretly, and let the temples claim the right to say they've healed you? Kay asked. I mean, I really don't want this thing to start a war between the continents again. There's been enough of this shit. Alvin nodded. Could work. Dash. While the heroes chatted, Edna and Lumu returned to their subterranean dungeon hunting. Something they observed recently was that the frequency of spawns from the level 130 and level 120 dungeons were getting slower. It's as if it was getting exhausted. So, as I zoomed in my senses on the ley lines around the area, I noted that the energies were weakening. It seemed that these magical ley lines can support lower tier dungeons easily, but high level dungeons seem to exhaust the ley lines more than it can naturally restore itself. I would have to repeat the act of tweaking ley lines more often, in order to keep their growth up. Still, Lumu was really close to it. What do you think he'll get? Lumu asked Edna as a joke, as they took a break outside the underground dungeon. A small town was built many years ago, the area filled with magical lighting to make it feel normal. He no longer looked like the really old man that he once was. Now, he resembled a really fit and healthy mid-40s man. I have no idea. Edna shrugged. Eons said the domains are specific to you. Based on your class, and your history. Lumu thought about it. I was just level 85 just 15 years ago. If it's based on my history, I'd be a beggar, or perhaps a thief. Lumu was a migrant, who soon found himself tangled in the Valthorns many years ago, and over time, gradually moved up the ranks. I quickly power leveled Lumu by letting him consume a huge amount of level seeds, so that he hit level 125. Humanoid classes merged once they hit somewhere around level 100 to 125, well, except for Hero. That class refused mergers, at least to my knowledge. I recall Jura had an event when he hit level 100 and his lesser classes just merged into his main class. Or was it just a fade away? Anyway, let's just get that final level and find out, shall we? Lumu stood, and Edna joined him in another attempt at the level 130 dungeon. Dash. It took 6 months of fighting the dungeon, though almost 5 months of it was mostly waiting for the dungeon's energies to respawn and open up for invaders. Finally, Lumu did it. In a flash, he leveled up, and that moment, he somehow sucked up the dungeon's energies and it crumbled. The squad quickly fled the crumbling dungeon, and back to the underground town. The tunnels were unharmed. After they checked that everyone was fine, they regrouped, and Edna asked. I felt a pulse. Before we could ask Lumu what his choices were, I felt a surge pass through my entire network of routes, and then, everywhere. Lumu has elected to be a subdomain of Eon. Strength of all Eon's domain abilities strengthened. Strength of all Eonic classes enhanced. Strength of all Eonic familiars enhanced. Lumu has gained the ability, Avatar of Eon. Lumu's soul has now been eternally bound to you. You have gained the ability to see through Lumu's eyes and share in his senses. You may communicate with Lumu anywhere in the world. I suddenly felt dirty. Lumu. I said, I mean, why? Did you have other choices? Yes, he said. But I knew for a long time that my choice would be to empower the one who changed the world. So, those choices do not matter. Not yet. At that moment, I felt guilty. Like maybe I should have been a lot more trusting. Thank you. If Edna is your shield, then I shall be your voice and your fist. He said. Dash. Now Lumu was also level 150, and he gained a vast array of druid-like abilities courtesy of the Avatar ability. It was time to help the rest get to that level. I'd have to spend some time subtly guiding the ley lines. Dash. Meanwhile, our attempts to dig underground throughout the continent yielded lesser cities. There were many other buried cities we discovered that were not as lucky or well equipped as the Margmarian dwarves. There were a few interesting finds, like ancient weapons, magical formations, but most of them were just not as pristine as those found in the Margmarian city. Perhaps there would be more on the other side. Dash. Greater than indeed. If you know it, the temples know it. Less than. Dash. Alvin left and returned to the Northern Isles. With his powers returned, he has a locust problem to solve. Already the last 2 years had been exceptionally annoying in terms of food security, since these damned pests were really persistent and their numbers were high. Kay didn't go with him. I am surprised you chose to stay when you two seem to have gotten closer. Nah, if I spend too much time around him I'll hate him again. That's just how it is. Kay shrugged. Besides, I need to help Stella with her void mana stuff. What you found out was really cool. I am still waiting for that Zeratin to return. Lily's has sent word, but it seems it will be some time.
Before that turtle even comes back. Stella's void mana control, and also amount was insufficient to open a large portal across the worlds, and she also made an interesting observation. Some paths were easier than others, and over time, she said, she was pretty sure each of them was getting stronger. In fact, one of them was significantly easier than the rest. Why? Why were some paths easier?
C-141. Nutty Friends. Year 171. It was strange to see and feel through Lumu once more. Your eyes are glowing, Edna said. That's because Eon is here. Ah, Edna laughed. So do your eyes glow every time he is there? I think so. The way it works is that there's 2 states to the avatar. In the off state, I can only feel, hear and see through him, but I cannot control him. In the on state, he became the vessel of my power, and it was like my entire presence was there. To have humanoid sensations again was really rather awkward. These feelings were so familiar. This very act meant Lumu could speak to me mentally, and I had access to his mind, should he choose to reveal it to me. All in, it was strange. I consider this progress. Lumu said. Consider how useless I was during the battle with the Demon King. This means I can be of some use. Sorry, I mean, Eon can be of some use. Lumu laughed as he joked about it. Though he looked younger, his jokes were still very old. Edna merely shrugged. Good point. The avatar, combined with my existing court of the TreeTree essentially meant I could participate in any battle relatively risk-free. In short, Lumu's decision to elect himself as my subdomain pretty much solved one of the key problems I faced. Projecting force at a distance. In fact, I'd be keen to test whether this avatar even works across worlds. My view is, it should. It goes through the system. The system is this ever-present thing that transcends all. Dash. Through the avatar, there were many things that I saw for the first time. The insides of my dungeons. How Freshka looked through the eyes of a local. The random unnamed spaces where I did not place my eyes. How noisy it was in the cities. Because it took some time for me to rectify the drained dungeons, both Edna and Lumu could stop their dungeon diving. It also didn't make sense for both of them to be present and slow down the growth of the other level 125 to 130 Valthorns like Rune, Johann etc. Lumu and Edna had a lot of practicing to do, in that their domains leaked a presence that pressed on those around them. Those in the higher levels, such as the Valthorns, are less affected by it, but when they walked in the streets, it often caused unintentional faintings, and some crazed mumblings. There are also cases of hysteria and inexplicable yellings, cured by a big dose of calming tea concentrate. So this happens all the time? Lumu asked, surprised by how easily those weaker than him seemed to suffer from just being around him. Yes, I always thought it was my haunted forest skills, but I suppose the domain itself has a kind of authority presence. It worked a lot less to those of a higher levels. Edna was a lot better at controlling her own domain energies, but that's also partly because her domain is her own and she got hers a few years earlier. Lumu's domain is linked to mine, so to some extent, it feels a little foreign. With 2 demigods on my side, I felt quite good. Dash. Alvin returned to the Northern Isles with little fanfare. The Northern Temples wisely chose to keep the entire incident quiet. Once he returned, he swiftly crushed the Locust nests with his restored power. That was the end of the Locusts. Dash. Lausanne, Kay and Stella continued their experiments with the Demolite and Void Mana. Stella was approaching level 70s as a Void Mage, spurred on by her recent exploits with Demolite and the Astral Paths. I have a few speculations. 1. Void Mana may not be the only way to travel through space and time. The gods must have used something else to send the heroes here, and I do not think they use Void Mana, since Star Mana and Void Mana reacted violently with each other. Even with the Demolite as the battery, she was only able to open a small hole, and she saw nothing but a bright light. Still, She was able to maintain her connection for a bit longer than before, even if it's a tiny bit. Some paths were easier than the others, and the one that brightest to me was the easiest. Dash. Greater than you seek our knowledge of the void. Less than. Valasira finally returned, and he magically appeared in a pond in the valley of the Unrodden. He seemed to have some kind of ability to just teleport to any sufficiently large body of water. Greater than the Starways are but one way to travel through the stars. Less than. Alright. Point noted. Greater than. If she is worthy. Bring her here. Less than. Stella came and saw the giant Zeratin for the first time. To her, the Zeratin was a massive being, the size of a small building, with a head the size of a truck. She walked closer to the Zeratin, and briefly, Stella's hand touched the legs of the massive Zeratin. I sensed some kind of magic at that moment, yet I do not recognize it. The two shared a look. Greater than it seems she is. I shall take her away for a while. Less than. Greater than years if needed. The art of the void is vast, and I will need to seek counsel and guidance. Less than. Stella, are you willing to go with Valasira? Stella nodded. Valasira bent his legs and a magical stairs appeared that led to his back. There was a small island on his back after all, but I saw a hut magically appear then. Stella climbed. Stella briefly spoke. Tell Kay and Lozan that this is my training power-up arc. I'll be back. If I could mentally roll my eyes, I would. But I humored her. Certainly. Kay laughed when I repeated Stella's words. Lozan didn't get it, so she just looked lost. Oh, it's a thing from back home, where main characters go on training arcs and emerge more powerful. It's just a trope. Dash. Year 172. I was still tweaking the ley lines to create a new level 120 and level 130 dungeon. In fact, I was hoping to go further and create a level 140 dungeon. These fickle natural mana flows are really hard, and are a bit like believing in feng shui or some chi flow bullshit. It's really unpredictable. Dash. Kay prepared for the next Demon King, mainly by practicing. Now that she felt and saw Edna and Lumu's presence, she too wanted to get that strong again. By Patrick's own calculation, they are around 50% of a hero's strength on an overall basis, though effective strength against a Demon King would probably be lower. If level 150 makes them 50% stronger, does that mean I am already as strong as a hero, in a non-Demon King situation? Kay quickly demanded to have access to those dungeons, as she would like to be there for Alvin the next time. But after thinking about her situation, I thought that wasn't the best use of her current skillsets and condition. So I called her to the valley, alone. You and I have something in common at this point. Kay paused. And what would that be? We are both beings with long lives. And I don't want you to lose your life so easily. Help me with my goal. With our long lives, we should aim for something bigger than just stopping one Demon King. Kay sat on a wooden stool in the circle of trees. I wish to end this cycle of heroes and demons. If I can't stop the cycle, then I wish to hide the world away from their influence, and end the destruction that comes with the cycles. I have some ideas how, but these goals require those with long lives, as the pieces that we need to move are slow, and our knowledge of the greater world incomplete. Kay sighed. If I was still a hero, the gods would know, wouldn't they? Yes. That book the previous heroes left behind, was it one of your ideas? To help free the heroes from the cycle? No. They came up with it. But it aligned with my goals. You're telling this to me now, because you think I'll be wasting my abilities if I go fight with Alvin against the next Demon King, isn't that right? Weith's my immortality, I should make the most of it. The golem paced the room and just sighed. I need some time to think about it. Dash. Meanwhile, I noticed that all the Starways are brighter now, though one of them, the one that was previously the brightest, somehow got even brighter. All of them are brighter. What does this even mean? Too bad Stella's still on her power-up training, so I have no way of reaching her. Dash. I checked on Reefy. He's expanding his domain and he acquired some new fish fighters. They looked a bit like an underwater lovechild of a fish and a goblin. Greater than sea people, less than. Greater than, yes. People that live in the sea. They can talk a bit. I created them. Less than. Wait a minute. How did a reef mind thing create people? Greater than system created skill. Seafantry. Creates these sea people. Like your soldiers. Less than. Greater than, yes. No. Enemy spotted. Food spotted. Less than. Ah. So they are more like beetles than actual people. Not exactly intelligent creatures. I suppose I sound like a parent checking in on a child that has been playing alone for some time. Greater than, yes. Nothing that can threaten me. Everything else has been killed. Less than well. The area that Reefy inhabits is mostly a big blank space to me, but so far, it seems he's keeping everything under control. Dash. The Demon King Durthal was slain as year 167. So, effectively, on a 10-year cycle, the Demon King should descend in year 177. The rifts will appear 2 years before that. Our attention shifts to the south, and also to the west. Central, North and East had their Demon King events recently, so if there is some kind of rotation going on, it should head to the untouched continents. Of course, that's just me. The data indicates that there's no such rotation happening, nor does the Demon King complete a full circuit of all continents. It's not unusual for it to hit the same continent twice or even 3 times in a span of 50 to 60 years. The other temples and continents maintain a policy of non-engagement, and generally refuse to deal with me publicly, except for the Church of Ava. The Ivan Church once again secretly sent an envoy. Our God decreed that we should seek your forces training. Our God wishes for our temple to grow in strength. For our military to move up. And we will switch sides and break from the other 3 churches. Our God has decreed it fine to split. This was not predicted. But should I cooperate with the churches, even if I worked against their gods? I will need some time to deliberate this offer. Was it a trap? Edna, Lumu, what do you think of this offer? I summoned all of my Valthorns with level 100 or above, and also a selected group of other individuals and presented the envoy's argument. The Ivan Church offered a formal alliance and to cut off with the other 3 churches of Hawa, Gaia and Nera. Alka, my field scientist responsible for my crystal bombs, was the first to posit an argument. If we look at the records we have access to, the ancient cities worship different gods. That suggests that the gods themselves are perhaps transitory in nature, that their influence over the world rises, and also ebbs to some unknown cycle. If the Ivan Church is fading, then this alliance is useless to us. As it is, the Ivan Church offers us only trade, which is already happening secretly. Formal recognition would pave the way for our spread on the other continents. One Valthorn suggested. Which god needs other gods for recognition? Lumu shot that down quickly. Each god stands on their own merit. Alka nodded. Thus, the offer for alliance and military training is lopsided. The Ivan Church gets most of the benefits, and few drawbacks. A point which I agreed to. The Ivan Church has nothing to offer me. One of the other patriarchs, a level 104, Eonic Faithweaver, one of Lumuf's juniors, argued differently. That may be true, but we should not see this as a cost-benefit analysis. Our role as a religion is to spread, and we often will incur losses to do so. Taking this deal allows us to claim that even the great Ivan Church has been humbled. That our single faith is stronger than the other 3 gods. That is a great victory for that reason alone. Also a point I agree to. Accepting this meant one of the churches signaled to the rest of their followers that I am superior to the 3, and that will shake the faith of those who believe in the 3 other gods. It's a loss to us operationally, but morally and spiritually, a win. There was a murmur of agreement among the Valthorns too. Doesn't this also mean we also agree to deal with Ava as equals? We are different from them, their gods nowhere to be seen, occasionally dispensing divine messages and blessings. And they would take this as an opportunity to learn our abilities and strengths. I am sure they already know some of our strengths anyway. I don't see what's the problem if they know our strength. They should fear us, and know that we are superior. We should only engage if this arrangement is one where we are seen as the superior one. That this is our kindness to the Ivan Church. Blood has been spilled in the past. Some kingdoms will see this as a weakening. The Crusades and the naval blockades ended 3 decades ago. We have generations of young that do not remember the blockades. We even have Aryan here, who was born after the blockades. Aryan was a relatively young centaur, only in his late 20s, who reached level 100 recently. His combat experience was mostly through the dungeons, but his stratospheric rise began when he was 10, when somehow, despite not having parents who were Valthorns, he himself acquired the blessing of the soul tree. If we never let go of past feuds, we should slaughter every single kingdom on our continent. Every kingdom has gone to war with each other some time in the past. That was also a valid point. Surely there must be a time for peace. Are we missing the forest for the trees? Eon's goal is to break the cycle. That's why all of us are here. Does this get us there? No. Will allying with the Ivan Church help this cause? We will go to war with the heroes, and the gods one day. If the Ivan Church will be our enemy, then let it be so. We now speak from a position of strength. Let us not make friends, and later stab them in the back. If they are our enemy, It will be better on our consciousness, and the honor of our class as knights, to be clear of our position. That was a knight's argument, and Edna nodded. But is there truly no path for us? Must the cycle be broken through war? As I thought about it, it wasn't a question anyone present could answer. No, the only person that can answer is perhaps their head priests. The triumvirs. I summoned the envoy. I wish to speak to your triumvirs and your god. All three of them, and they must come prepared with the means to communicate with your god. The envoy quickly responded, that's too much. If your god decreed that the Ivan Church is to have a pact, then your god or those who speak for him should come and speak to me himself. Else, it certainly doesn't seem sincere, and your god clearly does not regard me as equals to send someone to do their own task. Send them here, or there is no chance for this to work. The envoy gulped and nodded. He left quickly, on the fastest ships to return east. K finally gave an answer to my request. I will go and fight with Alvin, and support him where I can. I would like to request for your strongest bombs, because I know that my place is not in direct conflict with the Demon King. I will still go, but I will not risk myself unnecessarily. I think. It wasn't a very good answer. Clearly she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. But very well, I don't get many chances to have immortal friends and allies. I need a lot more than just Lumu, Edna and Lilies. Then you will have it. C-142. Sacred Lotus. Year 173. Alvin remained in contact with K this time, and through him, we learned that the northern temples pretty much let the kidnapping pass. With Alvin's restored powers, he regained his harem and went back to his baby-making ways. Though, from what he said, he claims he treats them better. Alvin shared stories about his mates, the Oracle Girl, the priestesses, the adventurers and various elven companions. He had a thing for their long ears. K just sighed. I was working on my own version of the parasite. Now that I learned that it's possible to create parasites that can consume one's mana, I thought about whether the parasite could be used for medical purposes. Consider that if a curse fed on a person's mana spring, would the process of drying out the mana cause the curse to die off? Of course, this required another massive collection exercise, where my Valthorns gathered various types of plants, bugs and fungi, for my biolab's analysis. Many of them I've seen before at one point throughout the decades, and also had analyzed them, but perhaps researching them and testing them for their mana consumption ability wasn't something I considered. Truly, it is hard to imagine what could be done, until it was already done. I also had to figure out how to create things that can tunnel or embed itself into another person's soul spring. Like, how did the parasite do it? The soul realm's meant to be a place where one doesn't easily enter, unless you are a tree that dabbles in soul-related matters, like me. I mean, could I put a parasite into another person? So, I tested it. I had a bunch of criminals. We still have those despite my near omnipresent surveillance state, especially those on death row, for experiments. They failed. At first. The first few attempts didn't go well, but then I soon started encasing the plants with a specially attuned mana. Just like when I attempted to fix Juris' hand. It worked for a while, and then fizzled out because the tree parasite samples I had couldn't generate their own mana, so they could not sustain the attunement. Alright, I found one way to do it. How did the parasite do it? Did they start with the assumption that the parasite will eat up all defenses? Is mana actually a form of soul defense emitted by the soul spring? Or is it something about the material which allowed it to do so? In a way, this was similar to the rift mana attunement, since each rift had a particular resonance. It seemed to me that the demons are masters of mana frequencies, if their parasites could even resonate with their host. I wanted to know whether there are natural equivalents. Surely the demons are not the first to adopt this strategy in the world. So, I instructed my artificial minds to datamine my large library of books, and my records of all the biological samples I had. My biolabs also started large-scale breeding programs of naturally occurring parasites. My goal was to cultivate mana-attuned parasites that could mimic the resonance-mimicking qualities of the demons. At the same time, I revisited Hytririan's physical structure. I wondered whether it was a materials thing. That perhaps the demonic flesh is just naturally mana-sensitive and thus adopts the mana of its host. This meant my earlier success with the capture of the demons was also due to their naturally mana-sensitive state. My earlier difficulty with converting other objects may be due to the materials they are made of. Hytririan gained some levels during the battle with the Demon King, but has since then stagnated. Leveling him up has been challenging, simply because he was too large to explore a dungeon. In fact, both of my titans are massive. Patrique's physical structure, his grand mind tree, was also too large. Could I get a Titan-level performance without the size? I suppose they won't be Titans, then. Dash. As calm and relief returned to the wider world, we were back at our technological research. Greater than how long will Valisira take the girl away? Less than I asked Lilies one fine day, when they shared about their experience dealing with dead bodies decaying in the lake. Lilies revealed that they maintained a large number of flesh-eating creatures that lived in their lake, and they consumed the corpses given by the corpse. I thought a few years was a bit long, but I guess it's common for training arcs to be decade-long. Greater than what was the longest period of peace you've seen? Less than I asked. Curious. Lilies responded, being rather technical about it. Greater than Less than. Greater than what would you have done if that bomb was a little bit nearer? Less than I wondered how they would cope with the apocalyptic sludge. Greater than that would be bad. Less than. Lilies was rather nonchalant about the whole affair. Greater than I will have him visit. Less than. Dash. The Ivan Church sent a message, delivered by another envoy. It merely said that the Triumvir needed to consult with their god, and that their divine consultation will take some time. Oh well. Dash. Lumu arrived with little fanfare. I wasn't a fan of big welcoming ceremonies, and so I made a general ban, unless there was some kind of big victory or achievement. Lilies was incredibly understanding. Somehow a part of them had those experiences, perhaps they inherited those memories from the dead people. I've actually never been here. Lumu explained as I saw the lake through his eyes. Slowly the many lily pads moved to form a bridge to the shoreline. Lumu didn't wear any particularly special attire, and his basic adventurer outfit made him look ordinary. There were thousands of other travelers, merchants that were waiting for the scheduled land bridge to the larger pads that formed Lily's main city. Well, it's my first time too. Lumu was accompanied by two Valthorns who were also disguised as ordinary adventurers. They were just folks in the mid-tier, in their level 50s and 60s. Honestly, in any real combat, Lumu's sheer levels meant he would be carrying their asses. They were in the middle of the line and finally it was their turn. Still, this was only possible after Lumu mastered his control over the subdomain, else everyone would feel his overwhelming presence. There were some folks checking papers at the entrance, and they collected a tax based on goods brought in. Lumu paid, and they were waved in. I felt the very faint wobbliness of the lily pad for the first time, and it was unnerving. I had a huge urge to get back to land. You don't seem to enjoy it. Lumu mentally responded at my discomfort. I forget how being on a boat felt. Centuries of being landbound. The lily pad was very stable. The lake itself didn't have large waves, and the lily pad's movement was extremely smooth. Yet my senses still felt it, the subtle ripples at the edges. The lily pads closest to shore were smaller, but as one progressively approached the center, the pads became larger, and the buildings more massive. Some were carved out of the flesh of the lily pad itself. The largest lily pads were extremely thick and wide, and some of them naturally hollow, like lotus roots. The citizens in the city expanded the hollowness to form rooms and living spaces, so the windows and doors were frequently roundish or oval, reflecting their origins. The taller towers were made from harvested materials, and they were a special class, the lilypad builders. They molded the lilypad itself into the supporting structures, such that the buildings are bonded to the lily. There were some other Valthorns present, often on regular trade missions, or just training, as Lily's Lake is well within the central continent. They were considered to be one of the allied states, and were one of the few functionally independent states on the continent. After all, Lily's was one of my few immortal friends, and I didn't want to drag them into the whole politics. Still, the citizens who lived on their lily pads were quick to shift gears and align themselves with me. Greetings, visitors, I will be your guide today. A lady in a dark gray vest approached us and said with a bow. She passed a card over, which indicated that she was one of the many sanctioned tour guides for the Lilypad city. Lilies said we could engage any of their day tour guides, so we did. Lumu nodded. Greetings indeed. She smiled, and led the way. So, is this a common arrangement, for a guide to explain everything? Lumu asked. It wasn't before, but in the recent decades, there was a boom in travel by the nobility, and so we set up dedicated guides to benefit from the tourist money. The guide explained with ease. Many other sites around the continent have similar services these days, though we are one of the first, and our city clearly has way more history than the others. Lilypad City is one of the few cities in the world to have survived centuries of demons and monsters. We know that, so some of our practices are often strange to outsiders. The few things we will cover today are our floating deaths, Our lake harvests followed with a lake food tasting and have lunch, a brief tour of the recent building sites to view the unique work of our lily pad builders, and then lastly, a tour of the lily temples and the deep stairs. I was familiar with the practice of floating deaths, it was something we researched back when we designed our own death ceremonies. Yet, to see the dead floated out to the lake and then sunk for myself is still something. I had heard of the flower garlands and accompaniments that went with corpses, but to see how varied it was, and how wealth determined the size of the boats that carried the corpse was also eye-opening. It's a fascinating ritual, Lumu said. I presume this is Lily's method of harvesting souls. Yes. Lily's was a soul tree, and indeed, it harvested souls when the corpses were sunk into the lake. Indeed, now that I am in the giant lily-pod city itself, I could feel Lily's presence, it was everywhere. In a way, the lake itself is Lily's, not just the city. Their roots therefore must cover the entire lakebed for it to be so. Then, we had lunch. A collection of fishes, some small lotus plants and seeds, stir-fried. After that, we visited one of the newer lily pads, and walked their magical rope bridges. I was afraid of the rope bridges. The swaying when the two massive lily pads moved so subtly made me feel dizzy. Lumoof wasn't, and yet he noticed my discomfort. I suppose a tree must feel uncomfortable with such movement. Yes, I really felt dizzy, and Lumoof made it quick. The lilypod builders were part druid, part builders, since their little rituals and movements resembled that of druids, where they called on magic to grow the lilypad into the supporting pillars. These were the beginners. The lady soon brought us to a beautiful demonstration of a master, where the lilypad itself seemed to bulge up and then peel apart to reveal a beautifully completed structure. Then, the lily temples. It was located on the largest, and some say the oldest lily pad. A massive structure molded from the flesh of the lily pad itself, it was an imposing, ominous sight. This is where the king convenes with the will of the lake. The guide explained briefly. Lumoof nodded. So this is their valley. Indeed. Here, I could feel Lily's presence was strong, but not the strongest. I believe their true body somewhere beneath the lake. No, it's spread throughout the lake. They are the collective will derived from the mass of roots and tubes underwater. Smart, and explains how they survived for so long. Could we go in? Lumoof asked the guide, and the guide shook her head. Access is only for those chosen by the will. It was then a strange, masked man approached the group. Guide, the will have spoken that this man will be allowed entrance. He wore a mask that formed the shape of a fish, but it was a fearsome one with massive teeth and two black eyes. Strange. Lumoof nodded but asked about the two accompanying Valthorns. My friends. Only you. This time, the fish mask man led us into the temple. There was nothing inside, except a large spiral staircase that led downwards into the lake bed. We walked down, and the fish masked man stopped. This is where I stop. Please go ahead. The will awaits. The staircase got narrow, and the walls closed in. Lumoof had to keep going. But it kept going and going down, and it took an hour to get to the very bottom, where we reached a large room at the end. It was very dark, but then a faint magical light turned on, and revealed thousands of skulls, overgrown with roots. Then, all the thousands of skulls moved, each of them had one little fire in their eye socket. It spoke in unison, in a choir-like voice quite familiar to me. The skulls rattled and their jaws moved. We welcome the avatar of the tree, to the roots of our ancient body. This wasn't their true body, but perhaps this was close enough. If their intent was to scare the living hells out of anyone, this was pretty effective. We are made from the minds and memories of the thousands that died, and we cull and select the best of the dead to form us. Lumoof nodded. Here, Lily's presence was overwhelming, but he was unfazed. He too was already a step into the divine. We thank you for coming, and we wish to show you an item. Something we found recently, when it washed up on our shores. Lily's said again, and the skulls shuffled around. Then, one of the roots moved and dragged out a large chunk of broken wood. At a glance, it looked like any other driftwood, but when we examined it in greater detail, we noticed strange marks. It's a set of symbols. It's etched with words we do not understand. Runes. It's from another ancient time. Yes, but we fear to reveal it to the wider world. So we keep it here. Lumoof examined it, and then pointed at a row. These symbols I've seen once, in Margmar. I can't remember where, but I could, and I quickly tapped my memory. It matched those on the temples. Oh, you have seen them, Lily's said in surprise, and this time, I sent the images through my rootnet. Lily's received them. Still, I had so many questions. Why would it appear on a wooden log? Unless it's only disguised to look like a log. Perhaps it's a trick. The fact that the log survived for so long unnoticed meant it wasn't meant to be noticed. How did lilies pick it up? What made you notice it? When it wouldn't break when we wanted to consume it. Ah, lilies consumed driftwood. That's something I didn't know. When the driftwood resisted, they examined it closer. A simple discovery by accident. I see. I spoke through Lumu. Lumu held the log in his hands, his strength augmented by his levels. We will have to put these through a biolab. Lumu then said, I feel a faint presence, something divine. I felt nothing, but then. Lumu was the priest and he was a lot more sensitive to such things than me. No, actually, if priests are naturally more sensitive to divine energies, would they be able to detect the presence of mind alteration from the gods? We feel it too. Lilies responded. One of the skulls moved. Which is why we kept it here and do not speak of it. This area is shielded by our strongest magics, and yet, we do not even know whether the gods still can see it. So what if they can see it? I asked. So what if they can see? I do not fear the gods. Clearly their powers are restricted if all they can do so far is summon heroes, send divine messages and some subtle mind alterations. Their powers are weak. Do not take them lightly. Ages ago their powers were strong, if not stronger. Then what happened? We do not know. Are the gods fading? No. I somehow don't think so. There must be something else. One of the skulls moved, and some skeletons appeared. They took the driftwood. Do you have a way to take it back? Without it ever touching the sunlight. It is an old saying, that all things that are under the sky can be seen by the gods. Can't we just hide it in a bag? Lumu asked plainly. Preferably not. Their eyes can see through magical items, but strangely, not through thick layers of earth. How strange that the gods are stopped by mere dirt. Lumu said. Perhaps it is a lie. If they could see it, they must have noticed when it floated on the lake. I thought briefly. But yes, if you let us create a tunnel directly here, we could transport this log secretly. Out of respect, just like with Reefy, my roots did not travel through or under the realm of other spirits. So my roots merely connected to lilies at the edges. Let's make the tunnel. C-143, Arctriac meetings. Year 174. We managed to transport the log, secretly, through a chain of tunnels, never once close to the surface back to Freshka. It took almost a week of getting my best underground beetles to carry it and walk the distance. I had Lumu escort the log the entire way, just in case there's any divine shenanigans, but thankfully, none. The log itself was the bigger problem. We studied them in underground labs, so that they never get anywhere near the sky. The log revealed nothing. Though we detected the faint presence of the divine in the log itself, there was nothing to see. We didn't give up, so we conducted more tests. It'll take a while, so, inspired by my meeting with lilies, I decided it was a worthwhile idea to explore and meet with the other spirits. The wind of the north was cold, and I felt the sensation of the cold winds on Lumu's skin. I was unaffected, and by extension, so was Lumu. I could share my main body environmental adaptation, and though the weather didn't affect me, I did not enjoy the feeling of sailing at all. The wobbling of the ship as it crashed into the rough waves of the northern seas, it was an uncomfortable, nauseous feeling, and so I often disconnected it. But we were getting nearer. The waves got smaller, as we closed in on the island covered in ice and snow. Massive ice chunks floated all around us, and everyone kept their eyes open for monsters. But Lumu's presence scared them away. Traveling with a small ship this far north is normally dangerous. Johann said to Lumu. It's a really small crew, only 10, all my high-leveled Valthorns, all given a familiar from my court of the TreeTree. Just so that I can pull them back if shit went south. The ship had been magically reinforced. 2 of the crew members were a mage and a druid, and they used their powers to strengthen the hull, and create a protective sphere to withstand the impact of the high seas. Lumu's eyes glowed, as I shared more of my powers, and took in more of the environment. The subtle presence of another being at the domain level should be easily detected, and indeed, it pricked my senses like little snowballs hitting an imaginary skin. The frozen tree. It should be there. Lumu pointed. Our domain senses led the way. Already, we saw monsters prepared to greet us. Most of them level 60s to 70s. Giant white bears, wolves, birds. Hundreds of them waited, but did not attack. The small ship closed in on the shores of the island, hidden away in the north. This was the home of the frozen tree, land of the master of frost. The tree itself is hidden in a thick blizzard, and the island perpetually dark from the snowstorms. It was essentially a little no-go zone for most adventurers, and the frozen tree promised no gifts, no rewards for reaching it. Only the insane, or those who wanted to meet spirit trees, like Gerard, would make the journey. Do we wait here? The mage and druid asked, as they surveyed the hordes of beasts that observed our arrival. Edna looked around. Lumu. Eon. I think I'll go alone. Lumu said. At most, with Edna. Edna thought about it momentarily. I don't see why they need to wait here. If anything happens, Eon can just warp us back. Let's all go. We can leave the ship. All right. The monsters did not dare to approach us here, even though both Edna and Lumu restrained their domains. We decided to do so, as we wondered whether the frozen tree would find it offensive that we came with our domains pressing against theirs. Best to play nice. We could feel the gaze of the various beasts, all staring. Waiting. Perhaps they were waiting for a signal from the frozen tree, whether to attack, or leave us be. This time, unlike their earlier excursion to the main northern islands, this island was far away from civilization, so everyone came fully equipped. Magical equipment, clothing and weapons. The druid waved his wooden staff, and a bubble of comfort sprung out around us. An ability called Bubble of Home, which simulated our home environments and kept out the cold. It drained at his mana a little bit, unlike my natural passive. The walk was uneventful, a climb up what was a rather gentle, snow-covered slope, and then, a crater in the middle surrounded by a perpetual blizzard. As we approached, snowballs and icicles smashed into Edna's shield. Doesn't seem like it welcomes us. Edna said. It is just a challenge. Tree spirits are flighty, after all. Spirits won't let just anyone approach it so easily. Well, except Lily's, but that's an exception. The druid responded. Even then, Lily's true body is hidden. Only the surface was exposed, and that was hardly Lily's true body. We waited momentarily, as I channeled my senses through Lumu. I felt a presence that now permeated the entire snow-filled crater. Once we went a little further, it was likely we were within range of the frozen tree's full abilities. Edna noticed too, and quickly signaled everyone to prepare, and no talking. We pushed ahead, the presence of the frozen tree more pronounced. The little metaphorical snowballs that gently touched on my domain was now a torrent of snowballs. The other members of the expedition were clearly feeling uncomfortable, as they lacked the ability to shield themselves from a domain's oppression completely. Still, we pressed on, and the blizzard was not a huge problem. We saw more beasts, all of them either white or a light gray, and they all kept their distance. Where were the ice giants that Gerard saw? Eventually, we came to a large frozen lake, with a massive ice sculpture in the shape of a tree in the middle. It was smaller than me, for sure, but through Lumu's eyes, it's still an imposing sight. It's a little like seeing a towering Christmas tree for the first time as a little kid. It seemed the rest of the Valthorns shared the sentiment, as they all gawked at the beautiful ice sculpture for the first time. The frozen tree. Well, I channeled my senses through Lumu and my spiritual vision saw that the ice sculpture is hollow. It's just a magical creation. The real spirit is beneath. Is that a rock? No. I wasn't sure what it was, hidden underneath all that ice and water. Is it really a tree? The ice tree changed shape, and grew, and then a human-shaped ice appeared. Visitors. It said, strangely human. I thought I should do the greetings, so I spoke through Lumu. Greetings. I am Eon, and I am speaking through my avatar, Lumu. These are my companions for the journey to your island. Greetings. What do you seek here, Eon? I merely wish to meet and speak to a spirit I've heard of, after all these while. I suppose I could locate the elven tree spirit too, but it seemed that it was lost a few decades ago during the Rottedlands era. It didn't respond, and for a brief moment, I felt like we were magically touched. Domain has blocked attempted scrying. Edna gave me a look that told me she got it too. At that moment, we felt the entire island shake. The tree of ice grew, and then two giants made of ice emerged next to the tree. You are not heroes. We are not heroes, I answered, or repeated. The two ice giants were imposing, but I thought we could take it. Edna didn't look too bothered. But I believe you have met Gerard. Gerard. The ice sculpture seemed to be struggling to recall. Oh, that one. The one who came with the fragment of ancient times. Yes. I've come to meet, share, and perhaps, learn of what you know. I answered honestly. The part about going against the gods, that's a secret for another day. I needed to know where this spirit stood. The ice sculpture thought, and then pointed at Edna and Lumu. I felt another attempt at scrying, and it was more powerful. Again, domain has blocked attempted inspection. This day came a lot earlier than I expected. Only the two of you may stay. All right. The 8 retreated, and then I activated my recall ability. In an instant they were all warped back to the valley. Still, the sudden transportation across the continents caused half of the 8 to vomit, and the remaining half looked incredibly uncomfortable. Dash. Edna looked around, and the blizzard's intensity increased. The frozen tree said, and 2 ice chairs appeared. Edna sat, and so did Lumu. Where should we begin? It asked. No. The right place to start is, who are you, Eon? I am a tree spirit of Freshka. The frozen tree seemed thoughtful for a moment. Allow me to elaborate. A tree spirit does not behave the way you do. From what I have heard, you seem to have an expansionist streak, and your growth, relative to other tree spirits, have been exceptional. I also have not detected your presence in the world until 70 years ago, and it seemed with the passing of every demon king, your presence is clearer in the fabric of the world. Fabric of the world. This was the second spirit to have said it, after Lily's. How do they see this fabric? Is it that sensation of prickling? I'll have to ask Lily's someday. Something about you is foreign. It's almost as if you have a bit of mortality in you. I have memories of another life. A mortal life. There was a long, awkward silence. Maybe it wasn't very long, perhaps just a minute of silence where we could hear the wind howling around us. Ah, an accident. The frozen tree answered. Like a part of me. What? Suddenly, a different voice appeared and asked. Did they make you roll a wheel, or was it a dice? Or have you picked a card from a deck? A wheel. I see. Let's properly introduce ourselves. I am Icebang and Arya. The frozen tree answered. I am what they call a merged soul. Like the wolf and the shaman. It's where a local object plays host to a foreign soul, and then, perhaps due to that soul's weakened situation, is absorbed by the host. That strange voice answered. Icebang is the will of the ice crystal, and I am Arya, the will of a former traveler. Arya, yes. We are also not a tree, we are actually an ice crystal. That strangely female voice answered. I wondered if Alexis fused with me back then, would this be the outcome? I guessed that, from how the entire crater is filled with your presence. Anyway, it is strange and perhaps fate to meet someone like me. So, allow me to being explaining how I got here. Arya answered. Lumuf just nodded on my behalf. I wasn't a hero, but when I got sent to this world, I lucked out on my card draw and could reincarnate as a mage, a half-elven mage. So, even though I didn't have many advantages, I still fought the demons together with the heroes. Mainly because I thought they might have a way to get me home. They are heroes and they have fancy powers. Thinking back, I still felt this was really silly to me. We defeated the first demon king, but then I got overconfident and died when we faced the second demon king. Once more we just nodded. I thought I died, but the fates were cruel and decided to bind my spirit to a lump of ice and crystals. I spent the first 200 years growing as a glacier on this very island, consuming whatever animals or fish in this area. That's me. How about you? Arya's voice was strange, compared to Icebang, which sounded more shrill and alien. Her story sounded quite similar to Kay, and in Kay's case, she turned into a golem. But you were not a hero. How did you keep up? I was not, but I didn't fit in with everyone else either. The heroes were the only ones who knew of home, so I stuck with them. Silly me. I thought I could try to be useful with my magical skills, but I was wrong. The demons detonate themselves after their loss. In fact, this island is where I died along with the other heroes. The bodies of those heroes are down there, beneath all this ice. I see. Well, how about you? How'd you end up as a magical tree that's now a demigod? I died, rolled the wheel, and got a tree as my start. Spent half a century doing nothing but watch the world burn, really. I spent another few decades in various stages of burning and regrowing, but I got stronger over time. Wait, you were directly reincarnated as a tree. That meant, you kept the fragments, right? Yes. That explains a lot. I lost mine when I died the second time, and it took centuries just to level. How many did you have? 3, 5, a lot more. I didn't see a reason to share the exact number. I see. Arya answered in a knowing voice. So how long have you been stuck here? Maybe 3,000 years or more. I lost count. The days just flash by. How'd you see and talk? I mean, the first problem I had was actually seeing and talking. How did a lump of ice overcome those problems? Magic. What kind of magic? I received a skill for an ice form somewhere around level 50 or so, and my talking and seeing problems went away then. Before that, all I had was vibrations as my ice expanded, and I essentially saw the world through vibrations as my ice expanded. Oh, I suddenly didn't feel so bad about my half year of misery. So yeah, since I had absolutely no sense of time, I have no idea how much time has passed, other than people dying and heroes dying all the time. Thankfully, I still received the notifications. You could count the number of demon kings and multiplied by 10. That's a good approximation. The frozen tree thought for a while. I don't know. My notifications. We're all lost. You don't have a clock. I mean, that was the puzzling part to me. No, I don't. Huh. A timer isn't a default skill for them. Maybe it is because trees have an inbuilt biological clock to respond to the seasons, thus, it is a necessary thing for a tree, but for a lump of ice, the time or year doesn't really matter. So, anyway, now that's out of the way, I can tell you what I know. I honestly don't know much about the world because I've been freaking stuck here. Arya complained rather childishless. Icebang keeps my personality and soul asleep almost all the time, except when dealing with visitors. I soon learned that the frozen tree is the metaphorical equivalent of a hermit. It lived here, alone, and didn't intentionally seek out others. Apparently, its earlier experiences with people left it a little scarred, so it decided to just exist quietly, away from everyone. It did, however, make a lot of ice weapons infused with a bit of its crystal, which it distributed to those who it saw as worthy. Those ice weapons functioned like an equivalent of a familiar, and allowed Icebang to gain a bit of experience every time the weapon was used to slay monsters. Over time, it got stronger. The frozen tree survived monsters, demons, and even defeated a few demon champions, and gained its domain after about 1,300 years. Relatively fast, thanks to its ice weapons circulating out there in the world. I don't think the weapons I make can do that. Are you sure? Have you tried? Arya asked. I made a lot of weapons before. Pretty sure they don't give me experience when used. Strange. Arya responded. But the system is confusing like that. So, you are from Earth? I asked. Earth. Yes, Earth. No. I believe my homeworld is called Boomy. Quote. I see. It suddenly occurred to me that the heroes may all come from alternate Earths. If so, truly the idea of defeating the demons at the source may be too tall an order. The first order should be to hide the world away and make this world safe. A counterattack can be made if we have a safe home world. Icebang and Arya learned of the world from its limited interactions with heroes and adventurers that came to see it. Aspen harbored a bit of distrust of the heroes after some tried to attack it after it gained its domain. It was by sheer luck that it managed to hide most of its presence deep underground, that the heroes could not fully destroy it. Heroes clearly don't have exceptionally good detection skills, their abilities have all been counter-demons. But what if one did? I realized that the gods also have short-term memories. Once the next generation of demon kings came along, they seemed to have forgotten about me. Why did they do that, then? What's the point of sending heroes after someone who ascended? And then forget? Is it really because of short-term memory, or something else at play? The system itself. But they didn't send anyone after me. Edna wondered. Maybe they didn't realize you gained a domain. The gods are not exactly a responsive bunch. They only seem to react to certain types of events, like demon kings, and perhaps they only target non-humanoid beings who gained their domains. Are the gods therefore speciesist? Do the gods dislike non-humanoids? That certainly is a possibility. If Reefy were to gain a domain one day, it would have to face heroes. I shuddered at the thought, because that would just cause Reefy to interpret all heroes as enemies and it would react violently at all subsequent hero encounters. Reefy isn't the type to back away from a fight, and Reefy taking the aggressive role could be a point of conflict in the future. There wasn't much else to talk about, at least, not during our first meeting. I would like to continue speaking to another fellow spirit, and Icebang already had an item to create that sort of communication channel. The ice spirit gave us a large mirror made of ice. This is a magical ice screen. It's synchronized to an ice screen here, so what appears on the other side will appear here. Gerard should have asked for this. But I suppose the heroes with their default chat group functionality wouldn't need it. Anyway, Icebang also gave us a few of its ice weapons as souvenirs, and on my end, we also brought a mix of herbs, our own wood weapons and stuff. I would take the weapons home for studies on how to replicate the experience gained from weapons. My suspicions were that it had a familiar in the form of the weapon. The return was easy. Stella returned, and she was different. She aged, quite significantly. She came back on Valasira's back, her body covered in scars. She lost one arm, and one of her legs had a stub. Her face was partly burnt. What in the world? It was Valicira who spoke. Kay and Lausanne came to see her, and were shocked. 40 years I've spent on the other worlds, and she gave Kay and Lausanne a hug. I missed you too. What is it like, in the other worlds? Kay asked. It's a long story, and right now, I yearn for the comforts of home. Stella responded. Kay frowned at the word. This isn't home. I thought about it during those 40 years there, and I believe I truly found myself here in this world. I'd say it's home enough. Still, I let the three girls catch up, and checked on the Zeratan. Valicira nodded. Greater than thank you. Less than well, I would interrogate Stella later. C-144. Tendrils across space. Year 175. Back home, Lumu and Edna had a meeting. They had questions, of course. Eon, regarding that conversation with Arya. They were concerned, of course. Strangely, not of the origins but whether I too sought to return home. Do you seek to return, the way it obsessively possessed Stella, and the previous heroes? A valid concern. Yes. I admit that I have memories of another life. You may even consider me like her. But I firmly believe I am one of this world. Those memories are so faint these days, and I no longer believe there is a place there. My goal remains, to stop this foolish cycle. Lumu breathed a sigh of relief. The faithful would not take well to losing their god. Nah, I am a semi-divine being here, and honestly I do quite enjoy this state of perpetually playing an RTS game. Why would I return to that old life? No. But does it cheapen it, to know that your god has otherworldly origins? I asked. No. Lumu said firmly. All gods are otherworldly. I have looked into the histories of the other churches, and none of them ever set foot on our world. Only their avatars and their spokesmen. Dash. A year of preparation, as one of the rifts opened. With my new astral vision, and Stella's return, we could see that one of those tendrils that stretched out into the great beyond was far brighter than the others. In fact, when the rift itself opened, that tendril glowed in a light reddish color. It's as if that signified the pathway was used. Then my magical sensors rang as they detected the rifts again in the southern continent. I quickly passed this information to everyone who mattered. Quickly. Get eyes on the ground and find out what kind of demons we are facing. It took about 2 weeks to locate the rift itself. At such distances my sensors are not accurate. The demons from the rift were typical hellhounds and horned demons with claws. Strangely typical. Nothing particularly different about this batch of demons. It was too easy, so we kept up the surveillance. I felt that the past few demon kings have been throwing curveballs, so something must be up. At the same time, we also monitored the demolites' astral tendrils as the rifts activated. They didn't seem to particularly change. I therefore made a preliminary assessment that the demolite is nothing more than a there's a planet here kind of marker. Where the rift opens on our world is still in the control of the demons. I suppose they have a way of controlling it. It's like here's a ticket to Earth, but you can still choose which airport to land. Of course, could I interfere with the tendrils? If I cut off the tendrils, or find a way to confuse the tendrils, will the rifts be redirected or fail? It seems there are still things I cannot see, even though the rifts are clearly little magical tunnels through space and worlds. So, now that Stella returned and I've also restored her body back to an optimal state, we discussed this idea. Interfering with the tendrils as they come to our world. I am afraid I did not acquire that skill. Stella said flatly. My training focused on opening the doors to the other world with void mana, and do what the demons are doing. So, I know how to open portals, but closing others' portals, not so much. Okay. What use is this information? As it is, if their home worlds are filled with Demon King level creatures, assaulting their homeworld with Stella's portal clearly is a suicide mission. I should only attempt this when Demon Kings are trivial opponents. But if I never get to that power level, closing down is my best option. But you can open portals, right? Yes. Temporary ones, large enough for a few people, and no more. I still need to wait about half a year before doing it again. Alright, there is something I don't understand. You said you spent years on the other side. How does that work? When a portal or rift is open, the time of both worlds are temporarily locked together, as if flowing at the same speed. And how big is your portal? For a few people. That wasn't much. Can it fit Hytrerian? Hytrerian. Who is that? My walker. I forgot that Stella may not know about my walker. I will introduce you to it later. But first, what constraints do you have with your portals? Is it mana? Yes. Void mana is one of the key constraints. I don't have a lot. But we have Demolite and those can store void mana. Let's try it. That means I have to recharge the void mana myself. For all of them. That'll take months. Well, yes. That is expected. There's a lot we need to plan. We will first consider and test out a few with Demolite, whether it really augments your range. Next, if it succeeds, we will build larger formations with Demolite in order to allow you to channel more void mana, and for longer periods. Normal runes don't work with void mana. Then we'll find one that works. Point is, we'll have to work with the restrictions we have. Third, I want to attempt disruptive void mana injections into those tendrils. There's some we can test now, and so we should test it as soon as possible. Stella rolled her eyes. Oh Lord, I am going to be busy. Well, you went on a training arc. Naturally we need you to show off your newfound powers. All I did was go to different worlds and explore their powers. Wait, how should we truly leverage Stella's ability to travel worlds? Am I thinking about this too, typically? I suppose anyone who had Stella's portal ability would use it to escape from the demons, but from what I understand, the demons are also attacking the other worlds, and just like us, they have their own cycles. One world had it on a 15-year cycle, and another one also had a 10-year cycle. They too summoned heroes to meet their foes. Few things I clearly don't understand is, if time moves relative across worlds, then why the cycles? Surely some worlds move faster than others, and thus should have either significantly longer or shorter cycles. Stella couldn't answer this. It was a theoretical question that sought to understand the underlying mechanics. Her training arc focused on her individual levels and skills, and she's a level 75 Void Archmage with a smattering of portal-related skills. I also did not understand why the other worlds had the same rules as ours. That they have classes and levels too. So, I summoned everyone for a big brainstorming session. How do we properly use portals to gain an advantage? Edna was first to wonder, is there a way to take advantage of the time difference between worlds? Is the speed difference between worlds constant? Stella touched her hair and thought for a while. No. It's like a wave. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. Each world moves and bobs on its own speed on the greater interplanar void. I am not sure of the difference, but each world moves along its own cycle. I suppose it's like how the distance between planets changes as they move across their own orbital planes. What sort of creatures are there? Lumu asked. Do they struggle with the demon kings? Their situation is not that different. They face demon kings and their gods summon heroes. Their gods. Are the gods different? I am not sure. They are called differently, but they do have similar practices. Are we dealing with a god that is present in multiple worlds, or is each god just locked to one world? No. In order to answer this question, I must first be able to not just sense divine presence, but discern whose divine presence. All the attempted divine forces I've seen so far did not differentiate who and what did it, so, it could be it's just a single god at the back of it all, and all these other gods nothing more than shadow puppets. Or, if there are multiple gods, I want to know which one is friend, which one is a foe. I'd have to ask the other spirits for ideas. Greater than can you tell the difference between the gods? Each time you detected divine presence, can you tell who did it? Less than. Okay, no. I went to Icebang and Arya next, and activated the new ice mirror. Hi. Quick question. Do you know how to tell the difference between the gods? I felt like I was asking a colleague for some corporate work related thing. At least, the way I asked it. It just laughed. No. Do the gods hide themselves behind divine energy? Or is there a way to tell? Perhaps they're in a unique signature in every use of their divine powers that can be linked back to them. Anyway, that went through a path I wasn't expecting, so I went back to Stella and the gang. So, how else can we capitalize on our new portal? I think it is an effective escape route. We can send some of us over each time, to avoid the damage of the Demon King. At that point, I had to wonder. Question. Can your portal transport heroes? I wonder whether I could essentially pool the heroes of all the linked worlds together, and use their combined might to crush the Demon King. It would significantly improve the survival rate of heroes, even if that does lead to the related problem of too many surviving heroes. Stella paused. I am not sure. It's loaded with void mana, and unless there's a way to package them so that their star mana doesn't interact with the void mana that flows throughout the portal. Wait, if I could forcibly pull a hero into the portals, could I instantly kill them that way? At this point it was Kay who thought of the implications. Can a hero be forced into a portal without their permission? I don't know. I stored this possibility in the future. If I could create a small void portal, I may have a secret weapon against misbehaving heroes. How different are the magic and weapons of the other worlds? Stella thought about it for a moment. It's very similar from what I've seen, but I have not seen their higher tier magic or items. We have lots of gaps in our knowledge. Yeah, cause most of the time I am with the Zeratin, practicing my portal magic and learning the way of navigating the ever-changing paths. Stella sighed. If you guys desire, I could arrange a trip. But how would we come back? Stella's our only chance to return, and if we lose you, we're done for. That's true. So, you must condense your knowledge and teach a few more. If we have a few more void mages, then we can safely make that trip to the other nearby worlds. Stella paused and quickly disclaimed that statement. The concept of nearby changes. Each world bobs along the great void ocean and the distance between worlds changes. So far only 2 worlds are reliably close by, perhaps drawn together by some unknown force, but there are worlds that get close, and then drift away. I think it's a bit like the worlds have their own orbits, but these 3 worlds are like a stable system, which is why the Zeratans just mainly travel to these worlds. Kay frowned. She did not leave for the south yet. Instead she spent her time with Stella now that she returned. That sounds like planetary movement. Yes. That's a close metaphor, but rather than circular orbits it might be fairer to say that certain worlds behave like comets with unstable orbits, while these 3 worlds have more stable, more circularish orbits that never get too far from each other, even if the distance oscillates. So when a portal opens, it's as if both worlds are frozen. Kind of. It's some weird void world thing. I can't quite explain it either. What's the void world? It's the space between worlds. It's really more like a massive jungle where there are paths to each world, and unless you know where to look, you are more likely to get lost. Which leads us back to the demon's tendrils. I believe they are kind of like trail markers, so that the demons can continue to find the world no matter where it moves along the void. Stella speculated. If so, if we manage to get rid of the demolite, can we pretty much hide the world from the demons? Probably. Potentially. I am not sure. The demons may have a different understanding of the void, that may result in a difference in how the void presents itself to them. I don't understand any of that. The crowd of the senior Valthorns responded. Stella paused and thought. How do I say this? In a way, what you see in the void is shaped by what you believe it is. That's crazy. Kay answered. It's a bit like a projection. I don't know how else to say it. The void's this bundle of everything and nothing, the primordial soup really, so what you choose to see, you can see in it. So it's really quite a crazy, trippy place. Valasira helped guide me to see the void as a big dark forest that connects the world, but the demons may see it differently. Everyone will see it differently. This was going too far. Let's come back to the issue of portals. We can test whether it's possible to return using other means. If Lumu is willing, he can be the guinea pig. I am interested to know whether my shared senses, and my recall ability, transcends worlds. I could sense the glimmers of understanding in those present, like it just clicked into place. Sure, maybe Stella can't open another portal, or something happens to Stella, but if I could recall them even from another world, then the risk is minimal. Lumu gulped uncomfortably. Eon, traveling worlds isn't something I consider a priestly thing to do. Unfortunately, I'd like to see the other world for myself, so, it has to be you. Think about all the new people you can convert to my cause. Yes. I'll need some time to prepare. If we're going to hold the portal for a long period of time, I need to charge up the demolite as well. It took Stella 2 months to charge up a roomful of demolite with void mana. Even then, I could see the tendrils pulse, and each pulse seemed to coincide with something. I wasn't sure what, but perhaps it's a sign that the rift was transporting things. Alright. The world you are going to is called Varish. Stella gave Lumu a briefing of what could go wrong, and an overview of the other world. The area has been arranged to facilitate the interworld portal. He had an emergency kit, equipment and supplies enough to survive for months. Stella prepped, and then opened the portal. From my perspective, using my spirit vision, it felt like a piece of paper was cut up, and pulled apart. Reality was being bent to open the portal. It wasn't big, the size of a garage door. Perhaps a truck could drive through it, but Hyperion wouldn't fit. I would need to find more compact means of invading other worlds. Lumu gulped, and then stepped in. Stella's portal did not require any specific mana regulation. It seemed that her spell did it for her. Still, when Lumu stepped through, she suddenly jerked and quickly drew on the stored void mana. At that time, I tried to share Lumu's senses, and was glad to find that I could still see. For a flicker of a moment, All Lumu saw was bright flashing lights, similar to Star Trek's warp, and then, stop. Grass and a faint pinkish sky. Lumu was in another world, and the portal flickered behind him. I felt my mind split suddenly. I could see through Lumu and home, but doing so drained on my mental resources. I could hear Patrick's voice in my mind. Master, your mind activity is spiking incredibly. Trying to see through another world, and home was too much for my mental faculties. Not both at the same time. I temporarily surrendered vision of home, and handed control to Patrick. I focused on Lumuf's senses. I am on the other side. Lumuf said. It was a struggle, the worldly distance meant I felt like something was constantly hammering on my head. This is another world. Alright, let's test it out. I switched back home, and that instant I was pulled back across the world. The mind-bending headache vanished. Stella, close the portal. The portal closed, and then, I tried to reach out to Lumuf again. I could feel him, but I could not tell where he was. It's like he was located off map. Alright. Lumuf, are you there? I decided to not use the shared senses, and just tried mentally communicating with him across such distances. There was a time lag. A really long time lag. 30 minutes. I am here. Each message took 30 minutes, and I presumed that Lumuf was replying instantly. Even the system had a speed limit. Alright, let's test out. Recall. At that very moment, I felt a mind-splitting headache again, and a good 30 minutes later, Lumuf popped out, and instantly started vomiting. He looked green and pale, and I felt like he took damage. I quickly hauled him to a biolab for healing. Stella was truly impressed. Alright, so interworld traveling works for your ability. Lumuf took 2 days to recover, and we had a post-mortem. So we learned a few things. 1. The system itself is a means of transportation across worlds. That was my first conclusion. My ability clearly hitched on the system to pull them across worlds. Second, is that my abilities work across worlds. Doesn't this just mean all the worlds obey the same system? Kay wondered. Then why is Earth so different? We don't know. Stella sighed. I asked the Zerodans whether it's possible for me to get home, and they said it is, but it's going to be very hard. They don't know of any hero or person that has ever returned, though a few have attempted it. The fact that all these other worlds obey the same system leads me to believe they are actually all in the same universe, but perhaps each of these worlds are just in their own astronomical bubbles. Whereas Earth may well be on an entirely different plane of existence. That means, all these demon worlds or other stuff, isn't really a different dimension, but just different pockets of a universe that is structured very differently from ours. Lumu frowned. That trip back was really nasty. I felt like I was being flung through the sky. If we do send something or someone across, it should be a somewhat permanent arrangement. Edna proposed. More to collect resources or harvest certain types of materials. But what's useful there? We'll have to see. Stella quickly added. Before we get there, I want to say that when Lumuf went over, it drained a lot more void mana than I expected. Significantly more, and I suspect it's because he is either leaking more mana, or he's just stronger overall. If not for the batteries of void mana, the portal would have collapsed. So you're saying if we send someone weaker, it'll cost less? I don't know, but it certainly didn't cost me anywhere near that amount of mana to send someone over. Couldn't it just be a not me penalty? Some spells have a penalty when the subject is not themselves, that's a common thing. One of the senior mages opined. We can easily test it out. Let's send a mouse or some animal over. They tested it on a few smaller animals, then some larger ones, and Stella's theory was quickly proven true. Sorry, animals. It did cost more to send stronger creatures, and it scaled with power. I wonder how this happens. A door is there, and why does it make a difference what walks through it? More specifically, why did it scale with strength, not size? Was there something in the Great Void that interacted with power? Levels. The envoys of Ava returned with a message that more time was needed. For a bunch of gods, they sure are indecisive. Or maybe, it's just time dilation from their perspective. That they are talking to their followers and they experience these huge lags. The southern continent continued to face regular demons. More hellhounds, and typical giant winged demons with massive axes or swords. They also finally spotted a champion, which, boringly, was just a massive winged demon with 2 axes and a perpetual flame shield. Stella started a void magic school, and we helped fund it, of course. A plot of land, slightly further away from Freshka than the other schools was allocated and they started building. There was a bit more interest now that Stella is an actual void archmage. Previously, everyone thought it was a path that led to death, so, a successful magician in a once disregarded path was awarded a reputation as a pioneer. The motivations were simple. Many wanted to go to other worlds, and the idea appealed to some mages at a spiritual level. Like, to be one of those who could step to another world. Void magic, and the practice of it, required a tremendous amount of healers on standby. That meant they naturally worked closely with Lumu and the rest of the other triology priests. Every other day we have a case of the Void Curse, and to my great pleasure, some of the priests had their classes changed to Cursebreaker. As part of growing my understanding of the Void magic, I also took the chance to look at Stella's inner soul realm. Her soul spring was a deep blackish liquid that's incredibly smooth and actually sparkles at some angles. It's as if the night sky were made into a liquid. The pieces around her well or spring seemed to be made of a kind of black marble. It had glimmers of faint stars in them. I thought back to my two new mini gods. One immediate difference was that their soul spring was significantly larger than before. I would say easily 5 or 6 times larger, and they had a solid platform that surrounded their soul spring. I've not seen this platform ever, except in these two. Black. The entirety of Stella's mana pool was now void mana, and yet her body, physically, wasn't significantly different. Stella explained it during one of her first classes with future void mages. Void mana needs to be stabilized. It's a bit like a combustible gas or petrol, it needs to be controlled, and stored correctly, and adapting the body to store void mana was one of the first tasks. In short, void mana had a stable state, and an unstable state. Some mythic beasts naturally have the means to process void mana and then store void mana, like the water world walking Zerodons. Still, no particularly obvious solution jumps out. Void mana seemed particularly only used for the manipulation of the void. It feels like I found one of the keys that lead to the answer, and now I need to find the correct lock, among the thousands. C-145. Torches through the forest. Year 176. Stella's attention temporarily focused on training new void mages, and also recharging the demolite crystals harvested. I've mostly decided that the demolite will be destroyed at a later date, and for now, they are used to study. The value of the other worlds temporarily outweighs the risks of maintaining the status quo. The other worlds represented opportunity, and potential allies. A chance to learn of things done in other worlds, their history, and how the demons and heroes interacted in the past. A chance to see and compare things. Demolite's ability to store void mana meant we could augment her range, to reach the further worlds that occasionally drift into range. Still, it's a long process of experimentation, and training new void mages isn't something we can achieve in a year or two. In the south, more rifts appeared. I know this firsthand, because the wispy tendrils through space seemed to glow more frequently, and I noticed all the different tendrils grow a little brighter. I wondered how they achieved this, and Stella couldn't explain it either. The way the demons used their void magic was different. Stella certainly couldn't see tendrils, not the way I could. To her, this outer world is really dark and all she saw was little faint markers. A dark forest. Maybe the wider world is just a dark forest, and gods are just magical equivalent of superpower civilizations taking shots at each other. All hiding, and keeping themselves unseen, because once they are seen, they are attacked. Then again, it didn't make sense. If it's truly a dark forest, this world should be doomed. Back to the south, the local militia of the respective southern nations seemed to be holding their own. The typical nature of the demons meant the local forces were quite well equipped to deal with these normal type demons. It goes without saying that all of us wondered whether we will get a normal demon king, and what that meant. Kay, now eager to regain some of her power after she's seen the level that Edna and Lumu achieved, set out to the south. She hoped to challenge a few demon champions and regain some semblance of power, so that she can be of some use in Alvin's fight with the demon king. Oh well, it can't be helped that she felt a need to assist her one and only remaining friend from Earth. On the domestic front, I gained a special type of tree while I kept tweaking with the ley lines. Unique tree type unlocked. The trees of the earth veins. Helps to channel and direct ley lines. Requires gems and crystals in large quantities, and also tends to spawn monsters. It reminded me of the ginseng tree. Another of the trouble tree types that have the whole monster lure functionality. But I am not the same tree from that time, and I have the ability to station far stronger defenses, with dedicated commanders. I functionally have no real limit in terms of artificial minds, now that there are tens of millions of connected trees all across the continent. Sadly, my ginseng tree limit did not change much, in spite of my levels and domains. At about 15 ginseng plants simultaneously, this was my second real bottleneck in massively increasing the output of high-tier individuals. Both unlocking the said individual, and then subsequently having the dungeons needed to train them up to the necessary levels. Restrictions. Right now, I feel like I am hitting quite a few limits. Like in terms of Soul Forge, I've not had a new color for quite a while. In terms of Titans, I am still hesitating on activating my third Titan, simply because I am not sure what I'll need in the future. Patrick has been exceptionally helpful administratively, but his levels too have stagnated. Hytrerian's only seen one large-scale battle against the Demon King, and even in that battle he didn't really show any exceptional performance. Reviewing their performance thus far, the Titans are pretty much champion class, despite requiring a hero's soul fragments. In fact, in all combat forms, they just fail to live up to the strength of a real hero or a domain class individual. Thus, as bad as it sounds, I felt that Hytrerian had been a mistake. The Titans, despite their strength, are meant to be utility providers. But we don't have level limits. Patrick clarified. It's just that, well, it's hard for us to level. I wondered whether Hytrerian could get to level 150, but because its size, there's no way it could go into a dungeon. Dungeons so far are all relatively small. Even the largest of the dungeons I've seen and created so far are just big enough for Hytrerian to squeeze in, but it's effectively useless in such a tight spot. I would have to re-engineer Hytrerian's loadout to be more of a utility player, with more support functions and to serve as a staging and resupply function for the real damage dealers. The very nature of their capped leveling meant they would never keep up. So, I thought greatly about Hytrerian's role again. He's huge, and that mean he functioned more as a tank, and perhaps a power source. Were there advantages that size had, that could not, are not as easily replicated by levels? Because levels clearly overpowered everything else, so why should anything be big? Surely there must be merit to being naturally big. So, what would that be? Firstly, I would think about materials. Certain materials have overlapping roles with equivalent skills or levels gained, but size meant massive mana crystals, and runic formations. Sure, size meant more space to duplicate skill functions. So, firstly, Hytrerian would need to be re-equipped as a mobile mana bank, and also store runes. It's also easier to have conflicting magical formations separated by the sheer size of Hytrerian. The walkers were all massive creatures and they can grow even bigger with levels. Like equipment slots, they should be carrying larger, Titan-sized equipment. Things that individuals could carry, but render them unable to do anything else. Titan-sized anti-demon ballistas were one of the first few ideas. Or could I equip Hytrerian with enough magical crystals to make him a walking bomb? Give the Demon King a taste of their own medicine. I would have to rejig Hytrerian's internals such that it could contain a massive multi-layer bomb. Still, I decided to put the idea up for discussion. Using the log obtained from Lilies, I subjected it through a huge amount of scans and tests. Then, we ran some tests on how they interacted with the Blackstar gems. We wanted to know the degree of protection these Blackstar gems provided, whether they would be able to protect the lower-leveled individuals from divine influence. I wasn't sure what I expected, but the log shook violently after a huge amount of Blackstar gems were placed around it. It needed more tests. Right now, only Patrick and the domain have any chance of resisting divine forces. I wondered whether I could enhance, or at least replicate a bit of that mind-checking ability, perhaps package it as a familiar. Like a voice next to my followers that helps keep the gods at bay. I have more questions, of course. Is my domain a type of divine power? If so, the domain abilities that Lumu and Edna both have should encounter some resistance from these Blackstar gems. But then, it didn't. Why is that the case? Is domain not the true divine, and that there is another tier above us? That perhaps domain is the realm of the demigods. In terms of power levels, that idea made a lot of sense, since gods summoned heroes, and whoever managed the demons could create demon kings. So, to place them a realm above that domain is a sensible one. In terms of levels, would level 200 be that threshold? Or is it higher still? Should we send our senior Valthorns to take on the demon champions too? Lumu suggested. At this point, with the court of the TreeTree, you could teleport us back at any time. I'll go with them. One of the small flaws of the court is that I have to activate the recall. The recall function cannot be activated by the Valthorns themselves, so I would need to send Lumu with them in order to activate the failsafe. Defeating the demon champions will speed up their leveling. Duh. So I decided that it was worth it. So Lumu and a group of 15 Valthorns, all with the court of the TreeTree, to journey down south and help suppress the demons. The mission was simple: fight demon champions, level up, and run before the king comes along. It was also my chance to see the south, through Lumu's eyes. In terms of bombs, Alka's continued research in the underground cities yielded slightly improved bombs. After all, the idea of bombing the hell out of the demons is hugely appealing, and I suppose one day I'd like to make a tree of fruit bombs. Between Kay and Arya, we are now acquainted with two beings who are naturally crystalline in nature, so Alka's been really keen to obtain crystal samples from Arya, for testing. The goal, of course, is to find and make even better bombs. On hexes and soul magic, my progress has not amounted to any real improvement in weaponry, though I am making some improvements in my conceptual understanding of their raw components. The main challenge has been the corrosive nature of hex, which distorted any surrounding runic formations. I have yet to figure out how to store a hex bomb for long periods. All the hex bombs we've made so far have a shelf life of no longer than 1 year, and after that the crystal would be destroyed and we have a puddle of hex to clean up. That said, I am getting a lot better at processing hex. Hex and curses are linked, since my curse breaker clearly improved my ability to process and clean up areas filled with hex. From an etymological point of view, the two words do have similar meaning. Is a hex essentially a curse made of the soul? The trilogy priests quickly whipped up the small continent of high-tier Valthorns into a PR campaign, to expand our clout among the southern continent nations. After all, we are already planning to send Valthorns there, might as well get some good press out of it. We sent out communications with the southern nations that were in trouble, and arranged to send them where they can make a big spectacle by slaying the demonic threat on their lands. Of course, we chose those kingdoms and nations where their relationship with the four churches are already frayed and tested in the recent decades. The journey to the south took the Valthorns took a month, and then they started whooping ass. Lumu mostly stayed back, blessing the Valthorns with various enchantments, and I didn't pay attention to the battles, since the demon champions were relatively easy foes for a group of level 100s. The four churches mostly retaliated by seriously deploying their own forces to help suppress the demonic threat. But as always, the defense of the southern continents were mostly left to the local kingdoms. Most kingdoms quickly formed coalitions to fight the demons together. The churches after all lacked the flexibility to deploy their high-leveled individuals, they already didn't have many of them in the first place. Their best generals are around level 50s to 70s, and usually demon champions require a few individuals at that level. So, they compelled the hero Alvin to move out of his harem palace. Like, fucking finally. I still don't understand why the hero doesn't just rush off and kill the demons. I don't recall Harris and the gang being so lazy. It's free levels, and at no risk. Year 177. Reefy was located on the southern part of the central continent, and I suspect his magical senses have improved recently. Greater than the demons are here. Less than. I asked. I had to treat Reefy's words a bit more literally. Greater than no. But I feel them. Invaders. I will kill them. Less than. Greater than, but they don't come underwater. They don't swim. Less than. I believe the champions do swim over the oceans. Well, at least the Walker series of demon champions could swim over the oceans, but I wasn't sure about this current generation of stereotypical winged demons with massive axes. I'd actually like to capture one of these demon champions, if possible. I wonder what it'll be like if I manage to convert one of the demon champions into my own. Would the axe or sword remain? Are those demonic axes a physical body part of the demons, or a magical creation of the champions? Why do they disappear when killed? I wonder what'll be like if we get an underwater demon king. That'll be something of a sight, but I suppose since all the demon worlds we've seen so far lack water, I think that's quite unlikely. The demon kings are clearly grown in their home environments before they arrive here. The best they could do is a shapeshifting demon king that takes on an underwater form. Thinking about it, if there are underwater civilizations beneath the oceans, they should theoretically survive since the beginning of time, unless a Rotterdlands class incident occurred. But I have not heard of any. Is it because they are hiding? Or is there something else down there that prevents the creation of a long-lasting underwater civilization? Or perhaps it's just the immense pressures of the deep sea that makes it impossible for intelligent creatures to emerge. The southern continent endured the demonic waves relatively well. I saw more rifts open. My vision of the astral ways indicated that one rift now glowed, but I couldn't interact with it. Not without void mana. Stella felt it too, Her own senses for the Starways spoke to her. Her skill had an interesting name. The Ways Through the Forest Between Worlds. It really reflected how one's understanding of the world reflected in the skill's nature. Or was it the other way round? To her, she described it like there was a path of torches through the dark forest. More importantly, thanks to the path, she could now look back at the path to their homeworld. She opened just a tiny, tiny hole. It's somehow easier, despite the distance. She could tell it's really far away, but with the figurative torches, it somehow meant it didn't cost as much void mana for her to open a portal to see their homeworld. The demons clearly had a way of lubricating the astral path. A small peephole and she saw a world of red and fire. Literally fire and brimstone. Demons with wings. It's as if the gods copied a stereotypical demonic homeworld and pasted it in this world. We monitored it for weeks and months, the torches got brighter and there were more of them. It's soon, Stella said, and honestly I knew it was coming. The tendrils appeared to glow and pulse in a bright white and red. I made sure my sensors were all honed in. I wanted to collect every single data point I could get. I notified Lumu to be careful in the south, and that I would recall them immediately if the Demon King spawned too close for comfort. We both saw it. To Stella, it appeared like a fireball that surged through the path. It consumed the torches, growing each time, and then it reached the south. I felt the world twist and turn. To me, the tendrils appeared to flash and glow, like a filament of light. It was incredibly bright when I used it, and I saw like a blob move across that filament of light. Demon King Ethrezin has arrived. The world suddenly felt significantly hot. Areas filled with snow-capped mountains started to melt, and avalanches of mud crashed into their nearby cities. In the deserts, oases suddenly vanished, and the water evaporated into violent thunderstorms, followed by torrents of rain that flooded. Dry forests burned, and I felt the entire continent was suddenly filled with flash fires. Farms and orchards too quickly started to burn. The intense heat generated strong hurricanes and whirlpools, and strong winds battered the coast. In the south where the Demon King landed, it seemed the regular demons now had a halo of flame, their once regular-looking axes replaced by red flaming axes. The regular hounds turned into fire-breathing hounds. The demon champions had wings of flame, and their aura of flame burned most that got close. Do we stay or retreat? Lumu mentally asked. We can beat the demons with ranged weapons, but fighting at close range is a bit risky. I may have flame resistance, and Lumu certainly shared that resistance, but the other Valthorns didn't. My sensors and artificial minds made some calculations and concluded the Demon King was quite far from them. Stay, but engage carefully. Got it. Meanwhile, the hero, Alvin, finally arrived in the south. C-146. Disruptive Incidents. Year 178. After Locusts, it was a global heatwave. Strangely, the heatwave made some places colder, some places hotter. Global climates are strange things, what more with the complicated interactions with magic and mana. I am not melting, Arya said through the ice mirror that seemed unaffected by the heat. I was once burning, so, the heat didn't really bother me anyway. At least, I thought of checking in on the 2-in-1 ice spirit. But thanks for asking. Icefang's powers keep the island cold and snowy, and it's strong enough to overpower the demon's global influence. Local specific powers are stronger than global generic powers. That's like a principle for magic. The main problems were the volatile winds that now whipped the oceans of the world into a craze. Traditional trade ships that relied on the gentle trade winds to move from continent to continent now had to contend with more chaotic and dangerous winds. But for the more experienced and higher-leveled captains, the stronger winds were a net advantage since they could predict and use these strong winds. I checked in on the other growing spirit. Reefy just felt rather uncomfortable. Greater than it's kinda hot. It's not nice. Less than I recall. Some reefs are particularly sensitive to heat, so I wondered whether Reefy felt anything. Greater than my energy sustains the reef. Without it, they die. Less than. I offered to supply cold water through the roots. My roots were designed for heat transmission anyway, and it worked both ways. Greater than for now, no. But I want to kill the demons. They did this, right? Less than. Greater than. Can you pull them underwater? Less than. Greater than. Next time then. Less than. Lumu and the group helped to fight off some of the demon champions. They were stronger, empowered by the presence of the Demon King. Still, their flames meant their close-range engagements were limited, and strictly ranged attacks only. I could theoretically possess Lumu and engage the demon champions in close range, but that would defeat the purpose of letting my Valthorns level. Besides, the challenge of fighting a demon champion at range helped their leveling. Kay was also battling it out with the demon champions, but her tactics were rather underhanded. She fought like techies from Dota. She planted her crystal bombs in a particular location and lured the demon champions to the bombs, and then nuked them. It worked really well with the mostly stupid demon champions. Their presence was overpowered by Alvin's exploits on the battlefield. He did not directly engage the Demon King, and the Demon King seemed rather content to stay in one place. My mages attempted to use Farsight and Scrying to view the demon's activities, but it seemed this Demon King had spying protection. Was the Demon King so confident that it was willing to wait for the heroes to get close? Alvin and Kay regrouped, and they attempted to fight the Demon King for the first time. Kay had one of my court of the TreeTree familiars too, just so that I could recall her if she was in a bad situation. It didn't go very well, as Kay later narrated the battle to me. The Demon King really was a typical Demon King, in a sense. It was massive, had 6 massive arms each wielding some kind of flaming weapon or shield, a cow skull head with 4 massive horns, a body covered in some kind of black scale armor and 8 floating fireballs of different colors, each of them capable of independent attack. It's a Demon King designed for direct combat. Alvin and his ranged missile arrays didn't do very well. His missiles numbered in the tens of thousands. He rained fury on the battlefield, but the Demon King's flaming shield detonated the less powerful missiles before they got near. His stronger penetration missiles detonated on the Demon King's shield arm, and they made a large hole, but not sufficient to seriously injure the Demon King. Reviewing the battle, I concluded that Alvin was underleveled. His abilities, in the level 120 plus range, was not sufficient to single-handedly take on the Demon King at full strength. Kay succeeded as my bombs helped weaken the Demon King, but Alvin, he was too weak. Even with Kay's bombs assisting at the distance, it wasn't enough to tilt the balance. Alvin lost badly. He attempted to retreat, and it was then the Demon King radiated a big reddish flare that interrupted the hero's teleportation ability. The flare latched to Alvin like a chain. The Demon King closed in, and Kay slammed the panic button. Kay activated a crystal that contained a short-range teleportation spell, and teleported to the nearest city. She then messaged one of the Valthorns for a recall back here. Home. Alvin died. You received a fragment. I had a total of 91 hero fragments now. 9 more to go. Once more, the world erupted in panic. The hero has fallen. I swiftly recalled Lumu and the team too. The Demon King is not moving. My sensors got better at nailing down the Demon King's location. The way its energies distorted space, the way its abilities spread into the world. And heated everything up. The Demon King was a presence, and it's not afraid to say it. I looked back at the path between worlds. It's a lot dimmer now, but I wanted to observe something else. The torches were smaller, almost fading away. The Demon King itself was some kind of rift conduit. I felt its energies leaking into the pathways between the worlds. The gods will summon the next batch of heroes soon. I told Stella too, that if she wanted to see the path home, she would have to focus and pay attention. We would need to see what happened, whether the heroes came the same way as the Demon King. If they left trails, we could follow their path. What do we do now? I've had this question so many times. When the previous heroes also died at the hands of the Demon King, they came with this same question. History has clearly shown that all we have to do is wait, and watch the cycle repeat itself. It's quite annoying to face these same things, like that coworker that never seems to learn despite telling them countless times, or like being that long employee teaching new interns for the umpteenth time. Is this how it feels? Observe, wait, and prepare. What else was there to do? What is there to do when it rains? We hope our preparations so far are adequate, and observe the situation. If it floods, we flee to higher ground. You all right? Lozan and Stella both asked Kay. Kay rested at her house in Freshka after the whole fight. She was injured, but not much. I am not sure, honestly. Kay answered. I thought I would feel more sad. I know I felt quite sad when I heard Hans died, but somehow this time, I feel a little bad. Like, I am more tormented that I don't feel sad, than from the sadness of his death itself. That sounds quite serious. Lozan said. Mentally serious. I am not sure if it is because I actually helped, so I felt like I did what I could. Whereas for Hans, I didn't help at all. Not that I could do anything then, but still. I feel kinda bad gaining a few levels too, even though all I did wasn't much. Lozan shrugged and Stella just patted the golem girl on her shoulders. So how long do you need to get out of your funk? I am fine. I think I just gotta deal with this feeling. Stella shrugged. Sounds like what you need is some monster bashing. It helps with my negative emotions, and I think it'll help with yours. When did you ever become such a monster hunter? Kay laughed. It's complicated. But seriously, try it. Hunting monsters is fun. The adrenaline and the satisfaction of bashing something is really, wow. Where's the meek and quiet painter I used to know? Kay wondered aloud. It's gone when I lost my classes for Void Mage. Stella answered. Seriously. Come, monster hunting. Shoot some monsters up. Like the boys, why no? Kay had a facepalm moment. Lausanne just stood there. What the hell did you see in those 40 years? A lot of really mundane stuff. Mostly a lot of warping here and there. I guess that messes with my brain. Stella laughed. This image of 3 ladies smashing monsters for fun isn't exactly what I had in mind. Kay frowned. 2 ladies and a golem. Technically you are sexless. I am emotionally and spiritually still a woman. I believe spirits are sexless. No, correction. Your soul is sexless. Stella emphasized. You can ask Eon. Apparently when we boil ourselves down to our raw soul particles, we are all sexless. You believe you are a woman because you inherited memories of a woman, but if you let yourself embrace your new body, you will think differently. Kay just laughed. All right, let's go smash some monsters. This conversation took a really weird turn. Lausanne just rolled her eyes. Did you meet some kind of eldritch creature on the other side that you're now? All cuckoo. I suppose exposure to the void should theoretically make me more susceptible to insanity. Stella mused. But monster smashing time. You're surprisingly calm when there's a demon king that's in our world. Kay said. We have Eon, Edna and Lumu. They'd give the demon king a good fight if it wants one. You have a surprisingly high level of confidence in their ability. They survived the last demon king, and they leveled for sure. They may struggle, but I think they can force a stalemate. This demon king has an axe. I think it'll probably have some anti-tree chopping perk. Oh, let me know when they send a woodcutter demon king, then I'll panic. That would make a fascinating thought experiment. I wonder the kind of skills and stats that kind of demon king would have. Is that something we should be thinking about? Let's go smash monsters. A level 50 dungeon would be good. The demon king moved, but remained in the southern continent. It seemed rather disinterested, and it raided kingdoms throughout the south with its army of demons. It attacked, destroyed cities and towns, and then retreated back. I didn't quite understand why it did so, strategically, but now that the demons have their mind, I suppose their behavior would change. Refugees and escapees abound. In fact, the escape began once the hero died. Most of the royalty sent their children away to escape the problem, and some came here, to the central continent. It reminded me of my earlier days of being a refugee center. The masses, all fleeing for their lives. The fear. The refugees that arrived on our southern shores were mostly the less wealthy sort. The nobles and those with sufficient funds would not antagonize the 4 churches by escaping to the central continent, so they escaped to the other continents instead. So, it is those who don't have the flexibility and financial power for a longer journey to the other continents, those who can only afford the shorter trip here. They took whatever they could to make the trip. Generally, I left the management of refugees to the respective local governments that received these refugees, so each jurisdiction treated their refugees slightly differently. Some had a talent harvesting or collection mechanism where new refugees are assessed for their skills and qualifications and deployed to fill missing needs. Some just place them in dedicated refugee towns and let them fend for themselves. In these places, the refugees then take charge of buying supplies and food from their nearest towns and cities, with whatever resources or cash they have. The life of a refugee is one where they make do with what they can get, and I do think the people of this world have been culturally ingrained to be hardy. It's an admirable trait. The Valthorns generally ceased recruitment from fresh refugees a while ago, due to the suspicions of loyalty. Patrick's mind-reading abilities are after all still limited to only the vicinity of Freshka. The refugees themselves usually have some combat ability, though not at a very high level. Usually they would have 5 to 20 levels in some combat class, which, strangely, makes them more combat proficient than my local group. The newer generation of Central Continent citizens are on average, less combat capable than their predecessors, as the presence of beetles throughout the continent have reduced the amount of monster attacks they face. Instead, for the average citizen, their main threats are petty crimes and thuggery from their local rulers or criminal gangs. For most part, lesser criminals do not attract the attention of the Valthorns. On the other hand, the specialized military forces are significantly higher level due to their privileged access to dungeons and the effects of my assisted training, and the average Valtrian Order soldier pretty much outclass everyone except for the above-average adventurers. As a result, there is a power gap between the common populace and the Valtrians, and the Valthorns are quasi-nobles, despite their lack of a noble title. A military aristocracy, in a way. Refugees generally have a very awkward relationship with the Valthorns they encounter, simply because in their other kingdoms, the nobility controls the army. Here, the federal army is an independent entity and that's something that needed some time to adapt. That said, based on Patrick's data, almost all refugees eventually settle in the central continent, with only a minority returning to their home continents. In terms of the total number of citizens, the central continent has increased between 2 to 3 times since 50 years ago. The growth in terms of total number had been primarily caused by the generally higher reproductive rates of humans, at least compared to dwarves, or elves. In terms of actual percentage growth, lizard people and treefolk dominated, due to both of these races coming from a low base, their ability to have multiple children at any time and the effect of the treology priests' various saps and syrups significantly improved their survival rates beyond their infant years. I don't have the exact number of people on the continent prior to the Rotted Lands, but it seemed that records suggest that it took only 3 decades to repopulate the continent, and it seems we are about 50% more than prior to the Rotted Lands. Still, it's hard to really estimate the total lives lost with unreliable data. We saw the Starways dim even more, though there seemed to be some kind of string, or line that came from our world, and there were flashes of light that moved through that string. It seemed to suggest that the Demon King is able to access the Starways from its end, and not just reliant on their gateways on their homeworld. I shared my memories of the demonic gateways with Stella through Patrick, but it didn't do much. She did not recognize the magical words or enchantments on those gates. Throughout the continent I kept my magical sensors ready, and just as before, I spread the Valthorns out. The heroes will arrive soon. When they do, I want to know whether they are here. It's important to get them before monsters or any strange criminals get to them. I will need to keep my eyes open for the path they took. What if we can't see it? Stella asked. That's a data point too. It meant they used a different method. Huh, true. More importantly, what if you can't go home? That it is impossible. Stella just sighed. Oh well. That's good. Yeah, I think this world isn't too bad. It's in better shape than the other 2 worlds. Have you met any other spirits on the other worlds? I mostly stayed with Valasira, and only went to the cities occasionally, myself. The good thing is, they speak the same language. Strange, how the language of both worlds are identical. It could be a skill. I wondered. A passive. Pretty sure it is. Feels like maybe I am actually talking gibberish but the system auto-translated the content to the recipient. C-147. New buds. Year 179. My sensors were glued to the skies, waiting for the moment. The forest was dark, and then momentarily, a flash of light. The darkness of the void momentarily twisted and swirled, and a ring of light appeared. 10 flashes of light shot out, like little meteors streaking through the dark night sky. Despite our best efforts to observe the phenomenon of a hero summoning, the magical energies were extremely subtle. 10 heroes have been summoned. Another 10 landed, and instantly I sounded the alarm. I wanted eyes on the ground to look for them, whether they are on the central continent, or elsewhere. I didn't see much. Stella frowned, upset at how the path back to her original world eluded her. It was faint, and there was that strange ring-like thing. Something I've not seen before until I had this astral sight ability. Still, while my forces kept watch for the heroes, we both tried to follow that path back. Myself and Stella, a few of the other senior Valthorns, Kay and Lausanne all dropped by at times. What kind of people do you think we'll get? Stella asked. She tried to make conversation while we tweaked with the Demolite and attempted to retrace the path of the heroes. There was no path. It's as if someone just airdropped the heroes. No, someone just drop-shipped the heroes. Probably the same type. Young kids, 14 to 18 years old, too young to know how shitty the world truly is, and easily controlled by the gods. That bad, huh? Stella said. He's pretty alright, isn't she? She has this weird hang-up about helping former Earthlings. Some people are helpful like that. I think too much skepticism and suspicion would just paralyze her. It's good that she still cares, even after what she has seen and been through. I know I certainly don't have that kind of mental strength. You survived 40 years in other worlds. I think you deserve some credit. Our experiments didn't really seem to go anywhere. It's frustrating that the gods have even more unique powers that even void mana can't breach. Hey, Practicing magic for 40 years hardly counts as hardship. Well, you did lose some body parts, which have all fully healed. Shit happens. You know, bad mistakes when practicing magic. In fact, if it wasn't for your familiar skill, I'd probably be dead. The healing abilities of your familiar saved my life a few times. Stella just shrugged when it didn't work. A part of me suspected this wasn't going to work. The rules of our home world were too different. Our planets and galaxies don't float on some kind of interstellar fog. So that's one data point for Earth being an entire alternate universe and demonic worlds existing within our present same universe. But, that raised the next question: why do the gods summon all of the heroes from these alternate universes? My guess. Yeah, go for it. We're blank slates. Clean, untouched by mana ever. Maybe it's just easier to control us that way. Isn't every soul a blank slate when they die? That's true. Then the next likely thing is that there's something interfering with the gods' ability to capture fresh, clean souls from this world. Maybe they just can't see this world very well. Maybe our home worlds are godless, so that makes it easy for them to pick and choose who they want. Then why do they need administrators? I don't know. Stella laughed. Maybe it's just specialization, I guess. Ever wondered how they came to be? Like, how did those reincarnation administrators become reincarnation administrators? My bet. The gods made them. They're not real individuals, just a system personified and anthropomorphized. Wild, right? I mean, back home we have AI and machines that could mimic people, why wouldn't the same thing be doable via magic? That's really true. The gods could easily achieve self-aware and mostly autonomous operators. If I can create artificial souls, the gods surely can go further. Within 2 weeks it was clear that the heroes did not spawn on the central continent. It was also a good point that none of them died soon after summoning. I want to spy on the heroes. Kay said. Why? I want to see what kind of shit the temples throw at them at the start, whether it's the same as us. Stella immediately rebuked her. You do know that volunteering yourself to be a hero's secret guide is a huge death flag, right? I have no idea what you are talking about. Kay rolled her eyes. It's a story trope. Come on. Mentor occupational hazard. Ever heard of it? Stella repeated. I say, don't do it. Why is it that you believe all these norms? Kay responded. If anyone should go, it's either Edna or Lumu. Edna and Lumu can get teleported away if they are ever in danger, and they are far stronger than you are. Who won't go, because their place is here? Kay responded. My place is to assist the heroes. I am just going to spy on them. You're a golem, Kay. You're not a spymaster or ranger. Is this really the best use of your time? Going with the heroes to play babysitter is not going to be a good idea. You'll stunt their growth, too. I won't participate. I am just going to watch from afar, and prevent deaths, if any. Kay said. Enough have died from this, and I don't want any more foolish deaths. There are a lot of foolish deaths. Stella said. The world's full of it. I know, but this is the one I choose to do something about. Why? Because heroes' lives matter. I guess. Kay was young, and she wasn't very politically aware. I feel like I should contribute, even if it isn't much. Stella just had a facepalm. You know, back home, there's so many people who died for whatever reason: starvation, sickness, lack of jobs, depression. It never occurred to you that the world is usually a shitty place. I guess. Kay shrugged. I just want to do this, so just let me, alright. I can't save everyone. That's the kind of thing maybe some like Eon can do. I am just going to help prevent some deaths. What's the big fat problem about it? I guess you're just a little, ungrateful, I guess. Look, when you see a doctor and the doctor saves your life, sure, you owe him, but do you reorient your entire life around the doctor's whims? No, right. There's a part where we draw the line and say, alright, that's your life, and this is mine. No, in fact I feel this is my way of paying it forward. Stella paused for a while, and then laughed. I guess that's why you're a hero. I actually don't think that's a criteria after all. Look at Alvin, he isn't really that honorable or what? Kay left on some ships to the southern continent once news of their location came. The group of 10 was essentially split in two. One group on the eastern continent, another group on the southern continent itself. I outfitted Hyperion with multiple mana batteries and crystals to help it act like a mobile mana battery, and then, with the help of many blacksmiths, artisans and mages, built a massive magical cannon array on top of it. Alka named it the Mana Cannon version 1. This was essentially the first idea, to essentially convert Hytrerion to a massive cannon. Hytrerion as it is already has an energy blast, a power inherited from the Demon Walker, and on its own, generated quite a bit of mana. Its power still paled, when compared to the hero weapons, but at least it could regenerate on time. This is a utility, I wondered. Not really. Alka laughed. But the real utility is the battery. Normal folk are unable to channel huge amounts of mana, unless they have specialized skills. So, the first real utility test is whether Hytrerion can act as a mobile teleportation gateway, together with Stella's existing void powers. The idea was whether it's possible for Hytrerion to act as a mobile link on the other worlds. Of course, this is putting the cart before the horse, because we don't even have a way of opening a portal or rift large enough to the other side. But once we have the power source, we can figure out what to do with it. Another aspect of the utility was terraforming. Essentially, the other worlds, some of them are very hostile to life. The intense aridness of the demon worlds meant my forces would be fighting in an environment that is uncomfortable. It's a penalty we didn't need. So, in terms of beetles, and to a lesser extent, Hytrerion, we wanted to see whether we can have environment generators. Beetles that have little combat ability, but spend their mana or energy to empower their surrounding beetles. This included a wide range of possible functions, from adding humidity to the world such that my beetles' joints and limbs operate better, to stacking auras such that they can overcome the negative environment on the other worlds. What we discovered was that it's impossible for beetles to carry aura functions. We needed dedicated commander beetles. Like horns, but taken to the extreme. I also wondered whether it's possible to have an aura titan. Something that boosted the combat abilities of my allies, and the thought instantly triggered the system to award it. The Aura Turtle, Titan. A turtle with multiple crystals on its back, each crystal generated a different aura. Default turtle generates healing aura, mana recovery aura, damage reduction aura and endurance, stamina aura. Additional auras gained with level, consumption of magical artifacts and upgrades. I had to think about this though, is this really a good idea? I only have 2 titans left. I finally recreated a level 120 dungeon after tweaking with a few ley lines. I had to subtly guide 4 ley lines to meet somewhere deep underground, and so, a new dungeon for my Valthorns to power level. This time, I tried to mess with the dungeon settings a little bit more, so that the energy is focused on just spawning high-tier monsters, rather than just mobs. Essentially, I hoped for a dungeon full of mini-bosses. A town quickly sprung up outside the dungeon, to serve and support the Valthorns making the dive. Which is better, hunting champions, or dungeon diving? I asked the Valthorns one day. Depends on what kind of dungeon, really. If it's the trap-filled dungeons with all sorts of funny tricks, I prefer the champion any day. Rune laughed. He's still at the level 130-ish level. It's hard for them to level, strangely. Clearly the effects of the multiple hero fragments are more pronounced than I know. Kay sent word that she found one group of heroes. 4 of them. One of them had gone missing, but they couldn't find him. The heroes are practicing on monsters and smaller demon swarms in the south. Missing. Edna wondered. She was based in the underground city, right outside the level 120 dungeon. Just in case a monster escaped the dungeon. Is he dead? No. I didn't get a notification. I checked with Stella, just to be sure. How many fragments do you have, Stella? Let me count. I think 13. 10 from the bunch I was summoned with, and 3 from Keith's batch. Why? One of the heroes went missing, and I wanted to know whether he's dead. Strange. Heroes don't go missing, normally. Not on some secret training mission or anything. Kay isn't sure. If he isn't dead, that's a good sign. We just need to wait and watch out. There was another group on the eastern continent. 5 of them. They too managed to survive their initial scare with regular monsters. Kay quickly relayed that this batch of heroes were conventional heroes, as in 2 of them was a super knight, and the other 2 was a super mage. The missing hero was a super mage too. Conventional heroes and conventional demons, EH. It felt like there's a larger supercycle of demons and heroes. Are the gods just playing some kind of Magic the Gathering campaign throughout the expansions and blocks, and are just moving through the gimmicks of each block? Stella sat. Kay messaged to say she will continue to observe them. Back home, we continued on with our weapons program. Alka and his group of artificers and mages were very busy, with multiple concurrent projects running. He preferred it that way. The multiple projects seemed to allow him to gather magical inspiration from many places. They worked on many types of ideas for anti-demonic weapons, from suicidal golems, flying golems to airdrop rigged crystal bombs, and just better crystal bombs and weapons all round. My woodsmiths and blacksmiths made thousands of anti-demonic spears, and enchanted them. The central continent had a thriving defense industry, linked by my network of carrier beetles. Throughout the continent we built multiple weapons stockpiles. It was overpreparing in a sense, but high-quality weapons took time to make, and even master smiths and workers labored months on a special weapon, or a special knife, or a special rod. Some enchantments took just as long, especially those that required the threading of multiple different spells. We didn't have the hero's overpowered hero forge to shortcut a lot of that. If I needed superweapons, I needed to make them early. 10 years early. The Demon King continued its raid on the kingdoms, and the heroes rushed to gain levels. The Eastern group apparently started to sail to the south, to join their compatriots, the regular monsters of the Eastern continent insufficient to feed their growth. I wonder whether they have an experience multiplier for killing demons. I suspect they do. Kay commented that the Southern group reached level 60 within a month. Level 60 is enough for a champion, at least, with their hero powers, but the Demon King needed them at the level 100 range. If they were too weak, they'd die quickly. The missing hero was still missing. I wonder what would happen if the missing hero never appeared. Would the gods summon new heroes? Or the demons would destroy the world until they find that hero? Dash. Greater than are they coming? Less than Reefy asked. The demons are still on their continent. Greater than I have new spiky weapons I'd like to use on them. I don't like this heat. But I gained skills now. I have perfect waters. Less than. What in the world does that do? Greater than my environment is always perfect for reefs. Less than. Greater than of course. But can you get me some of the demons? I wonder whether my fishes will eat them. Are they food? Less than. Greater than spiky corals then. Poison hurt them. Less than. I don't recall seeing a hero with a poison focus, or maybe I just can't remember. Maybe it's a bit dumb to have a poison focus when the demons aren't even human, so the poisons just don't hurt them. Greater than awe. No poisonous corals then. Just really hard and pokey corals. Less than. I thought back about the tainted demon core captured from the Demon King. It remained a puzzle I am unable to crack, even as I leveled. Demonic mana remained key, at least, master of it. The rotted lands on the central continent are extremely small now, a tenth of what it once was. This space was preserved, mainly to hold the hybrid plants that I can control, and for my Valthorns to continue their combat practice. With the smaller size, the relative strength of the demonic hybrids that spawn naturally dwindled. This is a limited space for me to practice the mana these hybrid plants sometimes produce. Perhaps an artificial mind fused with a hybrid may be the solution. Patrick proposed one day. I sometimes wonder why I can't think of these solutions myself. Did I try it before? Well, it didn't work. The artificial mind collapsed soon after exposure to the demonic mana, like trying to boot up a faulty computer. Or maybe, a computer with insufficient parts. Why? Or perhaps, like a computer, it's not. Wait, is it a power source issue then? But artificial souls generate their own mana. Is that why there's a conflict between a hybrid plant that passively generates tiny bits of demonic mana? It's like a computer. Getting both AC and DC power simultaneously, so it fried the computer. I suppose it's time to revisit the fundamentals of this artificial mind. Like, what is an artificial mind, and what differentiates them from regular people? Why are they limited? I suspect the issues may be about the creation of life. Patrick theorized that a full soul is essentially a life and a living being. You don't feel like you are a living being, Patrick. Well, no, I am always a part of you, even if I am capable of independent thought, master. Perhaps it is that sense of self. Their soul, being incomplete, like a very good AI, but lacking that last spark that truly makes an AI more than just an AI. But, what am I trying to achieve here? These are dangerous grounds. Do I want to create life unwittingly? My goal is to achieve control over demonic mana, and thus, hopefully, gain another color for my soul forge. Already, one of the ideas I had was to use the huge stockpiled void mana and attempt to unlock a new soul forge color, but I suspect the system required me to generate my own void mana, not just rely on stored mana. It was a deconstruction of the artificial souls. Artificial souls are pieced together from the remnants of the dead. To use a computer term, they are salvaged from the usable parts of many dead computers, and pieced together into a whole. But, they lack the core which differentiated a person from a machine. I've developed quite a significant understanding of these parts over the decades, through my analysis of Hex. The hex is when these parts are combined in such a way that generates toxic negative thoughts. In other words, hex is pretty much weaponized negativity. Again, what else can the parts make? Can the parts be better made than how I currently know them? After all, I learned it by way of skills and levels. There should be better versions. C-148. Psychia Tree. Year 180. 9 of them spotted. K spoke via long-range message. All of them are around level 80s, and they are still challenging the champions. The king seemed content to let them do so, and continued its destructive acts. It's a pattern, repeated since long ago. The king almost always waited for the heroes to level up. This was a quirk that I did not understand. Was it a rule? Or are the heroes invisible before they turn level 100? But clearly the demon champions are able to find the heroes. So why? It really feels very game-ish. One instance suggested some observational flaw or quirk. But now after numerous demon kings, it really felt like this pattern suggested a game-like arrangement between the demons and the gods. I really hope the Ivan Church agrees to send the triumvirs over. I do want to interrogate the damned Ivan god, why the fuck are we playing this game? But there was that hero that did the whole sneak attack thing, but that was because there is an existing group of surviving heroes. If so, the Demon King must have a trigger to engage in their hunt. No luck on the missing hero. The missing hero was still missing. But if say he is alive, and he is leveling up, he can't stay hidden for long. Not with the Demon King's divine hunting sight. I recall Harris once said that the demons can sense their presence, and the higher levels they are, the stronger they glow to the demons. No. Kay sighed. I hope he's fine. The other heroes have attempted to contact him, but he refused all communication. You've made contact with the heroes? Yes. We spoke a bit. Kay said. At level 80-ish they are able to spot me. There was no way I could remain hidden for long. And what did you tell them? Almost everything. Really. But nothing about you. Kay was quick to repeat. Just about hero stuff, really. About the things we've seen. I mean, about life as a hero. And our lives after we win. And the gods. They didn't kill you there and then. They seemed to mumble something about Ken saying the same thing. Ken's the missing hero, by the way, and he's. He pretty much went cold turkey and had no contact with the rest of them after the first week together. Ken. So, how are the heroes taking to their new roles as saviors of the world? Quite enthusiastic. It's actually quite embarrassing to hear it. Was I so naive and innocent? Kay sighed. Yes. Yes, you were. In fact, you still are. Rune and the others kept at their dungeon raids. The dungeon at level 120 was large, and their foes were a mix of giants. According to their post-raid reports, the space after the dungeon gates were significantly larger than before, and the dungeon exhibited some kind of spatial distortion which magnified its size. I too have some spatial abilities with my secret hideouts and subsidiary tree rooms. Rune and another of the matriarchs managed to hit level 135, so they are only 15 levels away from their own domains. The monsters were large, but ultimately they can be defeated. Still, after my earlier experience with the collapsed dungeon, I started work on another set of ley lines, and I hope to have a new dungeon active before this one collapses in the future. These dungeons, their rewards are mostly the remains of the dungeon monsters, and they are often set aside for my blacksmiths and mages to experiment, to craft into weapons and armors. There is a gradual upward drift in the quality of the equipment among the Valthorns, as they get a wider variety of equipment over time, instead of just my own items. Things I made are blessed by me personally are strong, but my items tend to have anti-demon effects. Equipment made from the monsters' remains in the dungeon tend to be more varied. Those who made a living outside the dungeon also soon made more mobile setups, once they were informed of the temporary nature of these high-tier dungeons. These were pretty much the best craftsmen and smiths the entire continent have to offer, and it's something we noticed, that the higher level they were, it is more likely that they have passion in what they did. For these level 80+ craftsmen, they relished working with the unique materials that a high-tier dungeon provided, and so they moved where the materials were. That said, for these craftsmen, almost 80% of their time is spent making equipment to process the materials, and only 20% on the materials themselves. There's a whole lot of preparation work that goes on before the craftsmen lay their lands on the harvested items. Many of these higher-tier monsters are new to us, since the dungeon generated these monsters somewhat randomly, so even harvesting the monsters took a lot of experimentation. At higher tiers, the dungeon monsters resemble more like Frankenstein-ish mixture of creatures, materials and skills. In fact, I would personally say most monsters look their best at around level 80, where they conform to what I believe is usually considered a monster's normal appearance. At level 120, take a Cerberus, would have strange laser eyes, teeth or claws made of some rainbow metal, and sometimes, even heads that regrow when chopped off, as if it's some love child of a Cerberus and a Hydra. It's like the dungeon system has an archive of what items or effects it considers as a high-level effect, and just mashed them together to form whatever random mini-boss. They usually had a few gimmicks too, like a Cerberus where one eye used lasers, and one of the heads caused explosions. I wondered whether a level 150 or 200 dungeon will look more proper, once every part of the monster is upgraded with higher tier materials. It's just a theory. Of course. According to Edna, there's no great difference in their appearance between level 120 and 130, just more skills, more gimmicks, tougher, and stronger. The whole moving ley lines thing also made me think of that volcano I acquired early on. If there are natural sources of energy, I suppose using my own world knowledge, the greatest power source right now would be the sun. The stars and the sun would generate the most power, so I wonder what level would a sun-powered dungeon be? Could I even create gods outright? I mean, if a dungeon had level 150 monsters, wouldn't that mean these monsters are mini-gods in their own right? If so, how can a dungeon contain them? This suggested a few likely outcomes. 1. Is that it is impossible to create dungeons beyond level 149, unless the dungeon itself is some godly being. 2. It is possible to create level 150 monsters, but controlling them is impossible, so a dungeon break must happen. 3. It is possible to create level 150 dungeons, and it is possible for the dungeon to still control level 150 plus creations despite their domain, or perhaps, these creatures do not have a domain. It is possible if the monsters are soulless despite having that kind of power level, that they are just super strong automatons with strength at that level. Which made me wonder, any of the druids attempted to enslave or tame the dungeon monsters before? I mean, the dungeons generate high-tier monsters, but druids and beastmasters naturally have abilities to acquire companions. I also remember that old story of the elven hero with the ability to enslave spirits, including spirit trees. It was something that I am still afraid of, even if I have the domain as a shield. I wondered when a hero's skills and a domain clashed, how does the system resolve the conflict? Like, a hero with a special spirit capture ability, against me, a spirit tree with a domain. Anyway, the druids soon explained that they have attempted to capture the dungeon beasts, but have only managed to tame those in the lower tier dungeons, around level 80 or so. They have not had any success with the monsters from the higher level dungeons. They suspected that it's due to their diversified focus, and so their success relied on their huge level differentials. A pure monster tamer. That sounds like something from an isekai story. If I am able to convert a demon, could a very powerful monster tamer or beast master control the demons, and at even higher levels, take control of the demon champions and kings? It's essentially the same issue with heroes and me, isn't it? If a powerful beast master can control the demon king, a hero must be able to control me. That train of thought implies the demon king to be a domain holder, which, from our data thus far, nothing seems to suggest it is a domain holder. In fact, we don't even know if the demon king has levels. Because the king doesn't talk. The heatwave meant druids and mages were in huge demand, as they had to help use their weather abilities and skills to help reduce the impact of the heat. Our master builders had to rush to the shores, and areas that suffered huge floods and rainfalls to help redirect the water, on top of my trees. My trees soaked up the water easily, after all, my roots naturally transported water and I used this to great effect, to help direct water from areas that faced torrential rain and floods, to areas that faced exceptionally dry weather. The response to the weather changes were mixed. Some just moved to places where the effects were milder. Like Freshka itself, it is quite insulated from the effects of the heatwave due to the presence of many druids' skills that helped soften the effects of the demon king's energies, on top of my own heat channeling abilities. The farmlands within the same region as me pretty much survived the heatwave unaffected. At this distance my abilities easily overwhelmed the global effects of the heatwave. Further out, there's been some fires and destruction of farms. Small damage, generally, as my influence wanes somewhat at a distance. That said, the nobles and royalty were generally pretty pissy about the weather, and they've hired mages and druids to keep the weather pleasant. Strange that they get so pissy. I observed less of such behavior from the older kind. One group that I needed to assist a little more were the treefolk. They seemed rather sensitive to the weather, and needed to consume more water to offset the increased evaporation and heat. Trees generally help to cool their surroundings through evaporation, but that does mean that they lose more water, and tree folks needed to constantly replenish water, a problem when the rivers themselves are drying up. So far, no area has faced terrible droughts yet, thanks to my roots performing their role of distributing both heat and water to where they are needed. Funny that all my fire resistance and training from previous demon kings meant I could resist this effect relatively easily. Truly, what doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. The elves, humans and dwarves were uncomfortable, but they generally did well. The lizard people enjoyed the heat, but they preferred the humid heat, not the dry heat, so those close to the coast actually found the heatwave pleasant. The lesser races like those winged Garudas and harpies didn't enjoy the more turbulent winds from the heat. Fishing was down significantly, as the heat made the waves more dangerous throughout the world. That said, if a fisher and sailor were to set out now, they would generally level, if they survived. Trade was wobbly, and so was fishing. But the oceans were generally calmer out in the open oceans. A master captain with a great ship could still make the journey. Our pirates and privateers are stranded on the islands. Well, one of the drawbacks of a land-based continental force is my naval forces aren't amazing. Even with all the training and special centers, they just don't have the opportunity to really challenge themselves for sea battles. Unless I do mock battles with Reefy. Mock battles sounded like a good idea. Greater than yes. Less than. Greater than practice. Battles. Less than I shared images and scenes through our somewhat connected routes. Of practice duels, mock battles and so on. The purpose was to practice strategy and tactics, gain familiarity on whether combat is effective or not. Greater than not enemies. Friend. Just to get stronger. Less than. Reefy seemed to struggle to process fighting their friends for a while. It seemed to have a rather convenient categorization of friends and foes. Or did it just classify people to their threat levels? I did so. Reefy still seemed rather confused. In the meantime, since Arya and Icebang are ice spirits, I wondered whether they have abilities that can offset the heat. They do, but it's an aura ability, so they can't share it. The Northern Isles, despite being naturally colder, had stronger heatwaves, and this manifested in stronger blizzards and winds. In a way, this Demon King's abilities isn't really a heatwave, but more of extreme weather. Did the Demon King copy some climate change rulebook somewhere? The heroes kept on with their battles and they had their first encounter with the Demon King. It did not go well, but it seemed the Demon King did not give much chase. Ellis Myers has died. You received a fragment. Jenna Carey has died. You received a fragment. Kay had apparently attempted to help. You idiot. Stella screamed over the message spell. She had 2 fragments too. Don't risk your fucking life. I've already died once. What's another time? I thought you promised us. Apparently Kay had a promise with the girls. I sure didn't see them being so close. I know. I feel like shit though. Kay said. I can't just stand and let them fight. Kay, we've talked about this. There are battles that are out of our leagues. Each of us needs to do our part, do what we're good at. Stella repeated. I am a void mage, and I am good with portals. That means I am not going anywhere near a battlefield. You're a biocrystalline golem, and you can make crystals do all sort of stuff. But you're not a 100% combat class, and you don't have hero powers. Don't fight battles you can't do shit in. We all want this shit to end, but we need to work together, damn it. Another act out of line, and I'll get Eon to recall you. Sorry. Good. The death of 2 shook the group of 7 left. They were nervous and afraid. What seemed comically easy once they leveled, suddenly was hard again. The gap between the champions and the king was large, and only now they understood it. Kay had to be their counselor. But in the south, there were other temples, and some heroes sought help from the temples instead. Should have sent priests here. Right now they need the calming abilities of the priesthood. Kay complained. That was something I'll take note of. Certainly Lumu could help to provide serenity and calmness in face of loss. These are young teens in need of emotional support, and that's certainly a neglected aspect of their journey. Do we have counselor classes? I asked Lumu and the group. Actually, if heroes get out of this with PTSD, is that why they end up indulging themselves in all their harems and all that? It's a way of coping with the shit they've seen. I am not in their place, and I've not seen their struggles. But on reflection, it does seem almost all of them are broken or chipped in some way. I knew his answer before he answered thanks to our mental link, but I let him say it out anyway. We do have Priest of Tranquility, and certain skills like calm composure, emotional appeasement. Then we must find ways to train this further. I've been growing class seeds all this while, but I suppose I needed to experiment and create these counselors or psychiatrist classes. I looked at my own tree of prayers. These helped in the past, just as my tea did. I needed to make them mobile, without using Lumu. The people of this world are naturally resilient and seem to endure the destruction really well without emotionally breaking down, but the heroes clearly are cracking, even if they outwardly appear fine. C-149, Timeless Trees. Year 181. The heroes tried again, if anything, out of a desire for revenge. The Demon King killed 2 of them, and they were going to live, this time. They hunted champions and gained more levels, and all of them were now in their level 100s, if only in the early level 100s. The 2 fragments each of them had made them level faster, and made them stronger. They know I am talking to you guys. Kay said. So, you're free to have friends, right? I think they are all right, but some of them are suspicious why I am reporting everything to you. And rightly so. The way I am behaving is very much a spy. In a way, I am a spy. Kay laughed awkwardly. I thought you told them everything. Yes, but still, they continue to maintain some distance. Kay paused. If I were in their shoes, I'd be suspicious of a girl or golem who claims to be a former hero and somehow reports on their activities back to someone they don't know. Then stop staying there. I think they no longer need your help. Not anymore. The longer they stay, the more suspicious they get. You're right. Kay had one last conversation with the heroes before their fight with the Demon King. They've reached level 100, and just as before they've unlocked their star mana forms. There's 7 of them at level 100 plus, against 1 Demon King. Honestly, the odds are pretty good that they'll win. She spoke of hero-made items from previous generations, and whether the heroes wanted a trip to the central continent before their second encounter with the Demon King. They refused. Well, some of them wanted it, but they already unlocked their own Hero's Forge and could make their own hero items. You think they'll live? Stella asked through message as Kay made her way to the shore. I could recall her at any time, but she wanted to wait for the heroes to actually fight the Demon King before she left. What did you think of the Demon King? I saw it briefly. I was really far away, but I think they have a good chance of winning. But I think half of them will die. It's still a bit too early. Huh, are they prepared for a self-destruction gimmick at the end? I don't know whether they remembered. When I reminded them, they just brushed it off. Huh, Stella asked. I am not sure whether what I told them got through to their heads. Lately they just seem, I don't know how to put it. Stubborn. No. Confident. Not that either. Middle grade syndrome. That might be it. But they are late teens, right? Yes. One of them reincarnated as a half-dark elf, so age is a little bit more flexible, but yes. Late teens, mentally. You were there, once. You should know why they don't listen. Fuck that. We felt the effects of the battle from a distance. The heroes pulled out all the stops, and my magical sensors felt the churn of magic in the air, even so far away. The weather seemed to sense this, and the world waited for the outcome of the battle of heroes. The instability of magic lasted for a day, and this time, I felt sensations that were very familiar. It felt like those old, healed wounds had been torn open. But I was still physically fine. Why did I feel it then? Demon King Ethrezin has been slain. Kenny Hills has been slain. You received a fragment. Ellie Pato has been slain. You received a fragment. Nancy Pellos has been slain. You received a fragment. Only 3 deaths. That meant 4 of the heroes survived. The 4 survivors were Prabhu and Colette, both archmages, Hafiz the Knight and Chung the Archer. There was an explosion at the end, but somehow they still managed to survive it. Kay, of course, felt the explosion. The explosion's shockwave could be felt a world away, and she ran at full speed towards the center of the explosion once it was clear the explosion was done. The entire area had been turned into a volcanic wasteland, but the 4 were alive, but weak. All of them suffered heavy burns and their skins charred. They lived. Both archmages were unconscious, but they somehow managed to sustain a multi-layered magical shield that collapsed once Kay approached them. The burns were so bad that they could not speak, not yet. She quickly stabilized them with her familiar's healing abilities. Despite how horrific the burns were, they were heroes, and the healing quickly restored them. Exhausted and weak, even though somewhat healed, Kay escorted them out and brought them to the nearest town where they got food and shelter. Well, that's over. I gathered the Valthorns. As usual, we'll have to face the issue that the heroes may be hostile, or may be friendly. We will initiate our hero preparations procedure again. We had this preparation since the Crusades, mainly to consider how to fight heroes on our home ground, should the temples order another round of crusades. There's 4 of them. 5 if we count the missing hero. We know that 2 of them are mages, and they have good shields strong enough to stop the Demon King's last bomb. They also survived the Demon King, so that should put them in the level 120s. In a straight combat, we're in trouble. Even with both Lumu and Edna, I think it'll be a long shot if we even win. So, avoiding combat should be the first priority. At least the propaganda from the temples are not outright hostile these days, so hopefully the heroes don't turn out that bad. They would have to mop up the rest of the demons too. There are still demon champions and large hordes of demons left unchecked. The heroes will get to them soon, perhaps in a month. We should start aid, Lozan proposed. It's a good way to win friends through the reconstruction process. This is usually the period when they start maneuvering for territory and start their own kingdoms. We'll need to be careful not to get tangled in a case where the kingdoms use our support as a weapon or shield against the heroes. One of the lords presented some diplomatic implications. Agreed, but we can just decline or pull out should that happen. Lozan proposed. Then we as a faith will look weak, because we can't resist the heroes. It's a signal to the temples that we are afraid of the heroes. No. Let's step back here. We're not going as a missionary force, and we're not going to be some pillar to stand up against the heroes or the other temples. We're sending workers, craftspeople, farmers, druids to help fix the damaged lands, and if we encounter any hostility we will pack up and move. Lozan repeated. We can do this without having a need to appear as a political entity. Then what you are suggesting is a clandestine aid operation. Any action we do will be viewed through national, geostrategic or geopolitical views. How strong, how weak we go. Lumu paused. I believe it may not be a problem if we go weak. Then we won't be winning over allies in the south, so why go? Lozan took a step back. I think we need to draw a line here, on whether we're going for political reasons, or going for the purpose of assistance. I am voting to go, and provide assistance and help the nations rebuild their lives a bit faster. The debate went on for a while. I was alright either way, whether the council decided to go or otherwise. In the end, Lozan volunteered for a small assistance group, supported by the priests. I also needed more domain level servants, and Johann, Rune and a few of the druids kept on grinding the level 120 dungeon. They were at the edges and stagnating, around the early level 140s, and yet it's not moving much. Level 120 isn't enough, Eon. Rune vented. We've done this for months and we're not leveling. Something's not right. Patrick and my artificial minds quickly made comparisons between their experience and that of Edna and Lumu. The analysis revealed that there wasn't much difference, except they didn't participate significantly in the conflict with the Demon King. Does the system actually require some kind of significant event record in order to move past certain levels? But, what about me? The fragments help override the system or give it a boost. I needed more power to feed the ley lines. I just wondered, whether heroes could supply the power needed to summon super tier dungeons. No. Back about the idea of the sun. Could I create a portal to the sun and then use that as a magic source? Of course, I asked Stella about the possibility of creating permanent portals. In theory, yes, but the further it is, the more difficult it is to be permanent, simply because the void in space is subject to so much interference and fluctuations that the mage or portal maker has to constantly adjust their skill or spell in order to account for those changes. A super strong solar flare or a magical supernova could rip your portal to shreds, if at the wrong place and at the wrong time. The way between worlds is a forest, and perhaps also a sea that's constantly moving. The path is a bit like trying to create a bridge made of floating ships through a volatile sea. It's easier if it's nearer, since the distance traveled isn't too far. I wondered whether it's better to just, be the ship and float on the sea, but anyway, it's certainly possible to establish a permanent portal, given enough mana, time and having the right skill sets. Distance increases this complexity by introducing disruptions and fluctuations. Both source and destination also play a part in the complexity of the process. I thought about it, and then Stella went back to research. I thought of other ways of cracking the problem with the creation of high-level dungeon. I decided I would experiment using my roots as electrical cables, and move the mana from the various ley lines to a single location. The thing is, a dungeon's power source cannot be a living thing, and so, if the mana came from me, it would reject that source and only consider the non-living thing. It also has to be at a certain level of stability and quantity, which caused the dungeons to reject mana batteries as a source of augmentation. So, I needed a magical route that absorbed the mana from various ley lines, and then dumped that at a particular location where the dungeon could then use. I tested it out with a few dungeons, and creating the routes that were independent of me weren't that difficult. Essentially, make the route, but then cut it off once ready. It didn't work, even though the mana was still moving through the routes. I tested it out too. What other ways could I trick the system into accepting the mana as a valid source of power? Could the solution be something extremely simple that I have never considered so far? The heroes recovered quickly, the wounds and physical damage were gone. But Kay was worried. We need to get them checked for parasites. They could have parasites like Alvin. Alvin's parasite was initially dormant too. Why do they have any symptoms? I asked, curious why Kay suddenly asked. No, they don't. But it's just, what if they did? We have to check. With your familiar's healing skills, did you detect anything unusual? No. Then why are you worried? Because it just feels uneasy. They look alright, I think. Physically they are back to tip-top shape. But you never know. They could have some accumulated, hidden damage that only something as strong as your magical biolab can pick up. Stella rolled her eyes. That's like taking a kid to an MRI because he hurt his knee. If there's no symptoms, leave it. Eons testing doesn't have side effects like MRI, so it's really a risk-free test. Get them to a priest or a healer and have them checked for any soul damage. I've done that, but the priests are so low level I am not sure they are even able to see through the hero's natural protective defenses. Then there's nothing to be worried about. Stella said. That's a death flag. Being a hero is a death flag. No, it's a death sentence. Fuck. The mop-up operation of the remaining demons lasted just a month or two after the hero's recovery. Still, they didn't expect to see Kay back then, so they thanked her for coming to their aid. I kept digging underground, and by now I explored about 30 to 40% of the underground areas of the continent. During this time, we also dug up the area near where the Elven capital once stood. It was supposedly destroyed during the Rotted Lands era. Something doesn't seem quite right. I mused to the Valthorns, summarizing the underground explorations. Alka, my chief researcher, nodded. Indeed. The amount of remnants we dug up seems rather small for what was a large capital. Could everything be destroyed? A senior druid proposed. So many other kingdoms were destroyed that day. Indeed, but most of them left behind a lot of noticeable debris or damaged structures. Alka soon ordered a far bigger archaeological study of the area. Within a month, we mapped out the debris in places where the damage was found. Indeed, there was a large circular area where there was very little debris or ruins. It was strange. What are we theorizing here? Edna asked. Is it possible for the destruction to be so uneven? It could be something that exploded and then destroyed the city before the Demon King's sludge reached this place. We soon created a lot more magical sensors in that area in hope of cracking the clue, but we didn't detect anything at all. Perhaps whatever magic that caused this has faded after the decades. If something happened, we were too late. Alka wondered. The death of the Demon King meant the seas and oceans returned to normal. Gradually, the storms closer to the southern continent were the first to recover from the turbulence. It will still take some time for the traders to resume, usually those merchants that were forced to change their jobs or businesses in order to adapt to the turbulent weathers would still need some time to research which trades are worthwhile, while some of the more confident or foolhardy merchants would immediately jump back. These are usually the first to move anyway. During this time, Patrick picked up some interesting individuals through his mind-reading abilities. These guys had magical camouflage abilities that hide their presence, but they could not mask their very clear thought bubbles. The artifact is acting funny. That missing hero is not here. On closer look, I felt like I've seen that thing before. A hero locator. No, more importantly, there was something pressing against my presence, and I pressed back. The little mental or magical tug of war happened only shortly, then it disappeared. False positive. Again. The two talked. I remembered how I felt like they seemed really high level all the way back then, but now, not anymore. Based on my much more refined magical sensors and my inspection, I suspect they are in their level 60s, but had special equipment to support their tasks. They paused. Someone just used inspect on me. Ah, they have a counter detection ability. That's interesting. It functioned just as how my domain protected me. Me too. Stop talking. This meant whoever did that could hear us. Oh, what do we do? Retreat. At that point, Patrick asked. Should we pursue and follow? Once they are out of my mind reading range, it'll be hard to find them. Patrick's mind reading powers essentially revealed all hidden characters, a bit like a detector. Yes. But don't kill them. I want to know what they are plotting. I quickly called on my high-leveled Valthorn Rangers and Scouts. They had counter-espionage skills, though they are a little underdeveloped due to my extensive tree network. My Rangers gave chase, and they seemed to know it. They fled. In fact, they actually disappeared out of my sight for a while and managed to throw fake trails that led my Rangers and Scouts on the wrong path. Their skill or ability had a time limit, because about 2 towns away, deep in the woods, my trees could see them appear out of their illusions. The hell was that? We're too careless. Well, they still are. We should have known a supposed deity could see through our invisibility charms. Okay. Let's calm down and review what we have. We didn't detect any sign of the hero. Eon has a depository of hero items. So our artifact is probably detecting that. So he's not here. He might still be in the south, then. They took out their bag, and I saw something that looked pretty broken. A circular disc that was cracked. When did that break? One of the spies asked the other. I don't know. I was too busy running away. We need to report this. At this point, I decided to let them believe they managed to lose my scouts. I kept my eye and watched them make the entire journey to the eastern seaboard, and then got on some ships. Throughout the entire time, I learned a few things. They are part of an organization called the Lanza, and they are trying to find heroes. I wasn't sure they were helping them, or trying to kill them, because it seemed they were prepared for both. Find more info on this. Lanza. What we soon found was that there were actually multiple members of the Lanza even on our central continent, but most of them were only mid-tier individuals, around level 30s to 50s. They had attempted at various times to recruit individuals of higher levels but with mixed success. There's very little they could offer the nobility that they could not already obtain in some way or form from the existing structure. Those we interrogated revealed nothing unique, other than the Lanza as a group dedicated to assisting heroes in their tasks. Or kill them, if they were detrimental. They also had a magical ring that was hidden by magic, but soon revealed itself when brought close to me. It seemed that my domain had an anti-illusion effect. I wasn't sure what it did, but for now, it went into the magical labs for research. More importantly, what did they want with the missing hero? C-150. Barking up the wrong tree. Year 182. We looked back at the stars again now that the Demon King was defeated. We noticed the path that the Demon King used turned extremely dim. It just seems like these paths are all taking turns, each getting stronger over time. Once they reach a certain strength, the demons would then open a path. I also don't understand how the Demon King actually moves across worlds. Like, if Stella took so much energy just to send Lumu to a nearby world, it must take a few magnitudes more to send a Demon King that far. Unless, like Stella herself, the Demon King is able to create a portal on its own. So I looked back at the tainted demon core with far more interest. Is it possible that the demon core isn't actually a core of some kind, but actually a mobile void generator of some kind? Doesn't that explain the explosions? If the Demon King kept the void energy within itself, a crack in that shielding caused the void energy to react explosively with its surroundings. Especially if star mana was used extensively to defeat it. That was how Alka somehow succinctly explained a problem. It also posits that, if we were able to defeat the Demon King entirely without the use of star mana, it may be possible to avoid the explosion at the end and preserve a pure demon core for our research. That's a horribly difficult thing to do. Stella was rather fascinated by the idea and looked at my tainted demon core with great interest. She tested it and attempted to use void mana with it, and it did have some reaction. But again, it was complicated by the hybrid mana it required. I think your demon core's just broken and distorted by whatever it experienced. You're saying this thing that I have is a dud. I am saying it is broken. It's like a paint that's meant to be white, but now it's mixed with some other color and can never be white again. It's like trying to repair a broken mirror, really. Fuck. Unless I break it up and try to rebuild it again. Are you sure it's broken? I think so. When I channel my void mana into it, I can feel it trying to do something, but it's just not working properly. Can you fix it? I wouldn't try. Void mana is inherently dangerous, and this thing looks like it can blow up really, really hard. Defeating a Demon King without heroes. If that's what it takes to get a functional portal generator and get access to the demon's interdimensional technology. But even so, maybe I could use it differently. Could something that powerful be configured to corrupt the pathways? What are these pathways? Are they just markers through some space? What is this path, if not a magical data packet through space? Could I build a massive firewall around the planet and filter out all these things? That these demolites are nothing but Trojan backdoors. Do you think it's possible to hide the world, Stella? I don't know. But I suppose I can try to see whether I can interrupt or disrupt it. Move the rift around. That's a good idea. If you could redirect the demons to the moons and let them stay there and float around harmlessly. Or crush them in the depths of the oceans. If it were me, I'd try to see whether I could tweak and control the rifts, if I can't block it out entirely. Stella nodded. I suppose I'll try. The Zerodans hoped to never have to face hostile demons ever again. When you were there, did you see other demon kings too? And other heroes? I don't know, actually. The Zerodans made sure to leave the moment the demon kings were about to arrive. I think there are other heroes there, but I have not met them. No. More importantly, if there are other heroes, is it possible to gain fragments from them? Or is the system intelligent enough to differentiate me and those heroes? That I am a summoned person from Earth to this world, not that world, so I am not entitled to the fragments of that world. What else was duplicated? No, if anything I'd like to meet other spirits. There must be others, from those worlds. If we could gather a collection of like-minded spirits, we'd have a force that could stand toe-to-toe with the Demon King and obtain that Demon King's core. No. What if we're thinking this the wrong way? If I had a core like that, I could find a world that's not yet touched or seen by the demons. Colonize that world, and gradually move the inhabitants of this world over there. Eventually, that world could grow into a powerhouse that could reinforce these worlds that faced periodic demon kings. Or, I could use the portals to find a world rich in magic, and create powerful dungeons where great heroes can be forged out of mere mortals. Surely the level of natural magic and ley lines in each world is different. I shared these ideas with my confidants again. Stella merely wondered. It sounds like you truly intend to create a multi-planetary empire to compete with the demons. Well, yes. If I cannot hide or avoid fighting them, then I must have the firepower to push them back so decisively that they can do no harm. And once I can do it for one world, I will expand it so that I can do it for multiple worlds. Sounds like the true beginnings of a multiplanetary god. Stella quipped. I mean, no offense, but yeah. It's kinda scary. Scary. Yeah. Being so close to a being that's a borderline god is scary. I mean, some days I don't realize it feels normal, but some days, it just dawns on me that you could kill tens of thousands without batting an eye. The heroes could do that too. Any high-level individual could. She was silent for a long while. That's a good point. The whole level dynamic really changes the whole equality thing. There's no equality when there's at least a magnitude of power difference between people of different levels. The system is merely facilitating such differences, but there are other ways such differences can play out. Even in your world, money and political positions do make some more powerful than others. But that's indirect power, through their ability to mobilize others. Here, the level system meant every single person could gain levels and cause a whole load of pain. There's no equality at all when the power levels are so different. It's like asking humans to grant equality to ants. It's never going to be equal, at best, is fair. Stella just laughed after she finished that sentence. Anyway, I am not really trying to debate such weighty stuff. I just wanted to say you're scary. No, people in this world are scary. You guys are like superheroes with superpowers. I mean, this entire leveling system makes superheroes out of normal people. It's a wonder this world didn't destroy itself. With your own levels, you're not very far away either. You are powerful in your own way, Archmage. So it's rich coming from someone who can walk to another world. Yeah, I guess that's true. By the way, do you, ever talk about it? By now, the news that I had the memories of another world spread to almost everyone in the senior Valthorns, and that included Stella. About your life before this. Before Tree. What is there to talk about? I mean, you don't miss home too. No. Perhaps some of the tastes and pleasures, yes, but I had few friends, and some family. We were all right and maybe they will be sad, but I believe they will be fine. You sound confident. There's nothing I can do, is there? At least, for the first 2 centuries, the idea that it's even possible to get back did not ever occur to me. This seemed to be a one-way street. Stella frowned and looked a little sad. The years had taken their toll, especially those 40 years in the other worlds, even if her levels somehow granted her vitality. If she wants to live longer, she'll need to reach the higher level 100s. Yeah, I suspect it's really like that. But I'll still try. Well, what level are you? I am capped at level 95 cumulatively. Most of my levels are in Void Archmage and some of my earlier Artist class. She exploited the trick with Void Magic's destruction of the Soul Spring to free up her levels. Simply because when the level bricks are destroyed, you lose levels. You have a higher natural cap. I do. Level 95 is 10 level higher than normal. The heroes don't have a cap. They don't, but they are heroes. They get special rights. Maybe it's my late bloomer skill. No. Skills rarely change your level caps. It's strange. Possible that void related class and skills just use less space in the soul spring, that's why she could level more. In any case, I'll need to train you up to the higher tiers. I gave her the soul strengthening seed the next day, and had her continue researching the tainted demon core. I wanted to be sure, very sure, of what it is, and that it is star mana that corrupted it. I needed to be sure, because I would have to form a strategy on this conjecture. There was strange news coming from the temples. The temples somehow claimed that the gods summoned 9 heroes to fight the Demon King, and 5 perished in their battle. There was no mention of the missing hero, nor do they acknowledge its presence. I had wondered before how the temples know about the heroes. I believe they get notified, perhaps those closest to their gods get informed by way of a ping, just like I did. Or perhaps they have some artifacts that allow them to receive such notice. My senior priests clearly did not get the notification, so, how did the other priests know about the heroes? Can we find out how the temples know of the heroes' arrival? I asked the leadership team. One of the lords quickly responded. Some say the gods themselves bestow the leaders with a message. It is a saying. I want to know for certain. The diplomats and the Valthorns would activate their intelligence network to gather the data. Perhaps some of the priests will talk and reveal their secrets. Year 183. The demons were eradicated, and the 4 heroes were free. I am coming back, Kay said. And the 4 heroes are coming with me. They want to see the journals. They arrived by ship at our southernmost city. There was no fanfare for them, I forbid it. In fact, they arrived so quietly very few knew they were heroes. Well, you're on the central continent. Kay nodded. So, next we'll need to get the 4 of you to Freshka, where the journals are kept. Chung, the hero archer, immediately asked. Are we walking? Or magic? Colette, the archmage shrugged. I could use teleport, but what's the fun in that? We have all the time in the world now. It's more efficient. Usually taking the long way means we gain more levels and get to earn some extra skills. Who knows what we'll discover? I am more worried if this is a trap. Kay shook her head. It's not. I trust you enough, Kay. But you cannot say for sure it's not a trap. The archer responded. Your patron may have other plans. I've seen enough of this world to suspect Ken may be right after all. Ken, the missing hero. Kay didn't press it. I don't think Eon will do that. It's certainly not in Eon's interest to make enemies out of 4 heroes. Chung didn't reply. Let's just go, but we'll keep our guard. My trees subtly detected the presence of magical shieldings. They were on guard, even with Kay. And please, no communication with your patron without us present. It's just suspicious. Kay nodded. The archer's quite tense, like he was going to shoot arrows at any time. The other 3 seemed quite relaxed though. Kay walked to the port's Valthorn office and spoke to one of those present, with the heroes nearby. All right, it seems it's already ready. They walked to a building that's arranged similar to a large bus interchange, where multiple convoys of beetles were parked. There were different platforms, each headed for a different destination. At the end were the express and charter services. Given the relative safety of the central continent, my beetles took on more utility and support roles. That meant they functioned as the blood of the transportation network, the engine that kept people and goods moving. Colette laughed. This is so Ghibli. Beetles is an express bus. Seriously. Kay somehow laughed with her. I actually never thought of that. What's Ghibli? Prabhu asked. Never mind. The beetle convoy had 8 large carrier beetles. They were each the size of a truck, and they had a fully furnished cabin on their backs. The smaller, regular-sized beetles act as escorts and protectors, but very few bandits ever attempt to raid on the beetle convoys due to the retaliation from my constantly watching artificial mines. There are multiple artificial mines dedicated to just managing the logistic networks of beetles. Kay just repeated the itinerary to the 4 heroes. Freshka's quite far from here, so it'll take about 4 days from all the way in the south. These beetles will need one stop, just to restock, but you can just chill out and wait. The four heroes mostly played various games found in the cabins. The cabins each had 4 beds, and a living area for the passengers to relax. There was some food, mostly preserved foods, stored in little magical containers to keep them fresh for the journey. Sadly, these preservation spells don't last very long, so there's a need for a restocking station. Colette, the female archmage, was extremely interested and kept asking Kay about everything. So these things are magical fridges? Kay nodded. Magic solves a lot of things. Those gems emit a constant cold and freeze. They just need to be recharged before every trip. Foods prepared off-site at dedicated kitchens and just loaded onto trays. It's like airplane food. Colette was very amused. It's so cool. The other archmage hero, Prabhu, ate it happily. It's a little jarring, from the levels of poverty throughout the southern continents, to this. Kay sighed. It's not as widespread as our world. You guys are getting the best treatment, by the way. These cabins are reserved for the wealthy and nobility. It starts that way, right? Colette smiled. She was really young. I think she looked like she's only 20. That meant she was 16 when she was summoned. Prabhu, on the other hand, was just munching down all the snacks in the cabin. Oh god, junk food. How I missed junk food. One of Kay and Stella's great contributions to the economy of the central continent. Junk food and snacks. That meant sealed packs of dried deep-fried fish skins, or potato chips, or snacks. Seriously, this is good. We had to use magic to get some of the effects, and we are not able to truly mass-produce them the way our industrial factories were able to, but every few months, our smiths and inventors made steps that took us closer to that eventuality. Our contraptions were getting more sophisticated, our machinery more robust and complex. Chung was always tense throughout the 4 days, even though he did partake in the games and the snacks. It's way too peaceful. I am not used to it. Kay shrugged. It's not a perfect place, but I imagine this to be life under a robot overlord. That's not exactly a glowing review. Chung responded. Kay merely smiled. The 4 days passed by quickly, and they were then closing in on Freshka. Now that they were closer, I saw their features a lot better. They still nursed scars from the battle, their healing was well done, but incomplete. A lot of the subtle magical fluctuations I could not fully see through my other trees were now obvious to me. Their presence and auras also pressed against mine, and mine held. It feels kind of stifling. Chung said. He clearly felt my presence, and I too could see through a lot of the energies that were clashing. Some kind of damage aura, and a type of unknown wind-like energy. Kay nodded. Ah, yes. I suggest you retract your auras if you have them. Prabhu nodded. I don't see a need. Mine feels like it just coexisted with the presence. The beetles went over the outer hills of the valley and the entirety of Freshka was now in view. A large expanse of green, with a few towers, representing the city, the School of Triology, the Academy, and the Treatiary College. There were smaller areas, the newly set up Void School, and the expanded merchant areas. Gigantic trees were everywhere and they towered over various areas of the city. Freshka was now home to almost 2 million people, and it sprawled throughout the Freshkan Valley. There were sectors, each meant to support the academic institutions. Wow. Prabhu, Colette and Hafiz all went gaga for a moment. This is like the biggest city I've seen. Kay laughed. It's not the biggest. Some of the northern capitals are larger in terms of population. But it is the most impressive because of the massive trees everywhere. And it's not where you all are going. We're headed to the real valley. The one that's hidden. You may choose to visit the city later. After your goal. The tree that held the journals waited for the next set of logs.